Yeah, hit him up with this first thing. All right, so I'm all right. It says I'm live, so I'm gonna jump over here to my dashboard to see if we are all good. And it looks like we happen to be living on YouTube now. Cool, cool, cool. All right, yeah, subscribe, guys. That's the way to do it. Looks like we are live. Thank you very much. Hey, everybody, what's up? Omar here with the Team Watchers Talk, coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada. Final day of Humanity Unplugged, and who is feeling like this? I am feeling like that. I'm not even walking. I'm like floating, like that guy in the background there. I'm like that guy just floating away, and the head is just shining with light and is so huge right now. My headphones can hardly fit on my head, and I feel so enlightened and aware. Thank you to everyone that has helped made us all feel like this through March 12th right up until today. Some amazing uploads to our body computer avatar for us to process and move into a new way of thinking, a new life, and create a new pathway, because this is just the beginning. I was just saying earlier, it's I'm happy that this is coming to an end because it's been a long 11 days, but I'm also sad on the other hand because it's coming to an end and I'm not going to be doing this tomorrow morning. And as humans, right, we get into a certain routine and then we become accustomed to that, and then we want to do that, and then once we stop, it emotionally affects us, right, because we're enjoying what we're doing. But on the other hand, we've laid a great path for us all with the amount of incredible resources we've received over the last 10 days to move forward and create, because we're creators with our minds and with our thoughts and with our energy, and create a new timeline, not only for ourselves, but for our grandchildren, right? Because many of us are grandparents on this screen and in the audience, everyone that's watching and all the presenters, right? It might be a little too late for our kids, right? But, unfortunately, but it's never too late for our grandchildren, right? We can still make our kids aware, because while we were raising our children, a lot of us were sleeping. We were in a slumber and we just followed the program and raised our children according to the way we were raised, right? A little bit worse on our end because we took our children and let the TV raise them. Unfortunately, we took a lot of our children, put them in front of the TV, and went and did our thing while the TV was subliminally training and programming our children. And then video games came along, and we used those to babysit our children. So we've done great harm to our children, and we shouldn't repeat that with our grandchildren, because we know what our children are going to do, right? Because that's the only example that they have. So us becoming aware helps us to raise awareness within our children. So when we see that type of behavior happening, we can interject and say, no, that's not the way to do it. This is the way to do it. I'm sorry I did that to you, but let's not repeat the cycle. And this is what this is all about, is to raise that awareness within us so that our grandchildren, the indigos, the sixth root race that's coming into this world, can ascend, right, with the vibration and the distortion, and raise that with their perception. And that's the world that I want to come back and reincarnate to. And it's going to be amazing. What do you say, Rob? Leanne?
I agree. I'll let the ladies go first. If Leanne wants there, Stone wants to go first, and then I'll jump in and close it out before we bring Renat up.
G'day everybody. I just got knocked off the net, so I'm not sure what everybody was just saying, but welcome to the the last but the first day of a new wave. New energies coming in. It's absolutely phenomenal, the lineup that's there. So thanks everybody again. I'm ready for this ride and this download that are going to come in, and looking forward to our next guest.
Leanne?
You're muted, hon. No, not yet. It's an Archon attack.
There you go. Nope, still can't hear you.
It's going to be one of those days.
Why don't you go ahead, Rob, while
Yeah.
Leanne's doing up her
So-
audio.
One of the things that, for me, and I always like to keep it on the eye, is we do get into those routines, Omar. You're absolutely right. And tomorrow I was thinking the same thing. Like, what am I going to do? Well, what happens? But we need a couple of days of rest for sure. And I have to focus. We have to focus on that too. Everybody should be focused on rest tomorrow. Tomorrow should be a day of recoup, regeneration, and realignment after exerting all of this energy for days and giving it to other people to help their conditions, to giving it to other people to help them to not be woefully ignorant in the time of need. You know, this is something that we have. This is, while it is imperative that we change people's minds very quickly, it's also not going to happen all at once. So we also have to remember that we have to take heed in the warnings that we get from our guides and the universe on essentially, slowing down when we have to, making sure we're eating right, getting the right rest, and, trying to find our center or our mission. Everybody's mission is a little bit different. And how we empower people with the information, it goes back to your mission and how you use it for your mission. So this transmission is to fulfill your mission with, or an arsenal for your mission. So when you do go out there, you have the subtly available hints to help people change their minds and change their ways of thinking. So we've facilitated that. Hopefully this has been like an encyclopedia of different methods and ways to really connect with the people around you to try and facilitate that awakening or that phase in research. And we really need to focus on how we can help the people around us first and ourselves, because those closest to you and you, even if there is anything that you feel that needs to be changed in you, is the most important aspect. Because if we're not right with ourselves, we can't help anybody. So, you practice on the people close to you, and those people will love you regardless most of the time. So even if you fail or, mess up, you get another chance. And then we walk out into the world as a shining light of, shining beam of light that is transcending and cascading over our town, and that town slowly turns into a state. That state turns into a country, and eventually the whole world will be here with us. I'll stop right there.
Beautiful.
I don't know if this is working.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm actually glad that I had tech issues, because I was very emotional when Omar said that, because, here we go. I publicly apologize to all three of my beautiful children for having allowed the programming that they got to get through. However, I will say that in this moment, I'm also very compassionate with myself and finding forgiveness, because at that time it was a case of they know not what they do. I didn't really know what I was doing. Like, something in me always knew what I was doing, but just like yesterday's tech issues, I'll say that there's a reason for everything. And the three children that came through me to have their experience here chose to be programmed that way, so that they also could overcome the programming if they chose to in their free will here. So we didn't do anything wrong. That I want to please not think those things and shoot those out into our fields. We are doing the best we can with what we have, where we are. And I think that's really important to remember, when we find ourselves caught up in an ego space, because it's a habit. And it's just really important to be forgiving to ourselves and compassionate with ourselves in every moment. And I just really wanted to share that because it resonated so much what Omar was saying. And I don't need to self-inflict suffrage on myself by feeling like I made a mistake. Like, that's not what we're doing here. We're trying to transmute this self-talk, you know, and vocabulary makes a difference. I love you so much. You didn't do anything wrong. I love you.
Love you too, sister. All right. Let's that's a great way to start the day off. Nice emotional day. Leanne, you want to do a prayer for us for today to lead the day off?
Sure. Shanyara kurtiate akakush. Huarani akini ujane agaye na ura. Te arena kushtaku ore ania. Ure anakiashte te kayeranga. Koreana yashe kuratakia shena komu. Toko urina katakashita kata. Kitia toko. Toye. Halia washena guare butaketiaka ustaka uira na urta. Teka usta na ujena yera takiaka kahiena gisto. Tika ura na na tiara atiana agaya ni ya mo. Te ashpena ka ukost ko yash ka urna agaya taka iya na ka ushu. Wajana iya taka ushu. Urna yena jika unga wore nga ushu.
And so be it. Thank you, Leanne. Thank you, ladies. Let's bring our first guest of the day. This is going to be a gooder one, guys. As I was saying earlier, I don't think we were live at that time, but I'll do it now. This is an amazing lady. I met her last year, about last year, 2 years ago, a year and a half, something like that. And I came across her through a friend of mine, and I resonated with what Renata was doing. And if you guys haven't seen, I would suggest to go back in my video archives and look up videos with Renata. There's two of them, the Animal Whisperer and the Horse Whisperer. Now, this story is amazing because it's based around a horse, beautiful horse called Tessa, a beautiful soul called Tessa that communicates not only locally but non-locally as well. And she's just an amazing being, and has started something and has left a legacy. So with that being said, I'm going to bring Renata on. Right, Renata is based out of Austria, and she has a farm where she has all these animals. And she does, healing work with people who are sick, people who are not sick, anyone that wants to come and, get horse therapy, donkey therapy, animal therapy. It's just amazing what Renata is doing in Austria, and really laying the path forward into that non-pharmaceutical thinking and that non-pharmaceutical healing and medicine as well, because it's really what it is. We're using, the energy of our friends, our animal kingdom, and they're stepping forward and healing, right? You guys have to see this. You can audibly say something, but once you actually see the pictures and see videos of these horses, like right in the face of people and smelling and all around them, you can almost see that energy being transferred, that healing happening. And that's what we need for this new timeline that we're going into, is people like Renata, right? Who are attuned, who are open, and who can understand. That's the key word there, who can understand what the animal kingdom is trying to communicate. Like I've tried, God knows I've tried so many times with my cats, and sometimes I feel like I can understand them, but it's a weird understanding, but nothing to the level that Renata is at. So Renata, thank you very much for being here at Humanity Unplugged and giving us an upload in something that is greatly needed, because we can all communicate with our pets and our animals, and all of them have the ability to heal us. Cats, dogs, mice, snakes, birds, you name it, they all have it, right? So I appreciate you coming on and giving us this awareness and this upload, and truly understanding the timeline that we're going into, and how the animal kingdom is going to be there to assist us and help us to remember who and what we are, and the connection that we have to them, in order for us to be fully integrated back with nature. People forget that we are nature, that we are part of nature, and that somehow, some way along the line, we've lost connection to that nature. And then now we look at nature as an object, and then we see ourselves as something more superior, and we can use nature at will, as however we want, including everything that is on this planet. And you understand on how to communicate and what they want. If they want beer, you give them beer. If they want juice, you give them juice. If it's really amazing, and I appreciate you coming here today.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on your show. I very much appreciate it. I'm looking forward to sharing my experiences. As you said, I was introduced into this energy realm of the horses about 3 years ago. And that's now the main work I'm doing. And today I would like to talk about the herd, and how not only one animal is communicating, but how we can benefit from the whole herd. And the herd itself, again, is connected to all herds and to all horses all around the globe. So it's not that realm which they create, it's so huge that you can get so much energy, because the connection amongst them all over the world is so strong.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I'm so looking forward to hearing it. Here, I'll make you full screen, Renata, and I'll be here in the background. Do you want questions as they come in, or do you want me to wait with the questions to the end of your presentation?
As you like. I have no fixed program, so I can go with the flow.
Okay, cool. We'll do that. So I'll be here in the
Sorry,
background.
I do not have pictures this time. My second screen didn't work, so anyone who wants to look at pictures from the horses when they work on people, they can go on my Facebook profile and have a look at it there. So there are many pictures.
I'll be sharing all those links in the comments, guys. And do you want me to maybe screen your website, and so people can see your website? Yeah. Okay, I'll put that into operation. So I'll be here in the background, and then I'll let you go, Renata. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so as I just said, I was introduced into this energetic work with the horses 3 years ago. but I have been working with the horses almost all my life. So I got my first horse when I was 19, and I started riding. I started when I was a teenager. And but during the last 3 years, what happened? I was riding all my life and thinking, okay, that's the thing. What you do with horses, you ride them. But during the last 3 years, mainly, another so huge space opened up for me, and that's now what I'm doing. I am working with people, and they come to me, and I work in the whole herd, and people get healed through the energy of the horses. And it's not only one horse who is doing that, but it's the whole group. And I would like to start with explaining how a herd is functioning. So horses only survived evolution because of the herd. So living in a herd is most important for a horse. Otherwise, they would have died already. They wouldn't exist anymore. And a herd is only as strong and as lively as the weakest animal. So what they try within the herd is that the horses which belong to a herd, to one group, are all healthy and in good shape. And they constantly watch each other, and not only with the senses, the normal senses, but they check their energy fields. So you have to imagine that a horse, the energy field of a horse is about 50 times stronger and bigger than of a human being. And they do not have barriers like people have, like humans have. So we always run around with our walls up and try to disconnect from everyone, so that we are safe, and we all hide behind our walls. But the animals, especially the horses, they don't. So their energy field is huge, and no barriers are fencing them in. And so they are constantly connected, because every horse senses the other horse. And whenever there is an imbalance, something's not as it should be, all horses already start to equalize it. So they do not do it because it's their nature. So they learn it. They were born with it, with this ability, and they always try to keep everyone safe and every horse healthy. And when people enter the herd, they also sense the energy field of the person, and they just do the same as they do with the other horses. So they also try to equalize. They take away where there is too much energy, they give where there's too little, and if there is a block, they open up the block so that energy is going through again. And and they do it because they want the herd to be safe. So let me talk for some sentences about how a herd looks like, a herd which is living wild. So it's a group, normally about 12 to 20 horses living in a normal herd. And there is one stallion, and there is a group of mares, and there is a group of foals, And then there are yearlings and adult horses, adolescent horses, and a wild herd is led by a mare, and the stallion is not allowed into the herd. He's always a bit in distance, and he indicates when there is danger, but the real leader of the herd is a mare. And the herd looks like this, that you have a circle. The inner circle are all the foals, and then around this circle of foals there is the circle of the mares, and then there are the adolescents. They are kind of in between, and they are not as close to the mares anymore as the foals, and the stallion is further outside. And so when there is an injured horse, they check if it's still if it's necessary to support, and that's what they are doing. So they instantly start their healing, but if they realize that a horse is too severely injured, that it would not be able to heal them quickly enough, they will let this horse behind. And then it's the shortest and the shortest way that this horse can die, and so that the herd is not endangered. So they would not carry an injured horse with them, which would endanger the whole herd. So that's also something we can learn from the horses. It's not that they have this human mind, that they have to keep up life, for instance, as we now do in ordinary medicine, that although people are not able to live anymore, they keep on putting in medicine and techniques. So a herd is really focused on the survival of the group, and that's the most important thing. Okay, so I will continue with when I have people coming to me. So I have a property, a huge property, and of course my horses are not wild animals, but they have enough space so that they can behave like almost wild animals. So there is enough space to run and to really give space. That's most important, to have enough space. And so when people come to me, as soon as they let's say as soon as they enter the front door, the front gate, I tell the people that everything what is happening now is not a coincidence, but that what they can observe in the behavior of the horses already is a reaction to the energy field they are bringing in, because the horses already feel, so they have already connected with the energy field of the person who is coming. And sometimes it seems as if they are not aware, because the person who is coming doesn't realize any reaction, but already that is a message. And then we go into the field, and I would like to bring some examples now I have had during the last couple of years, which were really, yeah, amazing for me. So I will start. Yeah, I start with a recent experience I had. So what I also put on, so I have my massage tables in the field, and the person is laying down, and then the horses start to come towards the table. Not always. Sometimes they keep in distance, but the other day, the two, so I have, let's say I have, at the moment I have 9 animals. I have 3 donkeys and 6 horses. And from the 6 horses, there are 2 foals. So they are now about a year old. And so far they have always been very, very patient and very, they have joined in, but not so intensely. And about a week ago, I had a client, and the foals came all very quickly, and they started nibbling on the person and almost biting them. And I was really busy trying to keep the horses, the foals off the table so that no one is afraid. So the person is not afraid laying on the table, but so I really felt as if I have to protect her. And so I asked, what is it? What do you perceive? So I asked the person on the table, what do you perceive? Why are they doing that? And she said, well, I have no idea. That had nothing to do with me. And I said, that definitely has to do with you. What are they showing? So, and I always ask the client first before I bring in messages. I want that people also, if they have not communicated with animals before, when they are laying on the table in the herd, it's very easy to communicate with them. So I always ask first if they have any idea what this might be or why the horses behave like that. And so I waited a bit, and then she said, I think I can't hold my boundaries, and I have neighbors who are always, I can't, they are loud, and they are noisy, and they are disturbing me, and they so she brought up her topic, and she knew what this was about. And so when in the beginning I had the feeling I have to hold back and kind of protect her from the foals, and while she was talking and finding out herself what this is about, the horses started to relax more and more. So then I didn't have the feeling that I have to interfere anymore. So I just let them do. And the more she got aware of what they are showing her, then she started to think about, okay, what will I do against that? And as soon as she had an idea what to do, the energy shifted, and they stopped doing it. And that's so amazing in this work, because as soon as there is another thought, the energy of the thought brings up what the yeah, that's one of the foals, right? That's ready. So a thought changes, and instantly the horse's behavior change. So that's why you can never lie to a horse, because they feel it as soon as you say something, they are aware of it. Not even say, but it's just, you have to think it. And so she got strong. She got, she built up her boundaries towards others. And so the horses stopped biting her. There is another reason why horses bite, and that's when the person on the table is not in the body. So if someone gets out of the body or isn't in the body when they arrive, the horses want to bring the people back into their body. Why do they do that? A horse which is not in the body or is not present is again a danger for the whole herd. And when Tessa, we already spoke about her in the beginning, during her last couple of weeks when she was living before she died, she often was absent-minded. So she was already kind of she was in the other universe already. And then she was always moving, and she also collapsed often. But when other horses were aware that she started like moving and like this, they started to go towards her and nippled her, and so kind of come back, wake up, and that's what they also do with clients when the person is not in the body. They also bite, or they try to tap onto the table, kind of really like a wake-up call. And that's also it's amazing to watch that. And I have another story about setting boundaries. I also once had a client, and she as soon as she came and she lay down on the table, and this time it was only one horse, or our mule, not the horse, a mule. We have a pony mule, so she's as big as a about only 1 meter, and she was totally interested in this lady, and but she was really not friendly. Yeah, she also tried to bite and to even throw the table. And I said, okay, what is it? What is it that who is that? The horses also act like in constellation work, so they stand for some person in the field of this person who is on the table. And she said, well, I said, it must have to do with boundaries, because Lily is constantly tapping into your field. She is not respecting your boundaries. So who is that? What is in your very close surrounding that is so much stepping into your realm, into your field? And for quite a long time, she had no answer. She said, no, I don't know who is that. And all the time, Lily was trying to bite her. And then I said, and then she said, oh, I know what it is. And then she said, okay, that's my 18-year-old son. And he is so much, he takes so much energy from her, and he is not taking care of her boundaries, and he is so close that she didn't even see that. Yeah. So and as soon as she said the name, and as soon as she said, "Okay, that's my son," Lily stopped and stopped, but was still very close to the table. And then we worked on her energetic boundaries, and then we expanded her boundaries and her energy field. And as soon as her energy field increased, Lily stepped back. And then she didn't come to the table anymore, but stayed about 2 meters away, was still there, but she didn't touch the table anymore. And again, it was instantly. Yeah. So as soon as she realized, okay, that's my son, it was the first step. And then when she increased her energy field, then the Lily really went back. And yeah, that was really amazing. And then a couple of days later, she called me and she said, okay, she really did it. And it was so much easier now to set boundaries to her son. And he's respecting it now. And yeah, that's amazing. Okay, so I have another story I would like to tell, and that was only 4 days ago. I gave a session to a lady, and she had she said she has difficulties with really accepting herself and with self-love, and she said it's just she just can't do it, and she wants support in that. And yeah, so she again was laying on the table, and then really all horses came. So not the donkeys, but all the horses. So there were six horses around, and they all came very close, and so it was really like in a herd. So we were the center. We were in the center, like normally the foals are, and then all the other horses were standing around us. And she came with this wish for self-love, and what the horses gave to her was pure love, and that was so amazing. It was so intense, and she allowed it. So she was really I always do a short meditation before we start, where I ask the person to let down the boundaries and to connect with the earth and with the universe. And I invite the horses. And this time, when I invited the horses, so they all came, and really they stand face towards her. It was like a star, so we were in the middle, and then all the horses with the heads, and they had their head towards the table, and they were all connected, and that was so intense and so amazing. When I again think about it, it's I tap into this energy, and it's really mind-blowing. Yeah. And she, of course, she started to cry. I get goosebumps. And then something happened, and that was the first time ever I saw that. I don't know if you're familiar with horses and how they react towards each other, but when one horse, when it's itching somewhere, yeah, one horse then goes to the other horse, and then they start scratching each other. So the one horse is scratching the neck of the other, and the other horse as well. And that's a very, very friendly behavior. So they do good for both And now what the animals started to do, so there was one gelding on the one side of the bed and the other one was on the other side of the bed. And above her, they started this scratching each other. And so they have never done that before. And then the most amazing thing was they started to do that above her base chakra. And then they moved a step further, and then they were doing it above her belly chakra. And then they went on to the throat, and finally above her crown. And that was simply mind-blowing when they were doing that. And the other animals, the other horses were still standing and holding the space. And those two were going up the chakras and opening all the chakras with this energy. And it was, wow. Yeah, so I often have sessions, but this was really a very, very special one, which, yeah, I was not able to take pictures of all of them, but I have on my Facebook profile, and it was on Friday, so there are pictures of this session. Yeah, so that's that was another story. So I read someone, there is what is written in the chat.
Yeah, Renata, can you tell us a little bit about bathing in the You Are Me? That sounds like really, really interesting and something I think we should raise a little awareness about.
Yeah, that's what I just was describing, the last. So then I have people coming to me and they lay on a massage table. And as I said before, the horses, they equalize the energy field of the people. And for people, it's when they stand, they have, the mind is much more, and the ego is much more present. But as soon as you lay down, it's easier for people to let go of ego and to let go of mind. And it's also easier to open up your barriers. And
why is that, Renata? Like, if you're laying down, you can let go of ego, but if you're standing, you're hanging on to it, like a life jacket.
I think it has to do with normally when we sleep, we lay, and the body is used to let go of the mind when it's laying down. It definitely is easier. And I have often I have a small meditation I do with people, also when they come for coaching, and it's you imagine like a wall around you, and you let the wall disappear, and it disappears into the ground. And when the people are standing, it's far more difficult to let this wall go down as it is when people are laying down. And I think it has to do with our normal position when we are sleeping. And when we are sleeping, ego goes away and mind goes away. So, and the horses behave differently to people laying on a table as they do when someone is standing. I do not have another explanation for that, but I have experienced it a lot of times already. So
could it be that when the human is standing, it appears to be more aggressive while it's standing, and when it's laying on its back, it can be, viewed as not dangerous because it's laying down, and instead on its feet, it can, attack you, shoot you, stab you, kind of deal. Have that genetic memory of the abuse from the past.
Maybe, but the energy they perceive will pretty much be the same, either if the person is standing or if it's laying. But perhaps it has to do with that as well.
That's quite fascinating, though, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. And the other day, it was also on Friday, there were a couple of people in my place. What happened was there were two people who seemed to be quite overworked and quite nervous and stressed. And so we worked on the people, and suddenly the one of the foals, the picture you gave into, he just lay down. So there was one table, then there was this horse laying down, and then there was another table. And it was so clear and obvious for both of them. They both said, oh, I need more rest. And the other one was, okay, yeah, that's the best picture. I need to stop doing so much. Yeah, so it's this has another impact on you, as when another person says to you, okay, you're doing too much, you should do less. If you see a horse laying down and showing you that you're too busy and that you're too stressed and that you should take care of yourself more, that has so much impact. So I'm pretty sure that they will do it now.
Do you think that the horses and the donkeys and other animals, just your farm animals, chickens, roosters kind of deal, do you think that they can see the ancestral karmic energy or remember the karmic energy? Because we know, like chickens, for instance, they're severely abused, right? We kill billions of them across the planet, and I would assume that would have some sort of an effect on the genetic memory. And I'm wondering, if horses and stuff have the same thing, because of the, we've used them in wars over the, centuries, and and I wonder if that's kind of somehow imprinted onto them, and if they can remember.
Yeah, they do, and there definitely is a memory in the whole species of the horses, and they also bring up healing on different levels, on different areas. I can give an example. I had a grandfather, and he was born in 1890, and he died in 1942.
Oh wow! My grandfather was born in 1899.
Okay. And he was in my mind for a couple of weeks already, and I looked in the documents I have, and I had some pictures, and so this is the only relative I have who had connection to horses, and I know that he was going to market and bringing food and vegetable, and he was delivering it with the horses in Indiana. And I don't know anything much more about him, but I have this picture, and that he has connection to the horses. And so this weekend I did a constellation work, and so we were about 12 people, and I said, okay, that's my grandfather, and is there a story about it, and what does he want to tell me? And then what we found out was that he was a soldier in both world wars, and he had killed, and he was very brutal. And when he was working with the horses, he was very brutal to them. And he wanted to apologize, and he wanted to tell me and to give his blessings to me, and so that he kind of so the connection with horses started in our family with him from this side, and he wanted to give his regrets and to let go of whatever he has done, and want to show and tell me that he's grateful that I'm now working with horses and do so differently, and so that healing can happen also the way back, so also for the ancestors. And that was
That's very cool, and that's something that we've heard again and again in this conference from many different speakers who have said the very same thing, that when you begin to work internally and when you begin to heal the trauma within, then and that has a genetic effect on the entire timeline, and on the ancestors, and you're actually healing people in real time around you as you heal yourself as well. So that's very cool that we've got this correlation.
You heal backwards, and you also heal for the future, so it goes in both directions.
That's because time is a paradox, right? It really it's
it
happening
isn't.
at the same time, and on the other hand, it doesn't exist, but it is happening all at the same time. It's quite incredible. Through your observation over the years, have you noticed that if the healing powers of the animal kingdom increases while there is a winter solstice or an equinox happening, like on that particular moment when the energy is so high?
I don't know that. I haven't observed that on a special day, but in all, I realize that it is definitely increasing. So it's I don't know if I am aware more, or if it's because many people are aware of more, or if it's really like that. But to me, it feels as if this healing energy from the animal kingdom is definitely increasing.
That's quite amazing. That's how is it increasing? That's I'm trying to figure out in my head as you were saying that. It's how does that ability within them, because I would assume that the animal kingdom is vibrating at relatively the same distortion as the earth is, right? So I wonder,
the earth is leveling up as well, so it's
is it a flux state, do you know, where it increases and decreases, kind of like the yin and the yang, and there's that balance there, and they
it is
apply it
up
when
and
they
down,
need it?
but it's going like this, so it's going upwards, but in waves.
That's
for me.
amazing, because as we see, the vibration of the earth is increasing as well, and it seems that they're keeping pace with that and then moving forward. That's amazing. It really is.
And then the other day, we went into the forest and went for a walk with the horses, and then one time something happened, and the foals panicked and they ran away, and then they came back again. And when we went there, then the other day, about a week later, I got the picture that the horses experience everything at the same time. So that there was the memory of last time, and a future one, and another future situation, and it was all in one. So this was so I know that time is not linear, but in our human mind, we are so used to there is the begin and there is the end. But it seems as if in the animals, everything is really at the same time. So, and I got a picture from one of the horses that there were really all the scenes we had from this place where we were, all at the same time. That's that was so the first time I really, for me, realized that for horses, yeah, they are much more in this, that the time is not linear. It's just not as our mind tells us.
Is it the same for donkeys? Right?
Yeah.
Because horses and donkeys are, I would assume, same species, but still different on
Yeah,
some level. Are they behaving in the same way, like increasing in
yeah,
their element
yeah,
of healing?
that's the same. Yeah, absolutely. When the horses are all around one table, the donkeys do not come because they have a different herd structure. So they are not. They are. There is no real leader with the donkeys, but when it always the donkey who has seen something interesting or something important at the moment, this one is the leader, and it changes again. But with but the horses, they have a hierarchical structure, and the donkeys do not want to interfere with that. So whenever there are the horses on one place all together, then the donkeys do not come that close. So often I have only the horses working, and the other time I have the horses. But they seldom mix.
Do the horses reciprocate the same thing when the donkeys are working?
It's, to me, it feels that it depends on the energy structure of the person who is coming. So if the donkeys are coming, the donkeys, they do have another energy. It's difficult to explain what's different. I would say they are even calmer than the horses. They can be very intense, but it's a bit slower perhaps. And sometimes I have people who are afraid of horses. They are bigger, and they are much more confident with the donkeys. They there is hardly any person who is afraid of a donkey, but there are many people who are afraid of horses.
I'm wondering if the healing, structure, or I'm not really quite even sure how to word this, but the healing power or the application of healing, if it changes from species to species of horses, like you would have Clydesdales or Mustangs, or you know what I'm saying, like there's different species of them, and does their ability or application change according to their species, or do they just share like that one herd consciousness, that one herd mind?
So I do not think that the species well, what do I think? I have different species in and breeds in my herd, so it's a very mixed herd. And to me, it does not depend on the what kind of horse it is, but about the own life story. If a horse was abused, if a horse had a mare had foals, if everything went okay with the foals, or if a horse was beaten by a man, that so that what their own experience was, that very much has an influence on the energy and on their healing. So as I said, the horses, they choose if they come to the table. And now when for instance, I have a person here who has issues with a mother, or with her own children, or with getting pregnant, or whatsoever, I always have one of my mares coming. It's the one with the tinker, the white and black one, because she had 2 falls, and with one fall she almost died. She and her foal were very close to starving. So she has her own story, and then when she feels the vibration of something has to do with motherhood or so on, then she comes. And one of the donkeys, for instance, she always comes when it's about sadness. Yeah, when huge sadness comes up, then she's there, and she's kind of absorbing this sadness. So that also has to do with her own story. So she lived, I think, for 10 years. She has no companion, and she was on her own at a not too huge place, and she there was not much. She was alone, and she was sad. And whenever the topic of sadness comes up, she's here, and she stands next to the person. So it's not so much if it's an Arabic horse, or if it's a pinto or a paint or a quarter horse, but it's about their own story.
That makes sense. That really does, because I heard thinking, I suppose you would be sharing the same consciousness. That would be like humans. You can be, white, or you can be black, yellow, red. It really doesn't matter, because we're sharing that same form of consciousness within the field of the stream of consciousness. Let's hit this question up, Renata, from Denise. And I'm kind of wondering too, as to like what takes place. I know there's like this energetic healing that's happening, and from what I've learned, a lot of disease and afflictions are really root based in energy. So when the horses heal people, are the horses taking on their afflictions, or are they just like swiping it aside and just getting that?
They are. So when people come to me, they come for an hour, or when we do a class during weekend, we have the people here for 2 days. But the horses are always connected to the earth and to universe and to everything around. So they heal it, and it goes away. They do not take it as we do. What we do, we people, we also try to heal the others, but then we lock it in, and then we have it. We take it within our boundaries and keep it. Horses do not do that. But what they do, and that's it doesn't infect them, or it doesn't harm them when they work on people who come and have a session. But of course, they mirror the owner. So as also horses, the dogs do, when you have a horse and you own a horse, and this horse gets a special disease or injury, this very, very often has to do with the owner. So you can tell. I had a person, a lady, and her horse was living with mine, and the horse didn't cough, but whenever the owner came, the horse started coughing, and there were different other examples that this is very. Horses do take energies, but because they try to heal, and it is relevant only for when you're really the owner. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it really infects the horse on long terms, but not
Ah,
when
I
someone
see.
is coming for a session.
Yeah, I see. Okay, I get it. Let's hit up this final question. We got our next guest in the house, and we've got a few
Yeah.
minutes left. This is from Rockers, Los Angeles. Is asking, is the healing caliber of a wild horse stronger than that of a horse trained into domestication?
I only can guess
Mm-hmm.
that the freer a horse can live, and the more they live within the herd, actually, the more they really do this healing all the time.
Mm-hmm.
When they are when they have their own problems, like when they are locked in a box, like in normal riding stables, and they can't move, they are so much stressed for themselves that they probably first look to heal themselves and not the others. So that when they do not have the possibility to live in a herd.
Mm-hmm. I see. Okay, I get it. That does make sense. So, Renata, I appreciate your contribution to Humanity Unplugged, and this upload is invaluable because we need to understand the power and harness the understanding and the awareness of the animal kingdom, and try to reintegrate ourselves with the nature and the animal kingdom when we create this new timeline that we're trying to create of love and abundance. And animals are an integral part of that. We have to look at them as friends and not as food, as we've been trained to do so, right? We've been conditioned that way. Gotta eat meat every day, gotta eat meat every day. And that's something that we have to move away from and go to the vegetable based diet and help heal ourselves, so that when we do get ill, and if we do need attention from our furry friends, that it'll be easier for them to come in and help us. So Renata, I so appreciate you and love you very much, and lots of respect for what you do. So before I let you go, please tell us once again where people can find you. I've posted your links in the chat room, but it's always best to hear it from you.
Yeah, so I have a homepage, and it's called www.renatesfarm.at. And I am on Facebook with also my name, Renate Zach. And I have a group, it's called, it's in German, Entdecke dein Ur-Ich. Yeah, and I'm also on Instagram. So whenever you're interested in my work, you can send me a private message. And I haven't said, I do this also online. So when someone wants a coaching, I go out with my phone into the herd, and we can have a coaching. I have done this a couple of times already, and it works phenomenal. I was astonished, but as soon as I connect to the person connects to the person on the phone. So
Nice.
it's
There's no barriers, because
there's no
energy
barrier.
and consciousness goes everywhere. And
Yeah.
you also have a YouTube channel, guys. Subscribe to Renata's Farm on YouTube, and the link is right here. And if you guys just scroll up into the comments, you'll see the link to Renata's YouTube channel. And as well, I just posted the link to Renata's Facebook page if you guys want to connect with her on Facebook, if you use Facebook. And I will post her IG one here. My IG got hacked, so my IG is like really all over the place, and I don't know what to do on there anymore because it just got hacked and I have no access to it for like the last few weeks. But we'll remedy that here in the next few days. So I've shared all of that, and guys, visit Renata's website. And if you're in Austria, if you're in Germany, connect with her. She's got great work that she does with corporations and with people, and we need that, and as well online. So check that out. Everyone's going to need this coming here in the near future, and we should raise our awareness to it as well. That's the number one key. So again, thank you very much, Renata, my sister. I love you.
Having me. I enjoyed it a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love you, my sister, and I will be in contact with you soon.
Yeah.
Be well, be safe, and most of all, be happy.
Yeah. Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye for now. Let's bring our another star sister on, which is, where is she? There she is.
Not me.
Hiding down there.
Rob, but you've changed.
Oh, well, sometimes, when in Rome, right?
Got the old
That
gangster
would be
hat on.
amazing.
That's cool.
Yeah, I had this, my hair was a little messy today, so I figured I could probably pull it off, but here we go. Look, you know what? We'll take it off for a moment. There we go.
What did you guys think? That was an amazing morning upload from Renata in relation to the animal kingdom on how they can heal us. And I don't think it's only just limited to horses. I think the praying mantises can do that. Birds can do that. I think any living form on the planet, including us, can do that. But I'm assuming, and I'm thinking, because the animals are, in my opinion, a higher form of consciousness, that they have an easier time and easier access to do what they need to.
Well, I've been able to do that work with horses several times. There's a group that I'm in called the Co-Creators Convergence, and we used to meet in person. It'd be anywhere from 40 people to 65 people from all over the world, and co-create once a summer. And there were several of the times, I think I've gone 8 times, where we went to work with horses. Mm-hmm. And it was magical. It was, I think there's several facilities here where people that have PTSD can go and work with horses. It's a magical gift.
What Renat does is absolutely amazing. The story that she has with the horses is always gets me, and every time I hear it, we've done this before with the cats, and I did a presentation on it, and communicating with animals that have been wounded a little, and then trying to bring them back to being comfortable around us. So it's sort of similar but different. But every time I hear this story, it inspires me to do it too, because I do feel like that they have this connection with the mother that's just so impactful that we have to get back to and actually instill that connection on us as well. I think we need to bring that connection back between us and Gaia and Mother Earth, and just like the indigenous peoples had. And that's another reason why I do my indigenous studies, is because I want to know that culture. I want to learn that culture, and I want to make that culture my own, to be able to connect on that level. So
that's fantastic. I think all of the animals, all of Earth is changing and upgrading and ascending. And so that'll be the interesting part of how Renata's work upgrades with all these changes in the earth and all these changes in humanity. I think you're going to see a change for all the cats and dogs and all the animals.
She's definitely on the cutting edge of that, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. And I agree with not eating them. So. Oops, Rob, are you frozen? Uh-oh, he's frozen. Hi, Rob. I can't hear you.
Yeah, he's been having some problems with his internet.
Oh no!
This entire conference, actually, poor guy just keeps getting booted. Just doesn't have the strong signal. So, with that being said, Kathy, let's start your upload with our next guest.
Okay. Well, I am so excited. Omar offered me this spot to do an open mic and talk about myself. And I thought about it and I thought, nope, I'd much rather introduce you to one of my teachers and guides and facilitators in my personal growth, whose name is David Maria. And I'm going to read his bio real quick, and then I'm going to bring him on so you can meet him. David Maria is the living embodiment of the Eden template transmission, a natural-born mystic and seer, a multi-dimensional facilitator, intuitive coach, and the creator of the Eden template and the freedom from the known. He works with a multi-dimensional team within the monad I Am Presence, whose transmission accelerates the process of the Eden template activation. David's sacred calling holds this container and assists those who work with him to step out of the limitation of logical, linear thinking and into their soul mission as sovereign, multidimensional beings. His essence is deeply gentle, nourishing and kind, just like his heart. Like the ancient masculine holy man, there is no judgment in him, only love and the powerful presence. I have taken his classes, Freedom from the Known. I don't think I've ever taken a class twice before, but I've taken Freedom from the Known with David twice, and I probably will take it again. So welcome, David. Welcome to Humanity Unplugged.
Hi, Kathy. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm just wonderful today. It's a pleasure to be here with you and with all of the guests that are watching. Thank you for having me.
Well, the main reason, well, first of all, this is the second time I've talked to you since December or before you went to Kenya. So that's, I'm just being honest that I was so excited to get another chance. But the other part of this is that David just went through a huge initiation. I'm calling it huge because I don't know what else to call it. But let's back up, huh?
I call it huge myself.
Well, so David, for the people that don't know you, and I really want to make a connection to the people that find this work their next step in their connection to their soul embodiment. That's what I would say it's doing for me. I created a little PowerPoint. Is it okay? I thought it would help you explain what you just had happen. Is that okay?
It's totally fine. You know it is.
Okay. So I'm going to add it to stream here. And oops, I guess your URL went on 2 lines. So this is David's course. And do you want to talk a little bit about the diamond or anything about this before? I basically just put this together to show where you were and a little bit about your journey. But do you want to start with this slide?
I'll come back to this if that's okay with you, Kathy.
Okay. So the place that David just was in, where he just had another initiation, was in Mount Kenya. And on the left is a picture of it from afar. And then on the right is where it is in Kenya, is right here. I don't know if you can see my cursor or not, but it's north of Nairobi, for those of you that want to know where this is that we're going to be talking about. And
it's about 3 hours northwest of Nairobi. The closest city is a town called Nanyuki.
Okay. And then this is David, I think on the left, maybe. I don't know if this is before you got ill.
The picture on the left is when we were visiting the meadow that is the picture on the right, just to make sure that it was an appropriate location for the initiation. The picture on the right is after the initiation. The gentleman on the right, or the seer on the right, is Samuel Kamitha, who is literally my brother now. And the person on the left is named Kamau. He is the chairman of the Katuyu Society, their cultural historical museum that they're working towards getting funding to be able to produce.
Okay.
They're both seers and both incredibly beautiful human beings.
So, and then that's just a repeat of the same slide. So I'll take it out for now and maybe bring it back in. So David, the way I met you is I heard you on an interview, and I had been asking to hold more light, to hold more of my soul energy in this vessel. And I heard your voice and I burst into tears and knew that you had something that would help me do my heart's desire. And then you and I had several interviews. I don't know how many.
Quite a few.
And then I ended up getting to take your course. And I wanted people to know about the course, but also since they may not know you, could you, I know you said when I talked to you yesterday, it's just a story, but it would be a helpful story.
My journey is just a story, just like everybody's journey is a story. And what's truly important is what's underneath the story. What's behind it? What are the changes that it brings about within the context of your consciousness? So in 2018, I was called through multiple prophetic dreams to go to Africa. I didn't know where. I had no idea where. And it evolved that I was definitely called, and there were others that were called too. And I wasn't sure how this was going to happen because this was probably less than a week and a half before being able to go. And I didn't have the money for that, and a very expensive last minute ticket. And a very dear friend of mine, David Hall, and his wife called me and said that they had gotten the message that I needed to be in Africa, and they purchased my plane ticket. And one miracle after another, we ended up what is the annual prayer vigil that circumambulates counterclockwise around Mount Kenya. And this is something that has been happening for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. Not everybody participated in ancient times, but it was always mostly it was the seers. So when we arrived, we were introduced to quote unquote the officials that were putting on the event and the organizers. And one of those people was an obvious presenter, just by his appearance. And when I met him, I was very calm on the outside and completely falling apart on the inside because he was the man from my dream that invited me to come. He gave all of us, after the invocation with everybody, and this was a large group of people. There were somewhere between 800 and 1,000 people there, and two of us were the only white people there. And afterwards, he gave all of us a blessing, and when it came time for him to give me the blessing, he heard that still voice that we all love and want to hear on more occasions. He heard that voice say, "No, give him everything," and he did. And it was like being struck by lightning. 4 or 5 times in quick succession, like within seconds. And that began a multi-year process of awakening and activation and initiations, multiple trips back and excuse me, back and forth to Kenya. This last year, I returned again with a very dear friend, and was told that this particular one, that I was going to be initiated and inducted as an elder within the Katuyu Seer Society, of which there has only been 12 throughout all of their history. So I have been initiated as the first ever 13th seer within the context of the Seer Society, and most definitely the only white person that's ever been here. But this is not, as they say, this is not my first rodeo at Mount Kenya. This is not my first rodeo with the Katuyu people. I've been incarnated within this society on many, many occasions. Mount Kenya is historically what we refer to as the Garden of Eden. If you look at the forest that is around it, it is pristine. It is a World Heritage Site. You can't go in there without permission. It takes a special permit to go in, and you have to go in with armed rangers. And by armed, I mean they carry machine guns with them. The Kenyan government is understandably very concerned for their tourist industry and don't want to see a tourist go into the forest and be hurt by an animal. So it's the initiation itself was beyond anything that I could have imagined, because it's impossible to imagine things that you have no experience with. But the very essence of it is that all of the veils that remain between me and direct connection with Source or the Creator, whatever word you want to use, it doesn't really matter to me. And those veils were removed. And surprisingly, after the first trip where Samuel gave me gave me everything as a blessing through the head, I returned home and I sat in my living room staring out the window for 3 months, just integrating. It was all I could do. And I had joked with him about this one, saying, is this going to be the same thing that I'm going to go home and have to integrate for 3 months? And he said, no, when you've done enough work with this now that when you have the initiation, that's it. It'll be fully integrated. Well, 2 days later, I contracted COVID, really serious COVID, not one of the milder cases that we've heard of. And I died 9 times in 2 days, and spent the next 16 days in a hospital, of which the first few days I was running a fever, over very high fever, and just came really close to other people's perception, came really close to actually crossing. But I'd already made the decision beforehand that I wasn't leaving. I was just traveling. I was just going places. I was just literally enjoying myself and some of the initial freedom that I had now. And I'm still going through what we know of as long COVID, which is the recovery. I'm doing much better now. I've been back in the States for almost 2 months now, but I'm still not fully recovered. And sometimes I cough, and I'll apologize to the audience in advance if I do. Sometimes my voice just all of a sudden disappears to a whisper because the air stops working. So that's the really quick synoptic version of what that entire journey has been to date.
That's why I made the slides, thinking that it would save your voice a little.
No, that's okay.
Yeah. So I want to explain so that people can understand how powerful this opportunity is to take the Freedom from the Known class or have any sessions with David Maria. I've done a lot of work and for the past 21 years, I've gotten to work with people like David, launching them. So almost all of them, I've taken their courses or I've done sessions with them. And then I had a spiritually transformative experience almost 18 years ago. So I really thought this was going to be a piece of cake. What a joke.
Little did you know.
Little did I know. So the first class that I had with David in a group, and the group is as magical of people as you could ever wish to be in. They also got the memo and recognized the master to study with. The first one I did, David we talk, he explains things, and then we do a meditation. And after the meditation, all I could do was go out on the back deck of my house in the sun and sit in a chair. I couldn't talk. I didn't drink. I didn't eat. And for 5 hours, it felt like I was defragging a computer. It felt like things were being taken out and moved and reassembled. And what's beautiful about all of this is that was just the beginning. The class continues to astonish you of how much our conditioning has programmed us to not receive everything we can in our vessel. Do you want to add to that, please?
The course is presented as a deep dive into consciousness. And in order to go really, really deep into consciousness, you have to be willing to surrender everything. And I don't care what it is. You have to be willing to surrender everything. Your thoughts, your self-identity, your feelings and thoughts about yourself, that's not who you are. That's a total illusion. If you believe you are the thoughts that happen inside your head, then you think that you're this small little human existence in a body. And you're not. You're not. That's just a projection of who you are. So the course is designed to activate you, clear distorted programming or conditioning, activate, clear, and we go deeper and deeper and deeper into consciousness. Eventually, and it's up to each individual as to how deep they will go, but eventually you arrive at the place to where you're connecting directly with Source, and that is a place that there is no thought. It's stillness, it's quiet. No, thoughts do appear, but it's more that they appear as knowingness that comes through your soul directly into you, and you're not able to filter it anymore. So there is a phenomenal change in the neural patterning that goes on inside of you. So one of the examples that I like to use now is that, having been through what I've been through recently, is that when you die, all of your conditioning drops away and you just go back into non-physical. And you are pure presence again. But when you die and you come back, when you have a near-death experience, depending upon who you are, and by that I mean, what do you believe? What do you think is true? How much work have you done on yourself? Are you deeply embedded within the context of a religion, whatever it might be? When you come back, whatever you're able to let go of, whatever conditioning within you or belief systems that you're able to surrender, what that does is that that neural patterning within inside of your head that was devoted to that particular level of conditioning, it falls away. And it creates new space inside of you. And that space is where source can come in and you can experience it directly. So depending upon the level that you've worked with, you can go really, 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 really deep. Mine was pretty extreme because I died 9 times. Actually, this was the 10th time. And the COVID was, in relation to what I went through, the COVID was perfect because it immediately activated everything in my body that was unlike that pure love that was beginning to flow through me as me. And it had to be cleansed. Every single cell in the body has to be cleansed and realign or regenerate itself to the frequency of the new energy that's coming through. So for me, it was particularly difficult. But we've all heard that expression that we can do this. We can surrender quickly and easy with ease and grace, or we can be drug kicking and screaming. Apparently, in this case, I needed a little kicking and screaming because it was pretty intense. Yeah. Or amplified would be a better word.
Well, I have to say, David, before he left, had sent me an email list of his students that wanted to hold space for him while he was doing this initiation, because we knew he wasn't, we hoped he wasn't going to have a 3 months integration again, but we had this sense that whatever he was doing, it was going to be big. And so David sent me a list, and the group of us, I did a Zoom call 5 times with these participants, all holding space for David right when he got there, right when he had his initiation, and then when he got sick, we continued. And
let's call it when he got cleansed. Okay. So, but that's I wanted to use that because I don't know how many people have, how many of the healers I've worked with or the change agents I've worked with that had love and support from their students like that. It was remarkable. And then the people that weren't on Facebook had me send them whatever was on Facebook. I mean, there was deep concern and love. Well, the concern is not necessary. I was never going any place. I was not leaving. I was just traveling and enjoying the newfound freedom to be able to literally go any place that I wanted to. I know that was probably distressing to some people because they didn't know. Yeah. But that's all right. So the bigger message of the initiation that I experienced is that it wasn't just for me, because in that time frame, which was the 1st of January, the initiation took place in the Kenyan forest on January 3rd. But at that time frame, the energies coming in and available to all of us were phenomenal. And there were thousands, if not tens of thousands of people around the planet receiving those same initiatory energies, yes, going through the same changes at the level that they're going through them. There were some really, really big milestones that happened. My friend that joined me in Kenya, they were also invited to come to the initiation. My friend happens to be a woman, and a woman has never. Africa is, like most of the world, a deeply patriarchal country, and a woman has never been allowed to participate in these activations or initiations. They were invited to come, and they also recorded everything. They took a bunch of videos and endless pictures. So there are that person received they didn't receive the same initiation I did, but they most definitely were initiated within the context of this tradition, which is extremely ancient. So to understand the context of what Mount Kenya is in our ancient history, which goes back to Atlantean times and also ancient Egypt, way before the latter occurrence of Egypt with the dynastic Egypt. If you were going to become quote unquote Pharaoh, you had to journey up the Nile and come to Mount Kenya, and you would meet with the seers. You would fast for 40 days in the woods alone or in the forest alone. And then you would be taken inside the mountain. You would be dimensionally shifted, and they would give you a series of herbal compounds. The first one would put your body into a coma. The second one would transform your consciousness. And if you survived, because not everybody did, and on more than one occasion, I didn't in terms of my history. And if you did survive, then they give you a third one, which reanimated or reactivated the physical body. And at that point, then you could return to Egypt, say, for example, and become the Pharaoh. But you had to go through that initiatory process in order to be able to be given the actual power to be able to rule over a country and a society. But it's not just leaders that went through these processes. It's also in any of the Middle Eastern saints that you can think of, from Yeshua to Muhammad to all of the prophets, Abraham, Isaiah, Isaac, etc., etc., etc. They all came here and underwent initiations here. So this is a long-standing, extremely ancient tradition, and it's still available today. The mountain is still as holy and as precious and as wonderful as it has ever been. And the energies there are just phenomenal. And that's where everything that I share with people that come to the classes that I offer, that's where the energy comes from, or comes through, if you will. That's where the first class that I offer in any series or in any course that I offer, which is awakening your original blueprint, your divine blueprint. It's connecting directly to the source energy within inside of yourself and opening that energy up so that it can begin to flow through your body and begin to heal it. And when I say your body, I mean your physical body, all your cells, but also your energy field around you. It begins to transform and regenerate you as it reconnects you to source.
And that's the one that got me hooked.
You hook yourself, Kathy.
I know. Well, I'm so grateful.
And I'm just a mirror.
Oh, thank you. Well, also the thing that was interesting about your perspective was the fact that we are carrying inside our vessel the fear of passing, of dying multiple times inside our body. And do you want to, will you share a little bit about that?
Every time we die unconsciously, and by that I mean every time that we've crossed over without self-realizing who we really are behind all of the masks and everything else, all of the layers of conditioning that we've put over ourselves. When we die unconsciously, the body has an automatic fear response. Doesn't matter how peaceful we are with the process, we could be totally at ease with the fact that it's our time and we're going to leave. The body still has an automatic fear response because we don't fully know who we are yet. And as a consequence, if the body thinks that's it, it's darkness and worm food. So that fear response, if you imagine that you've lived, say, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000 or more lifetimes, that fear response creates a little tiny smoky thread, and it wraps itself around the connection, source point connection. I call it the Eden Star, at the base of the spine. And over the course of innumerable lives, it forms a ball, like a really tight ball of yarn wrapped around it, and it chokes off the basic forces there. And the first activation is designed to open that up. And then once the connection has been opened and the energy begins to flow through, then we work for a little bit to consciously direct it so that we know how it's working within the body. And then we take a major inner journey to be able to deeper activate what the template is inside of you. It takes about an hour to be able to walk through it, but then there's always the after time that we all go, where we begin to practice it on a daily basis or weekly basis, or however it is that we do it, in order to be able to continue to fully integrate it into us.
The beauty of all of this is it's all recorded. And so I have done two full runs of the class, and I have listened to every one of the recordings multiple times. The depth of the gift of self-actualization, those are clinical. That's clinical. But the opportunity to hold love at this level, I've never seen anything like it.
You connect yourself directly to yourself, and you allow yourself, through ease and grace or through kicking and screaming, whatever it is, however you choose to do it. Kicking and screaming is just being in resistance to a natural, organic process that is going to happen anyway. But it connects you directly to Source, and Source now begins to flow through you, but not as something that is separate from you. It flows through you as you. Exactly. You're still here. You're still present. So in essence, what is happening is that as you deepen in your practices, as you deepen in your path, your body begins to purify itself energetically, and the frequency of the vibration of the body begins to rise enough and come into balance, so that your soul can descend into the physical body. In times prior to this, when people became self-realized, most of the time they dropped their body right then and went back into non-physical as masters. But that's not what we're doing now. We're embodying, we're bringing that soul, that master self, that I am presence into us, and it fully integrates within the human body until it completely integrates. And it's not the denial of parts of us. It's not David is going away. David is still here. But David is integrated and aligned with the frequency and the I am energy that comes through. And David, the impact that his inner self of who he used to be is less and less and less and less and less.
Whoops. I didn't mean to do that.
That's all right.
What I find amazing is the capacity to be so authentically who you are and love it. Because I find so many practices don't really, it's all head work. It isn't existential. This is embodiment. It's soul body fusion or light body fusion, or in your case, you would say diamond. Do you agree?
Well, there, like your previous guest was speaking, or the previous presenter was speaking. There is a component here to reconnecting to the earth, but not in the way that we've thought of before. It's reconnecting with the elements, with the elemental beings, the fae, the fairies. It's reconnecting to this deep level of purity and innocence that we have all had. We all carry that within us. It's a part of us. It may be buried under multiple layers of we forgot to take the garbage out last week. It may be buried under multiple layers of trauma that we have experienced, this life trauma that we have experienced, multiple life trauma that has been passed down generationally from our ancestors. Sometimes it's through a portion of that ancestral line. It might be matrilineal, it might be patrilineal. But it's once we begin the process of clearing all of those layers out, and this happens so beautifully, organically. Sometimes it's more difficult for some people. Sometimes it's easier. Sometimes it's a bolt of lightning that wakes you up. Whatever it is, you remember who you have always been. And I promise you, there has never been a moment, not one, even a trillionth of a millisecond, that you have ever been separate from Source. It can't happen. It can't happen. Source is creation. And you are a part of that creation. No more, no less than any other part. But you are the entirety of creation. There's an old Chinese story about a man that died and met God, and God showed them that this person had been every single human being that had ever lived on the planet. And the person didn't understand it for a little bit, but what that really says is that everything is God. Everything is God. No matter what word you want to use, you can call it the creator, or like some First Nation people, you can call it grandfather, you can call it source. It doesn't matter. It's a word to describe the ineffable that cannot be described, because it cannot be encompassed or understood with the mind. It can only be understood through the heart. And the very essence of that energy is love.
So, David, did you get a feeling for your initiation or pre-initiation about your role with the times, with the awakening? Because as we can see, people are, they're sleepwalkers still that will be awakened if they so choose. But there's a lot of people just starting on the path right now. Did you get any insights into your role?
My work
awakening?
My work is still to continue sharing, to continue to be to hold presence, to continuing to be present in the current moment. I do some one-on-one work in sessions, not much, but I haven't done anything since returning around the 1st of February. And right now, I have no plans to reinitiate classes or personal sessions. I simply don't have the energy to be able to do it. This interview for me, Kathy, is absolutely wonderful because it gives me a chance to be present again and to be able to speak. But this is about all that I will be able to do in terms of energy expenditure for the rest of the day. And it's just the nature of long COVID and the recovery space. The bigger picture is that all is well. Everybody is okay. We are making the shift as we are, and we're at a really, really big one right now with what is happening on the world stage. So I challenge everybody that is listening. Can you find that neutral place inside of yourself to where you're not judging one way or the other what is going on the world stage? Can you not make anybody wrong? Can you find that neutral place where you are just holding the love in your heart, the love of creation as it flows through you, not in judgment, because we are at a place where we actually have the opportunity to make a shift away from power. Power is what has run the world for far too long. And power always seems to find a way to, those in power always seem to find a way to abuse it in one way or another. So I challenge you to find that place inside of you where you're not in judgment of any of the players, no matter what their role. Over the term, the duration of your multitudinous lifetimes, we have all been and done been the most horrible people and done the most horrific things imaginable to others, and had it done to us also. So we've all played the roles. We've all done everything, and that includes me too. I've done stuff that I'm not proud of, and it was not easy to look at, even in other lifetimes. But sooner or later, you have to you begin to remember that you're something that is beyond all of that. You're not any of the labels that have ever been able to define you or have been put on you. You are Source itself. You are creation itself. You are the universe in its totality. That's who you are. And it's even much greater than you are the universe, because this is only one of a multitude of universes. So there are, this is a really, really, really big time. There is this distinct possibility that we might be able to move past the old sense of what power is.
Beautiful. And your voice is getting stronger.
It is. When I first came back from Africa, I couldn't talk at all. I would talk, and then my voice would just all of a sudden just disappear. A little whisper, and you couldn't hear me.
So the reason I was asking about this time was I know, and Susan Christensen, Grandmother Susan's on right now. I know that there's prophecies that said that part of the wheel of humanity went to Kenya, to Mount Kenya, and that there's a connection between Mount Kenya and Mount Shasta. Could you speak to that for us? And if you know anything about the prophecies.
So, prophesizing is really an interesting concept, because in order to do that, you're stepping out, moving forward in the timeline that we're on. and things are changing so quickly and so fast that what was almost right in front of you just a day ago, by the time you look at it today, it's changed already. So it's like driving down or driving into, say, Los Angeles or Chicago, where you're on some of those insanely huge freeways that are 10, 12, 14, 15 lanes wide. You have a lot of possibilities of ways that exits can be taken off that freeway. And as long as you're on that one big main freeway, everything is reasonably, you can reasonably predict what's coming. But the moment you take one of those exits, now all of those other possibilities are gone, and you're limited in this one. And they're changing constantly as we, as a people, as a collective on the planet, as we make our changes, as we decide internally. It doesn't have to be conscious, but as we make the decisions, we're ready to wake up, and lots of people are in that space now. And lots of guides are going to be needed. And not that I don't want to give the impression that as a potential guide or even as a teacher that I ever feel that I'm better than anybody else, because I'm not. I just happen to be a little farther along the path. That's the only difference. And most of the people coming up now are going to wake up much faster than it took me, with a lot more grace than I went through. But that, again, is going to be up to each individual. So prophesizing is dicey. And as you can tell, if you look at the Old Testament prophets, it was also a very dangerous occupation. Or it could be a dangerous occupation, as in kill the messenger type danger. So my work will still continue. I'm still integrating the totality of the initiation. It's not quite complete yet. It may be May, June is what I'm feeling before it will be completed. I'll begin to have a deeper understanding of what it is. Others tell me who I am. I'm not willing or ready to speak of that yet. And I have acceptance of it, but I don't know how that's going to happen. It seems pretty outrageous, but that's okay.
You were already outrageous.
I don't have to concur with what anybody says about me.
Well, are you okay if I share a little bit about the reading I gave you?
Oh yeah, you're fine. You're
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
As I told you, this is your interview, and my
Well, I just want people to understand
basic premise is that
what a gift you are.
My basic premise is that I'm here at your behest. So,
okay.
And
I feel like I'm serving you, so perfect.
I would like to comment though on readings. Most of us love readings. We love to hear things about us, and they usually come from outside sources. I'm really and truly not really one of those people. I'm self-sustaining from the inside. And if you can have this experience with me, if you choose to work with me or attend a class, I don't want anything from anybody. I don't need anything from anybody. I'm not looking for anybody to validate me, because I know who I am inside. And I'm secure is not the right word, but I'm very centered within that consciousness. So
Beautiful.
please
You're modeling that for us.
Please
too.
go right ahead. All I'm saying is the only authority to read you is really and truly yourself.
Okay. Well, I wanted to share because I wanted other people to, your voice is still not at full capacity. So if they are not reading the energy, that they have another layer of experience to validate the gift that you are, or the portal that you're opening for us. So I do readings. I open up the Akashic Records, and I usually see a movie. And with David, I'll just make the story really short. I usually, even with some people that people on this thread may know, very, very well-known healers, I usually see them in a future timeline that their soul would like to experience as part of their karmic lesson. And then I'm given stepping stones to get them there. Well, with David, all I saw way out in the distance was a universe or a galaxy or something huge. And it wasn't human. It was an energy form. And it was pure potential. And I told you that. Do you remember what you told me about? Oh, so you said someone came to your house and you gave them a reading, and you told them to tell you when they left your energy field.
Oh, yeah.
While they were driving home, and they never called you because they're still in it. They're probably still in it now. So,
And that really and truly, that could be said for everybody.
yes, that's
Yeah.
why I wanted to share you with people. Is this, we all are that. David's further down the rabbit hole or the processes than we are, and he doesn't hold himself up as in any egoic way. When you do a class, he talks about his own evolution right along with the whole class. So this isn't little grasshopper. You don't feel like little grasshopper and there's the master, but the field of potential that he's capable of opening and being a portal to is remarkable opportunity for us to embody love, to embody ourselves.
Thank you, Kathy. I'm humbled. Thank you.
It is the truth. So
You have to understand that that is not how I experience myself. I'm just me. I experience myself like this all the time. It doesn't seem like it's special. It's normal, and it's only when I interact with other people that there is a shall we say a distinct or palpable transmission that begins to come through for them. From my perspective, I'm just this guy in Mount Shasta. There's absolutely nothing special about me because there really isn't, because we're all that anyway. There's nothing different about me than you or anybody else.
I asked this before, and I want to go back to it because grandmother Susan had said something, or you had said something about Mount Shasta and Mount Kenya. Could you talk about that a little bit? That's fine. We're good. It's beautiful. Thank you. Your sharing's beautiful.
I know that I do this. I meander. In the first trip to Kenya in December of 2018, part of what was happening, not the entirety of it, but part of what was happening is that 3 of us were called. There were actually many others that were called, but 3 of us went. And the Kituyu people have always spoken of a star that is just off dimension from this one that is constantly emitting radiation and light to the earth through the mountain, and that radiation is one of the prime forces driving the evolution of people on the planet. Now, this is their their way of saying it. So our experience, the three of us while we were there, was that the master crystal from Atlantis that was looking to be captured by those that brought about the destruction of Atlantis and attempting to weaponize it so that it could be turned into a weapon. It had the ability, if that had happened, to destroy galaxies. And it was hidden away by the priests and the priestesses, or the priestesses and the masters at the time of Atlantis. It was sealed and dimensionally shifted so that it could not be accessed. And of all of the people that were there that participated in that, because there were numerous ones, they encoded into their DNA the keys to unlock the seals that had been placed around that. So that crystal is the same as the star that the Katuyu people speak of. And the three of us that were there happened to carry those codes in our DNA. And just walking on the earth, they were released, and immediately the star or the crystal came forward into this dimension. And the very first thing that it did was, if you look at the star design or the diamond design around on the header of my website or my logo, you will see that there are rays coming off of it, both striated rays and concentric rays. So my experience was that star began emitting concentric waves of creation. And as it flowed over the land, each wave brought a new level of regeneration and animation to what it was passing over. The first thing that it did was it animated the ancient grid, the energy grid on the planet, not with the energy that was present there, but with the new energy that's coming through. And the very first thing that it did was it sent a direct channel to Mount Shasta, a direct connection. And from there, from that point, then it spread out like a web. It spread out, connecting to all of the other really large, the really big mountains above 10, 12, 14,000 feet around the planet, and activating that original grid, which is constantly receiving this energy that is coming through, moving it around the planet, which then others pick up. That's not my work. Others pick up at that level, and just like a power grid, they step it down to where it's able to be received within the consciousness and the body of somebody without blowing all of their circuitry. That's what can, if you sometimes, if you wake up too fast, if you bring too much energy in all at one time, it can blow all of your circuits. And our mental institutions around the world are filled with some of the most incredible geniuses that have ever lived. They just woke up too fast and their circuits got blown. They still have all of the energy, they just can't function with it. So there is something to be said about waking up a little bit slow. It's like you don't go to a gymnasium for the very first time, not having been there in 5 years, and start trying to lift the maximum weights that you can right away, as many times as you can. You'll hurt yourself. It's basically the same concept. You don't want to put 220 or 330 voltage through your body when it's not designed to handle it. You need to build up your inner energetic muscles first.
Perfect. And so
surprisingly, I didn't know this for a while. There is a portal on Mount Shasta that goes directly to Mount Kenya, and if you find it, you can just stand there and look through it, and you'll see Mount Kenya. And then if you move to the side, you'll see Mount Shasta, and then if you come back, you'll see Mount Kenya.
wow. Wow. Well, I did find the question that Susan had asked. There are prophecies that say the people at Mount Kenya are the keeper of the stone tablets for the Black people. Can you speak to this? Did you hear any of that story?
Yeah, by the Hopi tradition, when they came through the portal in the sky from the third world into this world, all four races came through at the same time. And then the Creator gave each one of the races 2 stone tablets and sent them out in the 4 directions. The Tibetans have theirs in Mount Kailash. The Hopi have theirs, but they're very deep. They're deep in the Grand Canyon. The white people settled in. It wasn't Switzerland then, but they settled somewhere in the geographical area of what we now call Switzerland, that triangle. Their tablets, the white people, the Caucasian people didn't make the shift, and for some reason they lost memory of who they are, or at least the core keepers of the tablets. The tablets have been recovered. They were in a nunnery on the Swiss-French border, very high at altitude in the Alps. And yes, the Kituyu people of northern Kenya, their tablets are still in Mount Kenya. I've spoken to the seers about them. They are there. I've asked to see them. I haven't seen them yet, but that's okay. I probably just needed a deeper level of purity to be able to be able to do that one. It's obviously it's not my time, or I would have been shown them.
Perfect. Okay. So another.
They most definitely are there.
Susan also asked, was Credo Matu? Do you know who that is?
I don't. Who is that?
I don't know. I wish I could get Susan on and she could ask you direct. I'll introduce you to Susan. She's amazing, being filmmaker and author from Alaska.
I'd love to know her.
Yeah, she's delightful. Let's see. And here's Stone Hobbit wrote, thank you, David, for remembering and sharing your calmness.
Stone, it's not my calmness. It's not the calmness that you feel. It's the presence that who we all are, and it happens to be calm. I always want to acknowledge that it's the presence of Source, and it is literally who we all are, and therefore it's available to all of us.
Yeah, so Susan's saying he's a seer from there, died recently, can't wait to meet David. So I'll introduce you.
So, Susan, I'm sorry, I haven't heard from you. It's since the British invaded, and I can't even say that they colonized because they didn't. They invaded Africa, they invaded Kenya, and as with every place where colonization or the invasions happened, the first thing they did was overpower the people through force, ban their existing traditions and practices of their spirituality, impose Christianity on them, and then steal their land. That's the pattern that they went through. So most of Kenya is Christian. By far and away, the vast majority of Kenyans do not know this knowledge or this awareness of what is really precious about Mount Kenya. Even the Kituyu people, which if you're in the closest city to them, because there are cities all around the mountain, you'll meet very, very few people that actually have an awareness of what they are in the presence of.
That's so symbolic of our whole existence, that the people being asleep to what the gift is here. That's so symbolic. So, David, I'm sorry. I'm afraid we are, I think, out of time. I don't know. Is Omar, are you around? I see your screen, but I think, is there anything else that you would like to share
Yes,
before we conclude?
I have no awareness right now of when I'm actually going to begin to offer classes or sessions again. But if you go to my website and there will be a pop-up window that comes on any page that you're there. Just sign up for my mailing list, and then as I begin to get a sense of when I'm going to be able to offer classes again, then I'll send out broadcast emails and let everybody know in plenty of time to be able to make the decision and look at what is there to see if that actually works for you. If you want to look more about what the current classes that I offer are, if you go to my website and click on the classes link, not the events link, but the classes, there is a description of each one that I have been offering. But I can also promise you those are going to change. Everything is going to be a little bit more expanded.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see what's going to happen next. Put your seatbelts on, everyone.
Keep your hands and feet inside the ride at all times. If an oxygen mask comes down, put yours on first.
Well, thank you so much, David. Thank you. I know that you probably have to sleep the rest of the day after this, but I so appreciate.
I'm okay. I just won't be doing another one of these today.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah.
Kathy,
Well, thank you so much. And thank you, Omar, for telling me yesterday that I had the mic right now, and it all working out perfectly, that you were free. And thank you so much. So again, David's website is in the chat. But if you need to picture it, it's the Eden template. Here we go again. The EdenTemplate.com. I'm sorry it went on 2 lines just there, but I wanted people to know, because there you'll get an idea of what this amazing opportunity is to be more of who you are. Thank you, David.
Thank you for having me, Kathy, and thank you to everybody that is here watching and that will watch the rebroadcast. It's a distinct pleasure just to be here and to be able to share presence with you.
Thank you.
I'm extremely grateful. Thank you.
Me too. Stone, do you want to come on? If Omar isn't going to come on, why don't you come on real quick and see if there's anything real quick? There we go. Hi, Stone Opet.
Good day to you, David. That was beautiful. Thank you. I love the light, the energy that I feel is coming from you. So I've gone through my own discovery journey of that, and it's about, for me, it was finding that inner peace, that inner acceptance, knowing my inner self, and it has just taken away so many other levels of stuff that was never mine in the first place. I let it go, and I just feel like I have wings. I just feel like I'm just out there now. I'm absorbing everything, the communication with all different forms of consciousness out there. It's beautiful. I love it. Thank you for what you said.
Thank you,
Stone. It's a pleasure to be here. And you're right, Kathy, my voice is, it's starting to disappear.
Yeah. So, okay. So, David, I'm going to remove you from the stream. Thank you so much. I love you dearly. Thank you, dear. Bye-bye. Okay. So, Stone, I think it's you and me and the...
I'm here.
Oh, you're there. Good. Yay.
Yeah. I've been here this whole time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I was texting you.
Oh.
Like, come back. So there you are. Hi.
Turn on the light. Oh man, this light kills me.
I dare be like.
Okay, well, I think it's Leanne's turn. No?
I believe we have Leanne coming on at 11:20 for 10 minutes. So that's 11:30. That time's gone by. Let's introduce Sherry, and then maybe before we watch the film, we will do a stretch.
Okay. Well, I need just a break for 1 second in between. I was hoping to have Leanne. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, how did you find that, Omar?
That was amazing. I'm really, interested in Mount Shasta, and I'm trying to figure out, as to like what makes it a hot spot, right? Like what makes this Mount Shasta so important. I myself have never been there, right? But I've got a lot of friends who have been there, and they've always come back and told me great stories. And I hear them on the internet through chat messages and things like that. But I can never really fully understand, the kind of the spiritual connection, the conscious connection behind Mount Shasta, right? And I think that's something that I'm just going to have to discover on my own, because I've heard just so much, right? It's kind of the same thing as like Skinwalker Ranch, right? It's the same thing. I need to have a better awareness of it and try to figure out what it is, because I know that there are sacred sites around the planet, and that there are portals, and that there are tunnels, and there's stargates, and I totally get that, right? But it's the it's the full understanding of what's happening there. Perhaps if I go there one day myself and experience Mount Shasta for myself, I will get the full understanding of what's going on, because people tell me that they energetically feel when they go there. So I'm looking hopefully forward to going there one day once the ouchie fauci is gone, and
True.
right. I want to keep this temple clean, right? And I don't need to be infiltrated with anything, including meat for that sense, because food, not friends. What an amazing morning we've had so far. From Renata to Mr. Maria, that was amazing, and I totally enjoyed it. And what a nice flowing tempoed energy we're having here on day 11. And it seems like everybody's like really calm, right? The first day we were very excited, and then excitement just built and built and built. And I find that the energy today is far different than yesterday, and I'm thinking it's because people are feeling like this right now, right? We've had a lot of great uploads, and our mind is just fully loaded, and it's processing in the background like you're uploading like 100 gigabyte movie or something, and then you get that slow circle going, right? I think that's what's happening. And Rob was perfectly he had a perfect point this morning, that tomorrow should be the day of rest for everyone, so that we can, process and understand what we've learned, because this is not over yet, right? Like this is not over by any means. Yes, the 11 days have come to an end, right? But starting in just a few more days after we take a well-deserved break from this, I'm going to go back to the top of the list, and right from day one, from the first person on, I'm going to bring them back onto the channel and, have an hour and a half, 2 hour discussion with them about their upload that they gave us, so that we can understand it at a much, much deeper level than we can in like this 1 hour period, right? That's the constraints with events, that you get 1 hour to come on and speak, and, you hardly get to dive into questions and such, right? So it's like on and off. So I thought that the best thing to do is do a follow-up on this conference, and for the next 122 days that's kind of what I'm going to be doing. And every time I do a talk and an in-depth talk with one of the speakers, I'm going to write an article and I'm going to put that up on my website so that, for those that don't like to watch videos and such, they can read it. And I'll take the transcript and put it in there as well. So for all the readers out there, they can do that. And for all of the watchers, right? Watchers, right? They can watch the movie, right? Or this. Well, that's what really it is. It's like an ascension movie, 11 days long, 11 chapters. So yeah, what do you think, Stone?
Oh, I think it's been absolutely fantastic. I mean, listening to what child, probably Renee, I think her name was, with the animal whisperer, absolutely fantastic. As you're aware, I'm surrounded on this farm by a diverse amount of different types of species, from insect to cows, sheep, eels, the whole gambit of it. And after a while, you see their patterns, their behavior, the communication between each other. And I found myself mimicking their behavior when I go to communicate with them. And when she was talking about her horses and the communication and how they work together in like one mind, keeping, spreading that wellness between all of them, knowing when another one is sick, this sort of reminds me of like elephant behavior or hippopotamus behavior or whale and dolphin behavior. And I see that in these animals on the farm, like the possums. And when I interact with cattle, I can go right up to them and, put my head against their head the same way we do with the horses and communicate. I can play with them and chase them around the yard and they do the same to me. It's like there is that bond, there is that connection. Once you release all of this false evidence appearing real and see that there are these forms of communication, so many avenues open up. And then with the next guest, and we have this calmness, we have this, he's found his inner self. And what a fantastic journey, what an amazing gift. I mean, we're all on this wave, and we're going to have different pathways that we take to get to it. Through this process so far, I'll be real quick, through this process so far, I've met so many wonderful different experiences, and none of them are alike. They all have something different that they've found along their journey. And I've found that there's, some of them don't have interactions with ETs or other entities, but they've come to the same point, same conclusion, same findings about their inner self. And it's the same as trauma. Some haven't gone through it, but they've still come to the same point. So we're at a really massive crossroad of information and energy and releasing. So I agree with you. Resting tomorrow is going to be good for all of us.
Another level of awareness that I'm feeling energetically and consciously is that, for the time being, for the next little while, what we should do is we should take the seed or the idea of the extraterrestrial out of our minds, and we should, totally just delete that thought altogether, because I think what's happening is that we're becoming comfortable with the idea that if things go bad, ET will come in and will save the day and will rescue the day. And that's something that's not going to happen, because had ET wanted to interfere, they would have already. So obviously they don't want to interfere with our affairs. And I think what we need to do is remove that thought so that we can begin internal work. And then once we have that internal work going, then maybe in the future, we can, address the idea of ET, because if ET sees that we're doing our internal work, that we're doing our own shadow work, then it's going to see and say, okay, well, these guys are making an effort, kids are making an effort, so, let's grab them by the hand and help them out, right? But if they just see us sitting there and just having tantrums and wars and stomping our feet and having like little princess attacks all the time when things don't go our way, they're just going to sit there and look at us and say, well, they're not ready just yet. We'll just wait, let them do what they need to do. And if they wipe themselves out acting like this, then I guess it's no big loss, right? Probably not, but you know what I mean. So I think we need to just eradicate that thought from our minds. We need to work on the earth, and we need to work on ourselves, and we need to work on our fellow projections around the planet to heal them and heal that trauma. And then maybe, just maybe in like 100 years time, humanity might be ready for that contact, that open contact with ET. Right now, mankind, humanity is just simply not ready for like that type of awareness. There are some people that are alive that have contact and they are ready, but when you look at it on the mass, they may be ready, but the problem is that our governments are simply not ready, because if ET comes down here, their only concern will be is that what kind of weapons do they have and how can we procure those weapons? And then that's the only thing that they're thinking. What technology do they have that we can use for a destructive way? And for that reason, I just don't feel that man is ready. Maybe in 100 years, and that's just a maybe, right? Because we're laying this path down now, but this path, what we're doing is we're like, clearing away the dirt, right? It's kind of like wearing building a railroad line. You got to have level ground. And that's essentially what we're doing here through this conference, is just leveling out the ground. And then when our kids and our grandkids come along, they're the ones that are laying down the, what do you call those things? The piles, the wood, so that the next generation after that can come and put the tracks on that. And the generation after that can, build the train. And then the generation after that will have to learn how to operate that train. Then maybe the generation after that is the one that's going to really take control and move forward. And that's not happening, for like another 200 years, right? Because there's only 3-4 generations per century. We have a long ways to go. But this memory, this everything that we've learned, and this awareness that we have within this conference, and what we've learned before and what we're going to learn after, has been added into the zero state memory, so that we can remember this in the future and come back to it and say, yeah, I remember having this awareness, so I understand that. Okay, let's bring our next guest on. I think Kathy has had a break. She's ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, and Leanne is just too funny. You guys have to check that out.
Leanne is
get the bird on her head.
Oh, Jesus.
So I'm going to remove myself from the screen, Kathy, and we'll bring
thank you for the
Sherry
opportunity to introduce the next incredible being. Hi, everybody. I am so excited to introduce another amazing being to you that is a dear friend. Her name is Sherry Doyen, and she is a magical, magical being. You will see her work is remarkable. It's thorough. It works. It's brilliant, actually. And she has pushed through all of her history to create it. So hopefully we'll hear more about that, because her story could help you in so many ways. Sherry Doyen is a researcher and founder of quantum therapeutics. Quantum therapeutics is a new modality with proven results for rapid relief from the quantum entanglement of childhood PTSD, and disassociation. Sherry is a prolific author. Her newest literary works include The Chronicles of Tigua, which chronicles the journey of a highly sensitive, highly magical child immersed in a world of sex and violence. Turn illness into brilliance is what her talk is going to be today. And it takes us deep inside the quantum entanglement of childhood PTSD and the amazing quantum abilities trapped inside mental illness labels. And with that, welcome, Sherry. Hi.
Hello. Hi, Kathy.
I'm so glad that you could join us here and explain your magic.
Me
your
too.
work is amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. I am super excited to say that we are going through a huge expansion, and we are finding the process to be duplicatable. So we're training therapists and psychotherapists and coaches. I'm just so excited to get it in the hands of people that are out there changing the world, because I'm super passionate to say that, like, I believe that those that are entangled in CPTSD are the highly magical people.
Yep.
And when they can understand, it's like Harry Potter in the beginning when he's blowing shit up around him, you know? And then there's like a realization of like, oh wow, wait, I'm doing that. How do I gain control of that? Right? And that is something that's happening very rapidly for my people, where that's just suddenly turning the bus around. I call it the baby Buddha, and you know, they're standing in a world of creation, right? A world at a time where they can use their magic rather than it you turning back on them, right? So one thing that happened along my journey is I kind of hit a road where my final psychiatrist just waved his arm at me and said, I don't know how to help you, but you're not in there. And I said, well, what does that mean? Right? What does it mean to not be here? And he said, I don't know. And that quest has taken me around the world and back to understand what does it mean to not be in here in a real, literal way, right? I believe and I see everything as circuits, right? Our astral body is the energetic version of our physical body, an energetic duplicate, right? Our astral body is the home of our soul, which is the duplicate of our physical heart, right? So when we're not in here, we're literally not in here, right? Now, in the psychology world, right, we talk about fragmentation, but what is it that fragments, right? Your astral body has to fragment to be released from the physical body, or your body would be dead, right? Now, when we think about that crossing over into the spiritual world, that's an out-of-body experience. That's something people try to learn to do, right? Now, what's the difference between dissociation and an out-of-body experience? Fear. That's it, right? So I've witnessed clients of mine having a drop attack, right? They call it a drop attack. Some go into seizure activity, right? What is that? You know, think about a person who goes into channel, right? Because they're leaving. Same thing, right? Karma and the cycles of PTSD, the same thing, right? We got to stop thinking in these separate avenues, right? A person lives within 5 layers of being, right? We live behaviorally, spiritually, mentally, energetically, right? And physically. And to be in integrity is for each one of those and each one of the systems within those to be operating as one. Eye of the needle, right? We have to have that to be able to be in connection at all times, right? Now back to that astral body. Even air has molecules, right? So anytime you divide anything, we're also dividing the molecular matter of that something, right? So that being said, we got this amazingly, highly sensitive, magical being plopped down in a world that is absolute chaos, right? All their magical senses are ablaze, and they're looking around, nothing makes sense, right? Boom, they get hit, they're out, fear. Now, what's crazy is Einstein claims that with a force of nature strong enough, that we can fold time back in upon itself, by which creating a loop, right? What is more pure and more pointed and stronger than the survival magic of a child, right? It's how they get up the next day and sit at the table with those that claim love over them, right? Now, that's the advantage. The disadvantage is that in that loop holds memory and molecules of the fragment of their astral body, right? And they're trapped within a loop of time. This fragment is trapped within a loop of time that's horrific, right? Now, what I find and what I experienced as a child in my awareness, because I knew it was happening, right? So within my awareness, I was like, okay, wait, right? And I would try to hang on to that memory, because this is why kids don't tell. They really can't freaking remember, right? And how frustrating is that, right? Because you're haunted, you know, but you don't have words, right? And I would go back to my room and I would try to hold on, kind of like when you wake up from a dream and you're headed to the bathroom, right? And boom, that pop, gone, completely gone, right? And the child me would get up and go off to play as if nothing had ever happened, right? Now, each time that happens, we're depersonalizing and depersonalizing more and more and more, right? There's less life force because this energetic version of us, right, is our life force, right? Our soul is becoming very vulnerable with these fragments being torn away, right? Till by the time this adult or this child reaches maturity, there's not much left here, right? Now, what's amazing is, we know it, right? So this is a calling out there for all the elementals, all the magical beings that know you're tangled up, right? Because what's beautiful about this process is it's fast, right? And it sticks, right? And what's really amazing is you do it, right? We teach you how, and you do it, and in your doing it, you start understanding, right, how to take the unconscious into the conscious, right? If I sit and want to astral travel, oh, right? What is the difference between a flashback and a quantum jump? Nothing. Absolutely nothing, except for awareness, right? I love to watch as these light bulbs start to pop and the control starts to happen, right? And these amazing beings who have been buried and tangled up to their eyeballs can stand up and flex their wings and go about what they came here to do. Because we are here on purpose, right? We are here on purpose. And we're doing some amazing things right now. As I said, we're training people, and in that space of understanding that how duplicatable this is, right? We can release it out into the world and release the magic, right, back into the world, right? I do not believe humanity is going to change until we start understanding why we're here, right? And as these amazing humans come before me saying, I've tried absolutely everything, right? I have tried everything. I don't know why I trust being here, right? And within one session, they're saying, okay, there's the action I've been looking for. I've thought about it for 60 years. I've done soul retrieval. I've done this. I've done that. But what makes me activated today, right? When we're operating in this 3D world, we have to understand most of our awareness is focused on the physical, right? And then we go and we think we're being spiritual, right? But to be human is to be able to bring that magic that we can access up here to this planet in real form and start creating change from the ground up. Right? And that's going to happen with women, right? Being it fully in their magical power, raising these magical beings in a way that they are supported versus having this highly sensitive, highly evolved being dipped in a world of sex and violence, right? So that is our passion. And you want to come back and hang out with me, Kathy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I love what you're doing, and I have questions that I think would help everyone understand.
Perfect.
For childhood PTSD, what ages does that mean?
Well, what it is compounded PTSD. So it's complex PTSD.
Oh, that's what it stands for? The
Yes.
C? I'm sorry.
Complex. So what that means is like a person who's growing up in a home where there's violence, there's yelling, there's hitting, right? Maybe sexual violation. And it's not just a one-time thing. It's not just a two-time thing. It's life, right? So they're living in a space of uncertainty, right? Their senses are in high alert, right? And the ones that I find with CPTSD, the really highly sensitive, right? Like they're sensitive to noise, like just in a great world. They're sensitive to noise, they're sensitive to light, they're sensitive to jerky movements, right? And they're in this home where that's all just norm. To sit down and have dinner, hands are flying, and, you know, being in the body is very difficult. Right? And they have to get up and have breakfast with the same person that was possibly in their bedroom the night before. It takes a powerful being to be able to do that and not come apart at the seams. Right? Yep. Now, what I can say is, you know, not everybody that grows up in a home with sex, violence, whatever, ends up with PTSD. But the ones that do are brilliant. They're brilliant. I call them magical savants, right? They came to this planet. They already knew how to do all that. They know how to astral travel. They know how to quantum jump, right? They know. They know how to read your mind. They know how to read upstairs or tomorrow, because that's what keeps them alive, right? Yeah,
Well,
it's amazing.
these people are magical. Most of them, once they've come to terms with their gifts and they embody it again, they're capable of creating at a really high level. Would you agree?
Oh, they're, you know, and what's cool is this is really rapid, like 30 days or 90 days, right? Like 90 days, boom, you're clean, and we're walking you into building blocks for the future, right? Because by the end of that 90 days, people are on purpose. They know why they're here, and they're all here with these really amazing missions, right? And you know, hence them being so tangled up, right?
Yeah.
You know, the likes of us have been running from that for an eternity, right? And we were able to run into the quantum, and you know, and understanding what an amazing power that is, right? Because I can literally, like, first session 30 minutes go, close your eyes, and boom, they're quantum jumping.
I've watched you.
Yeah, and then you'll come back and go, whoa, that's, whoa. Was that real? Whoa, you know? And I'm like, yeah, that is you. That is what you're capable of. We're doing this amazing gathering. I call it the Baby Buddha Retreat. And we're gathering in Mexico. I spent 6 months in the crater where the meteor hit the earth that wiped out the dinosaurs, right? So elementally, I was up on the mesa in New Mexico for 5 months, and then I traveled and, you know, through all the elements over the last year, and came back, and we're gathering up the elementals.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Fairy godmother.
Yeah. So this retreat, which, you know, it's only, you know, I believe, you know, healing comes in 2 phases. There's, you know, cleaning up the debris, and then there's what I call baby Buddha. Because after that, it happens so quickly that a lot of my clients will be like, okay, weird. I feel like a blank slate. And I'm like, how amazing is that? Who do you want to be today? Right? And we start creating. Like, why are you here? Right? So all of the clients that are in that phase, we're going to Mexico, and we have this really amazing retreat center with a pyramid on the property. So we're going to be doing our work and sound baths and musical therapy from the top of that pyramid. Yeah, amazing things.
Okay, so I have questions because lots of people have gone to shamans before to retrieve their soul fragments. But what you're doing is quantum. It's different than a plant medicine ceremony and that kind of a retrieval. Although
what makes it different is, like, I've worked with a lot of people that have done a lot of that work. I too personally had done a lot of that work, right? But what makes it different is that I was given, well, actually, one of my clients in a session got up and she started spinning, right? And what I realized is that the true molecular integration of the fragmented molecules is what's missing. right? And them truly becoming whole with the astral body starts changing that feeling of feeling empty, alone, separate, right? Because what I experienced was like, okay, now all my kids are here, but they're still here on the outside, right? And I think one thing that makes it more solid and real and lasting is that they're doing it themselves.
I see.
They're creating the vortex. The molecules are truly, right, becoming whole with the molecules of the astral body. I guess what I needed and what these folks by this point need is an action, right? And they need to do the action, and they need to have the interaction, you know, because within that space we're also reprogramming, right? By the end, some people go, weird, I forget that happened to me now, right? Which is a completely different space too, right? There's no emotion attached to it anymore. One thing I can say is that EMDR claims one trauma to be able to resolve it in 3 to 12 sessions. We claim 1 to 3 traumas per session.
Wow.
It's fast.
Yeah.
And it's not about the emotion, right? I believe there's every spiritual teacher on the planet has told us we need to depersonalize and detach from emotion, right? It's gooey, it's sticky, and it's not real, right? And our Western world has taught us to be emotional, right, is to be amazing. And it's not true, right? We're not dependable when we're emotional, right? So when we can be in that space, our goal with quantum therapeutics is in that amount of time you're coming into that eye of the needle or the eye of the hurricane, right? You're coming into that space of being in the world and not affected by it, right? And that way your magic is going out straight, purposefully, right? And not like a pellet gun.
Yep. Yeah. Well, also you're grounded. That's the main thing that I've seen when you've worked with people. They were not fully in their body. They were they may have been brilliant, but there's so much of their energy was going outward, they couldn't focus. And there was a lot of I don't know how to say it, but the embodiment is that's where all the power is. And
exactly, right? And that's what's amazing, right? Because I worked with tons of healers on every level. And, you know, being grounded is different than having your astral body aligned with your physical body.
right.
It's different, right? And having the molecules integrated in with the molecules of your astral body is different than gathering up fragments. Like, I don't think people often know what that even means, right? I didn't. So, you know, this is very powerful because those moments that are stuck in those loops are frozen in these folks' head. Like, they know exactly where they are. If I come in and go, what happened when you were 3? Blah, 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 blah.
Wow.
Right? And that's different than fragments that you don't know what's in them, right? Because they're going in and they're opening up these information packets, which is truly what that is, and going, what's real, what's true, right? And what does this kid need to be able to release itself from this loop? so time can reabsorb.
Wow.
Right? And I watch it happen. Right? Now, another thing that's come through this work is the wisdom circuit. Right? And next time I'll bring slides. But the wisdom circuit, these highly savant beings, right, had to dismantle this as we were being denied, and our truths were being denied, right? So to be able to live in this upside down world, they had to turn off the wisdom of all the years and all the lifetimes and all the downloads, all the knowings, right, of anything previous. Boom, shut down, right? The heart, right? Because here's the thing, right? This circuit has not even been shown to us, but the upper portion of the wisdom circuit looks to me in my mind's eye like a pyramid with an eye at the apex, right? Which I see like this, going from left, right brain, third eye back, connecting all of that together through the corpus callosum. Now, neuroscience right now is saying that the corpus callosum is the current control center of all systems, right? They say Einstein's was an amazing superhighway of information, right? So what has happened, because we have been over there for most of our life, we have not been operating our controller, right? So one of the first things we start doing with people is bringing them into that corpus callosum. What does that feel like, right? Bringing balance between the left and right brain, being able to rock back and forth, right? Because what are we, the creatives that can't ever like go from having these ideas to actually doing them? They can't get from left to right brain, right? This is drawing in all the information that our auric field is gathering up, which science says 4 billion bits of information, right? Every 90 seconds or something like that, right? Is coming in and sorting it and sending it back to our left and right brain, right? Now, when we drop down in that circuit from the corpus callosum, drops down and activates the brain cells in the heart muscle. Now, that information is also being funneled up through left and right brain. Right? Now, that circuit drops down, activates the brain cells in the gut, right? Which is our ancient wisdom, our knowings, right? Now, that's balanced information, right? Your gut knowing coming through your heart, going through your intuition, your eyes, your ears, left and right brain. Then you have discernment. Then you have the ability to be in the world and not of it, right? And that's a piece that we've turned off because it wasn't useful as a child, having more knowings than the people that are meant to raise you.
So I always was told that women have a more a better what is it called?
It is women are more easily connected into that, right? We were born to be creators.
Well, I thought physiologically we have more connectors on both sides of our brain.
The corpus callosum is bigger.
Yes. Yes.
So
are you finding that your work works faster on women
absolutely.
than men? Oh, interesting. Interesting. What I'm so excited
about, age doesn't matter either, right? I've got people that are in their 70s. What I love right now is we're really gathering people in their 30s, which, I mean, game on. Like, I don't have to convince them of anything. Like, they're just like, tell me, right? I had this brilliant young man come in, and literally his IQ right, is one of the highest that has ever been tested on an adult in our area. And, you know, his brain was just eating himself up, right? He couldn't put action behind his thoughts. His thoughts were coming in so quickly that, you know, just everything was dispersed and in chaos all the time. And, you know, he was having seizure activity. And to sit with him today and see his life in complete control. And he is on fire about making sure that the world knows about quantum. And so he actually created all the videos that are on our site. And he's a videographer and marketer. So we're very excited. A lot of amazing things are coming. Yes, we absolutely, I'm seeing this question about blackened out missing time. Again, those time loops, that's where that is. So we recover memory and missing time every day. And I laughingly say that, you know, as adults with all the amnesia and are all the time loops, we're living in this scotch taped version of who we are. Yeah. Right? Yeah. We don't really know. Right? We don't really know what's trapped there. We're kind of haunted by it. Like, I mean, when I was younger, like constantly asking my mother what happened to me when I was a baby. Something terrible happened to me when I was a baby. What happened? No. So like that knowingness being denied, right? Finally, in my late 30s, she's like, yeah, something really bad did happen to you. Your dad almost killed you. Right? Blah, 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 blah. My first out-of-body near-death experience. What's the difference? Nothing. Right? Nothing but the amount that you leave behind. It's the only difference. The amount that you leave behind. Another level of brilliance in these children. Right? Because they're able to walk around as this is happening. Right? And leave enough, know how much to leave behind to keep this operating.
Sherry, doesn't everyone need to clear up their childhood trauma? I mean, I know I do, but I think it seems that they say from 1 to 7 is where you pick up a lot of your way the world works. Or doesn't.
Now, I do believe there is a difference. And right now, like PTSD is a big word, right? I do believe that we can have trauma and not have the karmic quantum entanglement of, you know, causing complex PTSD or PTSD, right? You can have, you know, 3 kids in a house living the same exact experience, and one may end up with CPTSD and the other 2 not. And that is dependent on the level of sensitivity, right? Now, I have clients that come in, and yes, we definitely have to work on those programs, right? That are buried down in those early years. And the quantum process that we use helps us pinpoint those thought patterns and those moments in time where we can go back and make those shifts, right? So there is a little bit different process depending on whether there's time loops or there's reprogramming. If there's time loops, we have to do both, right?
So if you don't remember part of your childhood, you see,
then you have PTSD.
Huh?
Then you have PTSD.
I do then.
Yeah, for sure, right? And if you're getting kind of triggered back, right? A flashback is just a quantum jump back, right? If you're having huge emotional spills to something, I'd be exploring that, right? You can't be in the world and not of it and having emotional spills, right? Now people say, does that mean you're not feeling anything? Of course not. But what you're feeling is relevant to the moment, right? And you're not bringing always in, and you're not bringing shoulds, woulds, coulds, don'ts, can'ts, won'ts in. You're saying, I prefer that didn't happen today. Thank you. Right? And your words are on purpose, right? Because these are amazing, amazing magicians, right? Most of the time their magic is going like this, right? Yep. They'll start out in a positive sentence and you turn back, right? So we're manipulating all that too. Like I said, we're working within all 5 systems. We're not saying, oh, we are going to have a spiritual session, right? You're a spiritual being. So everything we're doing is a spiritual session. Everything we're doing is a physical session. We watch physical things disappear as systems come into balance.
Makes total
right?
sense. Mm-hmm.
Everything, right? We watch vocabulary and choice of word and the ability to speak clearly and succinctly happen, boom, right? A lot of times people will come in with so many words that you're just sifting, trying to figure out what they're saying to you, right? And within 2 or 3 weeks, they're dropping down to where there's clarity in that thought. The thought is going from beginning to end. It's not hopping from half a sentence here, half a sentence here, you know, a bunch of filler words, right? In the words of the great white wizard, right? Like he was the most succinct speaker that I have witnessed to date. And, you know, his words, no matter how you twist them, how you turn them upside down, can't disprove them. Right?
Wonderful. Wonderful.
You know, you can't disprove them. So I find because this population of folks have spent most of their lives trying to defend even being able to breathe, defend their thoughts, validate their thoughts, right? Everything they know to be true is being questioned 24/7, right? So when they can turn around and start having their thoughts clear and succinct, and their voices are coming out like this, right? They are the truth prophets, right? I say on the planet, right? It's just in delivery. So go ahead.
We have about 10 minutes at the most coming up. So I thought maybe I could, if it's okay, that I'd start putting some of the questions or comments so that you could get, okay, so Greg said, wow, Sherry is hitting on a subject I've been working on for 2 years with moderate success.
Well, you know, this has been a journey. This has been 12 years of research and traveling the planet and studying with shamans, studying with the Wayata. Like I have been everywhere under the sun. In New Mexico, I was with the Native Americans and the rock spirits and the fairies. And, you know, we were everywhere I went, like trying to bring that balance into this conversation so that it could be received from both sides, right? I mean, that's really our mission, is to walk down the middle and be like, I don't care where you're coming from. This is going to make sense.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is partially for you and partially for Omar, but it's talking about shadow work. And I think that's what this opportunity, this time period that we're in, gave a lot of people an opportunity to work on their shadow work.
And I guess for myself, like I really, and I work with those I work with to use growth-oriented language. And, you know, I feel that going into integrity and working on bringing ourselves into the highest, best possible magical being that we can be, right, is the highest thing we can do for the planet. And it's not, there's so much fear. There's so much fear.
Well, I think it's shame too. I think that there's
but on all sides, right?
Yeah.
You know, I've had, you know, even from the spiritual world, been shamed around forgiveness and different things, and I'm like, hey, walk in my shoes for a second before you talk about that, because it's probably a different conversation. And, you know, that's something that I think we, you know, in integrity, when we're reaching out, there is many different levels where people are accessing information, and we have to be on our toes around that, you know?
well, the world is
I, you know, this is such a powerful, to me, I don't believe this to be a scary time. I think this is the most amazing time. I feel so grateful that I'm here right now, because everything that's happened in my life so far makes sense, right? The world is changing, and it's only going to change with us, right? And it's going to change with us thinking about solution and growth and what could be different. And I'm watching it in our area. I'm watching physicians take over, and these organizations that are popping up, and they're like negating everything that is insurance and everything. And you watch, we're going to be doing that in a half a second.
Yep.
Right? We are going to have a center, and we are going to be doing exactly that in a half a second. Right? So to me, COVID, I traveled the world. It didn't affect my existence in one iota of way.
okay. Okay. So this is what Greg said. Humans have been in an abusive relationship for thousands of years. We're not bad or sinners. That's the religious archon program used by religions and control structures. We are waking up to this. I think our souls chose this journey, this lesson. Do you agree with that?
I'm here absolutely on purpose. My clients are here on purpose. And I guess I see it more as a build, right, than something scary. I think it's very exciting to say, okay, like, what's going to come out of this rubble? And we get to choose that. We get to choose that. And I'm excited for that.
Yeah. Yes, sometimes faster than others. It's the way. So everyone makes a change in their own way. People have been saying that we're making quantum leaps, and then some people like hear this Dorina saying, I think it's pretty scary. So we have people all over the board that are.
I understand. You know, it's just like, I think when we remodel our kitchen, you get to the middle of that and it's unpleasant. But, right, the middle has to be there. And I guess one thing I can say from having lived the life I've lived, right? My dad almost killed me twice. I had 3 sexual abusers. Life, you know, I woke up most days not taking tomorrow for granted, right? Ever, you know, and I think that what I've seen is that on the other side of that, there is so much that comes, right? And in my mind, we have to shake for something new to come. And that's where we are. And while everything's shaking, I'm like, let's get in integrity. Let's get on purpose. Let's work on ourselves and bring the magic back.
Yeah, there's a lot. So Jenny said she concurs that it's been great for her. And Greg saying, what kind of modalities or exercises do you use in your practice?
As I said, this is a brand new modality, right, called quantum therapeutics. And, you know, we are working to rival anything that you would find online, EMDR, brain balance, all of those modalities. So yeah, we have our own system. But what's interesting is in the 80s, right, the CIA was doing research on the same exact process. The same exact process, and they called it the gateway experience, hence the vortex, right? The gateway experience, and they shut it down. There's a lot of money made in sick people, right?
Right.
And, you know, so when we can recognize that, you know, it's cool to watch people start releasing the labels, right? And converting them into magic labels.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how brilliant all these lights are shining as they get cleaned, because it really is like a cleaning process.
Oh, it truly is. And like, you know, just amazing things, like, you know, and they're just showing up around them, right? I have one young woman who just like this whole cybersecurity thing for the people, right? Just download, boom.
Right.
Out of nowhere.
Why do you think some things don't come out right away? Do you think it's your psyche protects you from fragmentation because you couldn't handle it?
What do you mean things come out right away?
Well,
You mean,
okay,
why
so
doesn't somebody remember?
your process is what, three sessions to get you out of the time loop, because basically
No, it's 90 days. This is a
90 days,
lifetime
okay.
process. I was in New Zealand and I watched the chief of the tribe clear somebody's entire timeline in 20 minutes. Yes, it can be done. Did the woman live any differently? No.
Oh.
So within that, you know, what happens with this is we are reprogramming. We're working within we're working with people's behaviors. We're working with how they're choosing their words, right? We're working on creating who they want to be when they're not that, right? And those are choices, right? And so that was assigned to me that, hey, this has to go at people's pace. Some people get through it very quickly, right? And some people need time to evaluate. If suddenly it drops in and you go into a loop where you find that, you know, everything you thought about your father was a lie, it takes a second to process that. Yeah. It's not like you're just going to zap into being a different person. Right? Now, I've worked long enough. Now, and people that have worked with me enough, right, can come and boom, we can dive into those moments and clean them up. But there's enough foundation underneath that to have it stick, right? To be able to still be in balance after that information is downloaded in. Because nothing is the same tomorrow after you know that thought. Nothing's the same with anyone that you thought you loved after you knew that thought. Right? And that's who I walk through. Right? And we have to keep the oars steady, right? As they're coming to terms with what life looks like when it's true and not scotch taped together.
Perfect. So I put your website on. I want to make sure everyone knows how to reach you. And you do have capabilities to work distant.
Oh, yeah, I work distantly most often.
Yeah.
And we also have an app. So reach out to us, right? Community at let me see, it's brand new. Community.quantumtherapeuticscollective.
Oh.
Right? Sign up. Sign up, we'll get you in there, and that is your people, right? These people are all standing in the same place, dealing with the same things, understanding their magic, understanding why they're here, grappling with why they're here. And we're going to set the world on fire, right? And the app is super cool, and place for us to gather and disperse information to the right people. Like, we're having a mini virtual retreat right now where we're really breaking down how to control your energies and what is the difference between dissociation and an out-of-body experience. Like, we're diving through all that. And so we're going to have things like that all the time.
Wow. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. What I'm excited about, I know you're a magical being, a magical resource for people, but the real excitement is that you've been able to replicate it so others can help others, so this can go en masse, and that it's available to be delivered virtually as well as in person. So people don't have to go to the Betty Ford Center or anything like that.
No. And actually, we're getting ready to develop a virtual retreat center where you can, a virtual retreat center. That's coming. So that's
cool.
Yeah.
So wonderful. So Dorina said, thank you. Looks interesting. Just checked your website. So people are checking out your site.
Now, here's the thing too, like, and it's been a test for me as we're moving into this expansion, because we're training psychotherapists, therapists, other life coaches. And, after the first level 1 training, the psychotherapist went right in Monday morning, and we were getting all day these hits around, oh my gosh, this woman has never smiled in 8 months, and she smiled today at the end of this session.
Isn't that cool?
Right. So that's super cool. And, she's coming into our level 1 training, understanding that there is a little more to it than just the magic zap. But anywho, that's what I'm super excited, is to see it go into hands of people who already have people sitting in front of them.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, we're out of time. Could you just say one more time your website, and hopefully the people will find the app there?
Yeah, quantumtherapeutics.com. Yeah, and you can totally join the app right there. There's a button that'll take you right there to sign up, and there's tons of resources on the website as well. And
wonderful.
And join us. We're having fun.
Thank you, dear. Thank you for the gift that you are. This is really powerful work.
Thank you for thinking about me.
Of course, always. Okay, bye, Sherry.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. So, Omar, my cats have come in and out a couple times. Hi, Stone. Do you want to? Oh, there we go. Yay.
Oh, look at my hair. It's a mess.
Oh, mine too. It doesn't matter.
Let those antennas out, people.
Oh, honestly, I hope you enjoyed Sherry. She is a magical being. She has so much fairy energy, and when I work with people, my third eye is really busy pulling stuff in. Well, when I worked with her, she jumped into the only person ever. She jumped into my third eye and went with me.
Mm.
She is really a powerful healer.
Mm. Are you muted, Omar?
That would be quite the thing to experience. Somebody jumping into my third eye and taking me in, running off with it.
Well, you can trust it. You can trust it. And the thing is that you'll see this is the future of treatment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
for these kind of traumas, and everyone there's a version of this trauma that everyone's carrying
Yeah.
at
Oh
some
yeah.
level.
Yeah. I suffer from PTSD. Some pretty good. So I think I might look into that and see how I can help heal a little bit of that, because it's kind of works as an energetic anchor, right? So I'd like to cut that anchor off and just keep moving forward.
What I
Mhm.
found is I was able to, because of my being on alert, because of how I grew up, I still can go into a restaurant and hear the conversation at the next table, tell you exactly what they're doing, know what's happening all around me. And what Sherry's work does is it pulls you back in here so you can be whole and complete and focus. So you still have your superpowers. You can expand your perspective, your perceptions as far as you want, but you want to be able to do both.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I
Yes,
live in a state
use
of
it.
hypersensitivity. I can, going through different accidents, when you lose one form of senses, the others kick in. So when you've gone through the whole cycle of losing your hearing, your sight, your sound, your verbal, the whole works, it all kicks in all the way around. So you go. I listen. I'm always listening. I said the other day, I hear engines when cars and trucks and stuff go past. I can hear them a couple of miles away because of where I'm located, and I can identify who and how many times, whether they're carrying a load, who's going by. And this is because of the constant programming of, okay, he's coming home soon, the footsteps through the house, you got to break all of these different, there's so many programs attached to all of this. And then you've got younger people who've gone through different forms of sexual abuse. They have no memory of it.
Right.
And through the discovery process, there's been people out there that predate on that information, predate on that knowledge base, and use it to trigger later on. But the physical also holds on to these memory imprints, and you can see these telltale signs. It's when I learnt what they were saying PTSD is, I started to break down. I had to actually go to and study counseling, psychology, because I didn't understand the language that was being spoken to me when I was going through counseling. And I'd already been, taken off everything that I had. And so this was just another area that I saw being harvested from me, leaving me put back into stuck states. And they were the whole time collecting information. So I went and I started studying psychology, and what I found was, no, I can't work with those people. I can see what they're doing, and they're not actually helping anyone. So the first thing I did was teach myself exactly what PTSD was, what compounded and complex injuries were, and right down to finding other forms of PTSD like cultural, environmental forms of it. So there's all levels, but there is ways to break through it once you have the basic understandings of what these words are, how these words are used at you, how the program, unfolds. It's absolutely amazing. I really love listening, and I look forward to hearing more of her work and seeing more of her work.
Oh,
So
it's
thank you for that.
remarkable.
Lovely. Yes, lovely.
Yes. And the way that she does it is it's very kind. There's nothing clinical about it. So
Yeah.
All right.
Very
So
good.
with that synopsis covered, let's bring on our star sister Leanne for a 10-minute stretch. We're going to need it because we have a film coming up, and we have the film producer and the film creator with us in the studio. He'll be here shortly. And then afterwards, we're going to have a panel discussion and discuss NDEs and things like that. And the same thing's going to go with this panel as I usually do. I'm not going to lead the panel in any which way, shape, way, or form. I'm just going to let it generically and just naturally take form and shape. We'll go around the room and we'll take questions from the audience, and and if anybody in the audience would like to join our panel, the NDE panel, and if you're an NDE experience or have interest in it or are educated in it, you're more than welcome to join the panel. I'll put the link to the studio into the chat rooms. So with that being said, let's bring Leanne on.
And one more time, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. It's been a blast.
It's been fun. It wouldn't be the same without you, Kathy.
Oh, thanks.
It's been amazing, and I can't wait to do it again. I'm addicted now.
yeah. Well, we'll be talking.
Oh yeah, I know.
Oh, thank you, guys.
Let's
Bye-bye.
bring our star sister on. Where is she at? There she is. Let's bring her on. All right. Do you got music going on?
Hello.
Are you sharing music with us? Okay, New Realities. We'll be back. Can't hear you, sis. Having a hard time hearing you. Are we good? Let me hear your voice, see if we can hear you. Can't hear you, hon. Can't hear you. Leanne, can't hear you. Leanne, we can't hear you. Leanne. Hello, Leanne. Leanne, can't hear you, Leanne. I don't think she can hear me, guys. So maybe this will be a silent stretch. So maybe just follow what Leanne is doing. Oh, Leanne, we are having a hard time hearing you. We can't hear you, Leanne. I think she said reach up and stretch. Now something to do with the back. Leanne! Hello, 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 hello. I hope you guys can read lips really good while you're being stretched by Leanne. Hello, Leanne. La 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 la. Leanne, Leanne, Leanne. Okay, I'm gonna attempt my telepathy superpower here with Leanne. Here we go. Didn't work. I can't unmute her from this end either. Terrible. I beg your pardons. I can't hear anything that you're saying, Leanne. I beg your ancestors. Leanne, can't see Leanne? Oh, Leanne's gone now. I was begging her ancestors to maybe tell me what she was saying, but the ancestors didn't come through either. So maybe Leanne will come back. But anyways, thank you very much to our beautiful star sister, Leanne Curtis, for that Charlie Chaplin style stretch, right? We did the quiet way. We observed silence and decided to work on our lip reading skills. That was amazing. I thought I saw the back, something to do with the back and reach for the top. So I'm a good lip reader. And if you guys want to learn for a small fee, I'll be able to provide that service for you guys. There you go. You're still there and you're still not saying anything. You're still mute. Okay. So we have a film that is being featured, and we have the producer and the creator of the film in the house. So I'm going to bring James Bonato on. James, I can see you in the studio. I see that you're in the green room. I've seen you there for the last several minutes while I was trying to get Leanne's attention. So we will bring you on. Hello, my beautiful star brother. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. It's great to be here.
That is so nice to hear. And I'm so happy that you are here because you've created this amazing film that you've graciously decided to share with us so that our audience can gain some awareness in this. I think the 10 days are catching up with me now. So you graciously have decided to share your film with us. And what an incredible film it is, James. I've watched it a couple of times now, and I really resonated with it. And I've reached out to some friends of mine who also have had NDE experiences. So I hope that they can join us for this panel afterwards, because it's really good to engage about what we see afterwards, right? Because this is not like a Marvel Iron Man movie where we can watch it and when it's over and say, okay, good enough, that was a good movie, and just walk off and forget about it until the next time. This is something that we should create conversation around and create dialogue around, because the gifts that have been activated in some people and what they saw beyond the gates here and what they've seen here, that's just a world of information that we can really learn from and raise our awareness on. So if you will please quickly give us a quick download and introduce the movie, and I'll toss her up and we'll get going.
Grace at all. Let's just start, and I'll be here right after the movie.
I love it. I love your attitude, James.
Okay, great.
So let's put it on, and I will remove everyone from the stage, and then we will get into this movie. Are you guys ready for this movie, guys? I know I am, so I'm going to add it, and then I'm going to just quickly pause it for a second so that we don't have any buffering going on in the background. And here, let me also change this up to a total black background so that we don't have any distractions in the background. As I said, I watched this movie a couple of times now, and it is a wonderful film, nicely put together, and the testimonies and the uploads that these guys are giving are next level. I would say to listen and hear, and very, very closely. And if you're taking notes, do so, because this is some very, very important information. So with that being said, I will shut my cam. And here we are in full screen. And then we will start in 9, 8, 7, skip a few, 1, 0.
I died ice climbing.
My name is Jennifer Dean, and my near-death experience was from an adverse reaction to chemotherapy treatments.
My name is Chris Batts. My near-death experience was my suicide attempt.
My name is Sharon Milliman, and I died when I was struck by lightning.
Some people fear death, others do not. But it's safe to say that almost all of us are curious about what happens after our heart clock takes its supposed final tick. The NDE, near-death experience, has over 10 million documented accounts in the United States alone. Here are just a few NDEers who tell their chronicle of what lies ahead.
It was 1981, and I was a national student exchange student at Montana State University. I went down to the outing club, and I found a tag outside the outing club of a man asking for a partner to go to Alberta and British Columbia for a 10-day ice climbing and snow caving trip. 8 days snow caving, 1 day ice climbing. So we met, and we found that we had complementary skills. We geared ourselves up, and we left. The thing that made our climb so difficult was that I only had one ice axe instead of two. I had a hammer in one hand and an axe in the other. Ice climbing is not like backpacking. Backpacking, you can go back down the trail if things look tough. But ice climbing, you have to complete the climb and go to the rappel in order to get off. You can't go back down the way you came up. And so for hours before we reached our destination, we knew the kind of trouble that we were in. So we're sitting on the top of the climb, and hypothermia begins. We get the physical shakes, we shiver. We shiver so that every muscle, large and small, contracts, feels like in opposite situations. And so I'm shaken and my jaw is clattering, and the sweat that's touching my skin is now freezing. I'm beginning to freeze, and we knew the situation was desperate. My feet were frozen blocks of ice. I couldn't bend my toes. I still can't feel my big toe. There came this moment when I realized I was not going to get out of this, and then I began to fall asleep. And I would fall asleep, which is last stages. I'd fall asleep, I'd collapse, I'd be unconscious, I would black out, I'd fall down and hit the ledge I was standing on, helmeted head, wake up because of the crash, stand back up, pull myself up, pull the rope, repeat. I don't know how many times. And then I stood up this time. And as I stood up this last time, my peripheral vision had a big black circle around it, and like a spotlight, and it just collapsed. And I watched it, I looked around, and as I looked around, it followed my vision, so I knew it was in my head, and it just, until it was gone. And as it blacked out, I thought, oh, I'm falling asleep. Well, this is weird, I've never seen this before. I must be passing out. And when it went black, I didn't pass out. I didn't black out. I was in darkness, but I was conscious in darkness, and all of my pain was gone. And in my vision in front of me, where the mountain had been, when I'd been standing, it just felt like it looked like it opened up for me into this vast darkness, this vast horizon, far as I could see. And I could see that it was darkness. I could see this darkness extending sort of from my peripheral vision outward into infinity. And I remember wondering, what is this? And way, way far in the furthest distance was a little pinprick, like a pinprick through a piece of paper with light behind it. And suddenly there was a bit of light in the middle of this darkness, and that light came rushing toward me at incredible speed, faster than the distance it could have covered, the speed of light. It was so far away and came so fast, and as it came toward me, it expanded and got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger proportionally, and it was almost at the snap of a fingers. It was right on me, and it communicated to me telepathically. I heard it inside of myself, and it said to me without language, I'm taking you. And I thought, you're not taking me. And I took all of my willpower that I had strengthened myself with, or was strengthened by through the night, and I put it up as a shield, and it just reached right through and took me, plucked me right out. And in the moment of the plucking, I had this overwhelming sense of all power, all powerful. And it just took me. And I was like a rag doll in a boat in a river. And I was enveloped inside of this intellect because it was talking to me the whole time, saying, I love you, here's comfort, here's healing. And it swept me up and out. I talk in metaphor here. I say up and out, I say angel, I say intellect. None of these come close to what it is. It's so much more. All I can do is approximate it. And so I was comfortable. I was fearless. I was home. I was me. And then I tell my story in a sequence of events, but there's no sequence of events because this is timelessness. I know I'm in timelessness. It's not just the now, the eternal now, which it is. It's all time everywhere in the eternal now. It's not just linear time in our universe or how time bends. It's all time. And it's all right where I am. And it shows me my human life. And in my human life, it sees all of my dark corners. There's nothing hidden from it. And I go through a hell of my own making. I go through all of the pain that I gave away in my life to everyone in sequence from their point of view, as if I'm inside them experiencing the moment that I gave it to them and their emotional response to the meanness or the cruelty or the wound that I intended to give them. Every single event in which I caused pain to somebody, I experience from inside of them, and I see all the justifications and reasons that I had for causing their pain. All of this expresses inside of my head simultaneous to what I experience from inside of them, and I judge myself. I judge myself as guilty. I am guilty for causing them undeserved pain. But I judge myself not against myself or against them. I judged myself against the immensity of the love in which I am immersed. The love is speaking inside of me, saying, I love you, But it's not just the words, I love you. It's an experience of infinite love. And it filled me, expanding me, making me bigger and larger till my energy self felt like if another bit was entered into me, I would have obliterated into non-being. In the state of awe and adoration, I asked, am I dead? And the voice said, yes, you're dead. Come home. It's time for you to come home. I said, but I haven't gone through the tunnel yet. And the voice said, no, come home. Choose. Make a choice. And I said, but my parents can't afford to lose another child. Can I come back here? Can I go back there and be with my parents to lessen some of their suffering? And can I then come back to the state of my divine being? And the voice said, yes. The first thing that happened to me coming back into the world of suffering was suffering, and I immediately regretted it. I regretted my choice. And as my brain came back online, I began to hear, and I began to hear noise and sound, and eventually it becomes screaming and yelling and shouting, and this thing I'm in sight of, which I don't understand, begins to move, and my eyes open, and I begin to see, and I don't understand seeing or where I am or who I am or what I am. I have no understanding of what's going on except for pain. All I know is pain, and I get pulled, and I begin to stand up, and it's Tim, and he's shouting at me and yanking at me and trying to drag me up, and he's yelling, and I begin to understand what he's saying. He's like, you were dead, you were dead, you were dead. If you died, I was going to die. And he's crying, and he must have been crouched over me trying to wake me, and I was unresponsive, and I stood up, and I don't know where I am, and I don't even know what his name is. And finally I begin to understand the language he's using. And then he says, pull the rope, and I yank the rope, and it comes free on the first pull. And we descend, and we go to the car, and my brain is now functioning. And I don't know what's going on, but I know everything I knew before. From that point on, I've never been the same person. I came back a different being. I'm still my soul. The problem isn't that I came back a different being, it's that now I know who I am. I know where I'm from, I know to whom I belong, and the world doesn't ever change that.
When I was 13 years old, I was diagnosed with acute lymphocytic leukemia, and this is 1995. They didn't particularly know what to do back then for leukemia. My parents were literally told that they knew more about leukemia in cats. So I underwent aggressive chemotherapy treatments because most of it was experimental. And they had told my parents, this is a 50-50 shot. We don't really know. And I ended up having a massive adverse reaction to intrathecal chemotherapy. I remember it like it was yesterday. I was wheeled down to go get my first round of radiation to my brain because the radiation was part of the protocol as well. And I still have the tattoos on my face that they tattooed to make sure they have to make sure it's in the same spot every time because it's killing cells. So they wheeled me down. I was with my mom. I was sitting in my wheelchair. I was eating a piece of candy. And I was the next patient to go. And I remember they made me take out my earrings to go do this because I had earrings in because I was bald and I kind of looked like a boy because I was young. So I put earrings in. So they were like, take the earrings out. You can't have them. And I remember looking in the mirror at myself. And it felt weird. I don't know. It felt like I was just staring into my soul. Next thing you know, my head went. Like, I was having a hard time holding my head up. And then my whole arm, my left arm went dead. Then my left leg went dead. And I looked over at my mom and I said, Mom, something's wrong. I don't feel good. And she panicked because my mouth was drooping. And it looked like I was having a stroke. And she was a home health aide for years. She knew what that looked like. So she ran, she got the nurse. They put me in my bed. They called my oncologist. He came up. And when he looked at me, he looked super scared. I said, am I going to die? Because I just looked, the fear was, I just felt it. And I was like, am I going to die? And he said, I don't know. And then that's when I was just like, well, this is it. I was at peace with that. I was okay with that. And then all of a sudden, my left side started to come back. And I was able to talk again. And it was just weird. It kind of reversed. And the doctors were just, they didn't know what was happening. I was eating my lunch, and all of a sudden I was eating a carrot, and I went to swallow the carrot, and I almost choked. And my dad looked over at me very quickly, and I looked at him and said, it's happening again. But he said I didn't say that. There was just tears, my eyes filled with tears, and my voice was shaky, and it just sounded like gibberish, but I was trying to say it's happening again, and then boom, I was out. I fell unconscious. At this point, the chemotherapy was not done attacking my brain. So I slipped into a vegetative state. So they told my parents, I'm either going to be a vegetable the rest of my life or I'm going to be dead. So they told my family to call the family, have them come, say goodbye, because she's not going to make it out of this. And I was slipping deeper. So I was like in and out of consciousness. Now, when I slipped out the last time, I ended up in like a very peaceful, loving void, which is what it's called. It's just peaceful darkness. I wasn't afraid. I was completely at peace, completely accepting of whatever was happening. After that, I was very intuitive. Like my father always even said, like she always knew what to do with for herself, you know? So I would, even to learn how to talk again, I would listen to music and try to keep up with the words. And it's just ever since going to that void, I don't fear death at all. Not even one single bit. If anything, when I came out of that, I figured that wherever I was, I want to do as much good on this earth so I can go back there. That's how peaceful it was. It wasn't scary, because a lot of people think the dark would be like a scary place. Not at all. I don't know if it was the beginning of the tunnel, some people say. I am not sure. I just know it was complete peace. I had a long go at a lot of pain in my physical life with the chemotherapy treatments. So to be in peace like that was just, there's no words. There are no words to describe that. Coming back, however, was a little bit rough. Because you come back to the body and there's a lot of work, there's pain. So then when my loved one passed away, it just took me to a dark place because I was already depressed. And then I started to really lose my faith. And then when I was in this dark place contemplating, like, why am I here? Why am I still here? Like, I don't get this. I'm in pain every day of my life. Then 2 months later, I became pregnant with my son. I look back, I see it was the dark night of the soul. And it was like almost an initiation into motherhood for me, because that was the biggest thing I've ever wanted in my life. To actually feel life grow inside of me, and it was amazing. It was so healing. And when I gave birth, it was interesting because when I was pushing my son out, I heard the nurse go, okay, on the count of 3, push. And I heard 1, and then I was gone. And I ended up in the peaceful void again. And I came back to her saying, good job. So she said 2, 3, and push, but I was not there for that. And they say that childbirth is like an out-of-body experience, and it truly is. It was like an initiation. My son initiated me into motherhood. And I am so grateful because I was in such a dark place. And I cry because I think if I had given up, I was this close to my son and I would have like missed out on his whole life. Every time I look at him, it's like I feel God's love. I feel what I felt as close as it can get on earth to God's love and what I felt in that void through my son.
Everything all started when I was 6 months old. My mom was on her way to a modeling career, and this is what my grandma told me. So she was on her way to being a model. She was going to do something, like she was going to do a lot of things. She got pregnant by a guy that she met, and they had me. So I guess that was like the mistake. Dad wasn't really around. He tried to kill me when my mom was pregnant, but he got sent to jail for selling drugs. So he was in prison for a while, like the first few years of my life. My mom, at 6 months old, I don't know if it was postpartum or what, but she felt that having a kid messed up her whole life. So she threw me in a neighborhood dumpster. So what ended up happening is the neighbor just so happened to be taking out her trash, and she heard a baby crying. Like, out of all the time she happened to take out her trash, and she says, "Oh my God." She digged through the trash can and said, I know this baby. She knew my mom. So my grandma was at church, so she calls my grandma's church and says, "You need to come home because your grandson is in the dumpster and he's with me, and I'm not taking him anywhere. I'm not letting him go with anyone until you get here." So my grandma came, and so, after that they went to court. My grandma got custody of me. Judge told her she could never have me again. So I was with my grandma up until I was 4 years old. The reason my grandma ended up getting sick, she had a nervous breakdown. So she was in the hospital for a year. So during this time I was going a couple places until I ended up moving into my mom's sister's place. This sister was like the worst. They had kids of their own, but I was the outside kid. I was a lot of abuse there. This was the worst, darkest times of my life. A lot of abuse, a lot of physical and like mental abuse. It was all bad. I didn't have any confidence, anything in myself since I was a kid. So over the years, I say I was about 8 years old, start cutting myself to like, as my own therapy. I tried to like kill myself when I was 8 years old. Because 8 years old, I felt like I was grown already. I felt like my life was already wasted. By the time I was 9 or 10, I started having a better release and I started writing lyrics, music lyrics. This right here after high school started making me really more, it brought the depression back. And then it brought social anxiety. I was so like in fear of people. I didn't even want to go on the bus because I knew people would stare at me when I walk on the bus. And I'm like, oh, they're probably talking about me now or something like that. Social anxiety sucks. So that just went from not caring, and more depression came. The darker it seems like my soul got, like I just didn't care about anything. There's no reason for me to be here. I kept calling, asking for God for some type of like message or something. It seemed like everything was bad. I wasn't getting anything back from him. So I said, I'm gonna plan myself a suicide. I'm gonna get out of here. And during my childhood, I see my mom, I can count maybe on one or two hands the amount of times I've seen her. So I really don't know much about her. I just know every time I seen her, she would always tell me things like, she's not my mom and she doesn't want me. And how lucky I was for her not to abort me. And I should just be grateful for that. So one day I was arguing with a friend. I left their house and they sort of knew what was going on. So I just left. As I'm walking down the street, I hear their car. They honk the horn and they're like, get in the car, get in the car. I got in the car, and at all the moments in the world, my mom calls me. I'm talking to my mom and I'm thinking, how the hell did she get my number in the first place? She tells me, your grandma gave me your number. She told me you were asking about her to ask if I talked to you. I called you to let you know I'm not your mom. I don't want you. I never wanted you. Get this through your head. You're not my son. So I looked at my phone and I said, fuck you, you never were. That's how I said it. And I rolled down the window, tossed it out. I looked at my friend in the driver's side. Now imagine somebody that's suicidal already. They're planning it. So my mom could have been that ultimate thing that made me change my mind. Didn't happen. So what she said basically confirmed that I'm gonna do this. I'm out of here. So I looked at my friend in the driver's side and I said, fuck this. Opened the door and jumped out. And I just remember this boom sound on the when my head hit the concrete. And that's when I had my near-death experience. That's when all the near-death experience started. So I just, that boom, after that was like this nothingness. Everything was slow motion, like just slow. And there was like these different colors, like blue and black and red, just all these colors, but literally there was nothing there. Then I felt this ultimate presence where I knew it was God. So the first thing I'm thinking during this time is like, oh man, I'm like, I'm gonna burn. Like, I'm gonna burn. And I felt a bunch of love behind this entity. I didn't see it with my eyes. I just felt it. But you know it's that ultimate God, what I know him as. So I'm like, you know what? Okay, I get it now. I get it. I'm not gonna kill myself now. Just kidding. Let me go back and get perfect, and then I'll come back to you. And that entity, God, was like, no, like, I want you now, like how you are now. And I'm like, what, me? Like, yeah, I want you now. So I had a bunch of questions in my head, like, oh, like, because I didn't know it was God. So I'm like, who is this? So literally the order was like, I am God. Yes, I am real. Yes, angels are real. They're a gift from me. Want to meet them? And I was like, no. It's like, no. I definitely didn't even believe in angels. I thought that was just for TV. I seen this projection screen, and here's a like video of this prostitute walking by, and then he's like, I love her. Then here's a guy in a business suit with a briefcase walking by, says, I love him. Then here's a video of a guy like on a skateboard with a big joint in his mouth. He goes, I love him. What I took from that was he doesn't have favorites. Like, God loves everyone the same. That's what I took from that. He didn't say those exact words, but that's the message I got from those. So I'm like, well, what am I supposed to tell everyone? Like, if I go back, they're going to think I'm a real life crazy person. And he says, go and tell everyone that I love them. Like, you can't make this stuff up. Like, this is not human stuff right here. So I felt, I didn't see, I just felt him get like on a knee and give me a hug. The tightest hug, the most safest hug I've ever gotten. I didn't want it to end. I felt like I was more like at peace during this. Now I'm seeing angels. I see all these angels in groups. Now I didn't see God, but I seen these angels. I'm looking at them. There was two angels in particular that I, for some reason, was attached to right away. And they both grabbed one side of my arm, other grabbed the other side. And they're like, it's okay. Don't be scared. We love you. You're going to be okay. And then in the softest voice, he was like, you have so much to do for so many people. And I'm like who, me? I have so much to do for so many people. I look down. I see my body on the floor. I see the paramedics right here. And they're like, no, you need to realize stuff like this does happen. You're not gonna believe it. It's like, you need to look again. So I look down again, and then like a camera, it zooms way close to my face. So I seen everything. Like, here's my body, here's my friend on their phone, separated way far apart from me. And then here's the paramedics here, and then there were so many like flashing lights. And I just remember that you have so much to do for so many people thing. I didn't understand any of it then. But I was like, I'll go back and do it. Even though my life sucks anyway. So I said, okay, I'll go back. But snap of a finger, I guess I'm back in my body. Next thing, I woke up a couple of days later in the hospital. And as soon as I woke up, I'm in ICU, and all the nurses are just looking at me and start calling me miracle and saying how much of a miracle I was, and they thought I wasn't coming back.
This happened in 2005, and I was sitting on the back steps behind my house, and it had started to rain. And the man I was married to at the time, he was an electrician, and he had just got home from work. And I was talking on a cordless phone, and I asked him if it was okay to sit underneath the roof on the stairs and be on the cordless phone in the rain, and he told me it was okay. So I continued talking, and after he went in, it was about 5 minutes later, and I heard a loud crack. Well, there was thunder in the distance, and then all of a sudden there was a loud crack. And I saw the lightning bolt come out of the sky, and it hit my right arm. And after it hit me, it traveled underneath the house, and it blew the transformer that was in front of our house. And I immediately felt the searing, burning, agonizing pain. And then I just kind of popped up out of my body, like peeling a banana, and I just peeled right up out of myself. And I went into my house. I didn't know I was dead. And I went into my house, and I started walking around. And I walked into the kitchen, and I looked, everything had this burnt gold look to it. And I looked at the curtains by my kitchen sink, and they weren't my curtains. And then I went into the dining room, and I noticed that the furniture wasn't my furniture. And I was really confused. I didn't know what was going on. And I started to panic because I knew that was my house. I could get around in it, but nothing in it was mine. And I didn't understand what was happening. And I started to get really, really upset. And just as I started to completely lose it, this huge, huge, formless, loving presence appeared and just filled me full of this amazing love that I've never felt in my whole life. And it was like he just wrapped me in this pink blanket, and he held on to me. And I knew that presence was God. There was this, it was like watching a screen, an old-fashioned movie on an old-fashioned movie reel. I saw my whole life and it was black and white, and it was really fast, and then it was over really quick. But it was everything from the time I was born until the day, that moment that I died. I didn't know what to do with it. And it was just over that quick. And it was like, okay, something is missing. I don't know what it is. And my life must have been really boring because it's over so quick, And what was missing is that my whole life I thought we were supposed to judge ourselves, that God would judge us. But he didn't. He just loved me. He didn't judge me at all. And I didn't judge me because I didn't know I was supposed to. And so it was just over so fast. And I thought, okay, well, it is what it is. And I didn't feel bad, or I felt loved, totally and completely loved. So at that point, I realized that God doesn't judge us. We judge ourselves. And I didn't do that. And so there was nothing more. And so then after that was over, I heard a male voice. And he said, what you put out into the universe will come back to you. And I had never heard those words before. So I didn't know what that really meant. And I was just in awe of the beauty that I was seeing and the love that I was feeling and the acceptance. Had never felt that in my life. And it was so, I soaked it all up. So I started thinking about my parents and I said, God, you made my parents. You are in my parents. So when I see my parents, I see you. He said, yeah, that's right. And I was like, oh golly. Well, then I started thinking about my children, and I said the same thing about them. You made them, you're in them, so when I see them, I see you. And then when I started thinking about people who had hurt me, who had very cruel, and I felt pain, and I said, but God, you made those people. You are in those people. So when I see those people, I see you. He doesn't make junk. He doesn't make mistakes. And I wasn't a mistake. He had a perfect reason for making me, and that he loved me. And, all of my adult life, I'd been told you're fat, you're ugly, you're stupid, you're this, you're that. And I was buying into it. And he didn't want me to believe that because he doesn't see me that way. He doesn't see anybody that way. And so that's why he was telling me, I love you, and I don't make junk, and I don't make mistakes, and you're not junk, and you're not a mistake. And then once that was over, I was back in my body. And if there was a conversation about whether I was to stay or go, it probably wasn't a good one because I don't remember that part of it. But I came back to my body, and I was laying on the grass next to the stairs, and there were char marks on the concrete stairs.
Near-death experiencers almost always have trauma because the shock of dying is a scary thing. Human beings are afraid of dying. We're afraid of death. Well, one of the side effects of NDE that is a defining characteristic is none of us are afraid of death anymore. I can tell you stories that have been told to me. I can show you medical proof of people's death, but what I can't show you is what skeptics are asking. Is it a hallucination? Is it a function of the brain? I can't prove that. My hope in the 21st century is that they do prove that.
So a lot of times I do hear people tell me, you're hallucinating, or you've met demons, or that didn't really happen. How do you know? That sounds like DMT, stuff like that. And I always tell them, the proof was when I looked down. That's when I knew I'll never doubt this experience ever again.
The proof of NDE is the love that I've pursued my whole life at cost to myself for the sake of others. And I was not that way before, okay? Yeah, I was a mystical, spiritual person, but I wasn't this guy. This guy knows, I know who I am. I know who you are. That's the difference. Because when I look inside every single human being's eyes, I see the light. I also see whether they have a gate down and they hide the light, but I can't help but see the light.
Proof of an NDE would be like, I know of a woman who had an experience. She had an NDE, and she left her body, and she saw a red shoe on top of the roof of the hospital. When she came back to her body, she told someone about this red shoe that she had seen on top of the building. and one of the hospital workers went to find out if that really was there, and it was in fact there.
When you come back from these experiences, you have synchronicities, and there are after effects when you come back from these experiences, and hundreds of thousands of NDers experience these after effects. If it wasn't real, if it was just a neurochemical reaction, we wouldn't have these after effects where your intuition is stronger.
There was another instance where the woman was having she had a brain aneurysm, and an hour after she was put on anesthesia, very, very deep, she saw this instrument that looked, she described it as a, like the shape of an electric toothbrush. Well, the surgeon, when she came out of the surgery, she told the surgeon that she had seen this instrument. And he said, there's absolutely no way you could have seen that instrument, because that instrument was kept in a very sanitary, secure box and not even taken out until it was time to use it. And you had been under anesthesia for over an hour.
The tens of millions of near-death experiences living in the United States today as a result of medical science resurrecting, they say resuscitating, the dead, has created a community, a nation, a global nation of near-death experiencers. I can't say all of whom because I haven't talked to all of them, but all the ones I've spoken to come back with a singular message of love.
Just because maybe one person or two people don't believe in near-death experiences does not make it that they're not real. They are absolutely real. Maybe we don't have the words or the science to explain it right now, but every good scientist has an open mind because we don't know everything yet.
And why I was given a choice, I don't know. But I know that I was given a choice and I regretted it, because now I was an alien inside my body, and everything looked to me to be less than. Everything was black and white and two-dimensional, and eating was this most bizarre thing. On the drive home, we stopped and we had pizza, and I had to go into this illuminated place with all this plastic and all these people behind in plastic clothes, and then get a thing that I had to put in my mouth and consume it. I had to consume nothing. I had to consume nothing when I was dead.
When I had my near-death experience, I don't feel like I was given a choice to come back. I just felt like I had to come back, especially because I saw my family look so scared and I knew they needed me.
I think my near-death experience definitely gives me a sense of, like, I guess, like you could say, responsibility to help certain people that don't know what it's like to have that type of experience, because I was one of them. I was oblivious and didn't know anything about, like, spirituality and, like, the gifts that spirit world has for us and stuff like that. Like, I thought all that stuff was just bogus. So there's so many people around the world like that, and like they're lost, and I'm like, I feel very grateful that I had that opportunity. So now I can help other people. And also it helps me understand people better too.
My NDA gave me a sense of responsibility. I feel like I need to let people know that God is real, that heaven is real, and that we're loved, and that we are so important to everything God created. Doesn't matter how little we might be in the vastness of all that He's created, the universe, multi-universes, and so on. We are so intricately important to everything He's created.
I feel like having the near-death experience, I am responsible to help people to learn how to like live their life open-heartedly, so that they can experience, you know, this blissful feeling of the light, because we all can experience it. You don't have to have a near-death experience. It's just the people who've had a near-death experience have been awokened to show other people how to live life open-heartedly.
The NDE gave me an immense amount of responsibility. It's more than a sense of responsibility. It's a duty. It's a command.
A lot of experiencers, motivational speakers, we do a lot of things. Understand, like, I do so much speaking, so much everything, like for no credit, like no for free, everything like that, right? We do things for so many other people, and then sometimes it seems like we don't get that love back. But in actuality, you're chosen. So it's kind of like, I hate to say it, but it's kind of like your job now. You have to do it. Like you work for God now, so it's your job. And eventually in time you will be rewarded and all of that. But the main point while you're doing it is to not expect anything. And I learned that. I had to learn like not to expect anything. To help people, and then once you don't expect something, you forget that you expect this stuff, and then stuff starts happening. I feel like every single person in this world has a purpose. If you're here, you have a purpose. You need to figure out what it is. And a lot of the times it's something that you're probably passionate about, that you should pursue that purpose to help someone else.
I had doctors galore just come in to come see me. And my thoughts from that, just seeing that, I always thought to myself that I must be here to keep doctors' minds open. So I became a nurse. I am super grateful because I am aware that I dodged a major bullet. I could be trapped in my body right now. Not being able to talk to you, not being able to, you know, walk around in the parks that I love in this area, or in, you know, enjoy nature. And so I know how lucky I am, and that alone puts me in this like a bliss-filled bubble. Interestingly enough, I love sitting in the dark. It makes me feel like I'm back there. But I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is just a journey, like, and it's very short life. We think we have time, we don't.
Forgiveness is important because it sets us free. If someone does something to you and you're hurting very deeply inside and you're holding anger, that anger is hurting you. It's not hurting the other person. The other person may be going on with their life as if nothing has ever happened. So if you can find it in your heart to forgive them, then you are not being held prisoner. You know, these people are not living rent-free in your mind and in your heart. So you're set free from that chain of whatever it was that caused that pain in you. So forgiveness really isn't about the other person. It's more about you.
The hardest people to love are those who are cruel to you, or those who are just mean to you, or disregard your well-being, or are rude to you. But if you open your interior world to the divine presence, and that lives inside of you, it creates a capacity for humility, and in humility, lack of judgment against another, out of which comes the capacity for treating them more kindly than they deserve, so that they don't need to carry the wound of your emotional response back with them into heaven when they go.
I felt the love that I got was the love everybody in the world is supposed to feel. But I felt like the world somehow at some point forgot that, or it was taken, or something happened sometime to where all that love was not there.
You absolutely have to love yourself in order to love others, because you have to heal yourself before you can heal others. And you're going to heal yourself with self-love, with showing yourself love. So when you get to that state where you are fully, you love yourself to your core, your energy is different. You're giving off a different energy. It's a higher vibrating energy and will heal others. So you absolutely have to love yourself to love others.
I know the mind of someone that is suicidal. They are not going to just go out and tell people that they're suicidal. So I feel like I want to speak to those type of people too, so they can know, like, oh, well, he knows what we're going through. Like, because who else better to listen to than someone who knows what you're talking about? My book definitely touches on suicide prevention. That's the most important message of my book, is suicide prevention. Some people look at the bad and they think, well, this is going to go on forever. But once the bad is over, then you start, if you actually have the patience to wait for the good to come, you'll be so happy you did wait for the good to come.
When I was dead, I was specifically commanded not to take my life. Creator told me, I am creator, you are my creature. You did not make yourself, you belong to me. You can't take your own soul. And I've known a lot of people who've killed themselves. Friends of mine. And I see the damage that it does to those who live. It isn't so much that suicide is evil. It's not. It's that it causes so much pain here. It takes the depression and the despair and the darkness and gives a little piece of it to everyone you love. I think that despair is a killer. Cancer is a killer. And I can't blame the cancer patient, and I can't blame the person in despair. But I have worked hard to keep those who are suicidal alive, for the sake of the others, but also because I know the length of a life is the wink of an eye.
Everybody has free will. And that's a gift that God gives everybody. No strings attached. He's giving us the chance to make our own choices. And with those choices come consequences. Good choices bring good consequences. Bad choices bring bad consequences. God's not going to step in and stop it. Because we are his hands, his feet, and his voice in this world. We are the ones that have to stop it.
I think to live fearlessly, don't be afraid of life. You know, like, don't be afraid to love. Don't be afraid. A lot of people are afraid to love. They don't know how to react to love because there's so much hate in the world. So it's like, when someone shows you love, a lot of the times people aren't used to it. So they wonder, like, why are you doing this for me? Like, why am I feeling this love? They don't know how to react to it because they're afraid of it.
Hi, I am Brooke Grove. My NDE was a coma caused by systemic organ failure of the lungs, kidneys, and liver. In December of 2010, I slipped into a coma after a long-standing series of misdiagnoses of autoimmune disease. I had been ill for approximately 7 years at this point. They understood it to be related to the pulmonary system, and the kidneys had recently become involved. I called my doctors and asked for their assistance. I took the medication, and what ended up happening, because we didn't understand that the liver was involved, was that this medication, which would have been benign to somebody that didn't have liver failure, had traces of Tylenol in multiple products. Now, it's not enough Tylenol that would harm a healthy person, but to someone whose liver was compromised, it created an overdose of Tylenol. When the liver fails that rapidly, you just release everything from the liver through the skin, so the bile, everything from the liver comes out. You swell up, you inflame very badly. You turn purple from head to toe, so it looked like I was badly bruised, and I was completely yellow, yellow eyes, yellow. The closest thing I can compare it to from the photos I saw and how I woke up later was looking like a mutant of some form. So in ICU, I begin to float out of the body. Suddenly I'm catapulted up, 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 up until I'm not in the hospital anymore. I'm not even concerned about that human body. Suddenly I'm in the most beautiful, ineffable place. And the best description in human language is that it was like the cosmos. And I did not want to leave that feeling of unconditional love, of being seen, of being received. It's the way that you hope that all new babies enter this world in their mother's arms. You hope that all persons begin life being held with that kind of love, that kind of devotion. And in it, there was no concern or judgment for the things I had done when I was in survival mode. Being a polytrauma survivor at such a young age, we do often things to eradicate the pain. And so I had spent 5 to 7 years dissociating from my human body just to tolerate what was being done to it. And so as I began to travel towards this beautiful source light, this pure white light, the angelics came with me, and they allowed me to know that it's okay if you want to go back to that light. That light is where you're from. That light, you're a part of it. And their term for it is that you, humankind, are all fractals of source. You're all part of this light. This light's always been with you. This light has been inside of you. You can return to it, or you can choose to come back and you can finish the work you have to do in this incarnation. And for someone who had never felt such love and forgiveness, and forgiveness is a poor choice of words, acknowledgement that nothing I had done was wrong was more the way that it felt. In the human being here and now, it feels like forgiveness, but it was just that everything was okay. Everything was always all right. And so I didn't want to go. Why would I want to go back to a body and to a life that had only really known suffering? Now, mind you, I was 29 when my coma occurred, and the trauma began when I was 12. And then it manifested as physical disease at 23. So the better part of my life up until this point had been suffering, and profound suffering, not minor, in any form. And so I really wanted to go into the source light. And at the same time that I'm contemplating that, they say in the most beautiful way of inner knowing that is, again, it's so hard to put these things in words. They tell me that I am welcome to stay. However, my soul came here, my oversoul, for a mission that was quite significant, and it was in alignment with the mission of many, many others who are incarnated on this earth at this time, and that we were a team.
I love fun. I have always loved fun. I've always been an outdoor athletic kind of person. I find the places that put me into the flow of the present moment are the most fun for me. So I ski in the trees, and I ski moguls at high speed, where I can shut off my thinking and only be in the physical. I love to sail, and I like to race sailboats where you have to be paying attention to everything that's going on at once. I like to bicycle, and because it brings me into the now. I love to read books. I read lots of books. I meditate. I practice yoga. I garden. I write. I spend time with family.
For fun, I hang out with my 4-year-old Declan. He is my best friend. He is everything I've ever wished for and more. We like to go out in nature or go to the playground. We just kind of hang out. He is the apple of my eye. Like he blows me away. He's very intuitive too. But I like to read. I love to read the near-death experiences. I actually do enjoy reading them because it makes me feel more validated. I feel like I found my people. Like, yes, people get this. Like, it's kind of hard, you know, when I never talk about it to anybody else. People just look at me like, okay.
For fun, what I usually do is make music. Still, occasionally, if I have time to, just watch stuff like on YouTube or because I always watch YouTube. I don't know if I could plug that in here, but yeah, you watch a lot of YouTube.
NDEs have different presentations or ways that they express themselves that, in my humble opinion, are in alignment with the truth of the individual. Being a recovering Catholic and an agnostic when I went into my NDE, had Jesus appeared, I probably would have woke up and been like, that was a bad dream. Because it's not a language I spoke or would receive easily. Obviously, that shifted as we have Mother Mary right here to our right. That said, everybody's so different. For me, it was very safe and very fitting to have something that looked like the cosmos and felt like the cosmos because I understood science. And so that was a language I could receive. Other people are devoutly religious. And so it's very normative and very comforting for them to be met by deities. So I believe that the NDE accounts, they share some archetypal similarities, the divine love, the non-judgment, the being shown aspects of your human incarnation. But at the same time, the way that it's presented, and what I love about how the NDE research and stories are expanding right now, is we're hearing so much more than the white light. You know, in the beginning, it was all the tunnel, the white light, but those were cardiac arrest patients that were being studied. And that's a very quick flat line and back. Now we're having persons like myself who were gone for 3.5 days. That's a considerable difference in what you're going to experience versus someone who might have just been under for, 20, 30 minutes or 5 minutes or an hour or, gone for that. So I do believe that the archetypal themes are consistent within NDEs. It's just how they express themselves are a reflection of the individual.
NDEs are different for everybody because, and all of them are real and valid because every one of us is very unique and individual. And so the NDEs are geared towards the individual person. So if you were to have an NDE, it may be like mine or be similar to mine, but it won't be exact. Nobody's is exact. There are common threads. People come back and they're not afraid to die anymore. They've felt that love.
Every single person has a spiritual team. You are guided and protected more than you will ever know. And you're loved more than you will ever know, or even be able to comprehend how loved you are. Like I said, the unconditional love that I felt in my near-death experience, I get through my son. That's the closest thing I could possibly describe the love. But the amount of love that God has for you your body can't house it.
I don't know that I can scientifically or empirically prove the NDE to any skeptic, although there is tons of science now from, persons that have really done empirical research to show that it's true that some experiencers recall what happens in the room. And there's a famous study where they like move things in the room and they then interview NDE years after and see who's able to say, hey, there was a red dot that kept moving around the ceiling. So there's tons of research on that. In fact, there's so much research now to prove that consciousness exists beyond death. It's almost a mute discussion. So anybody that wants to look at the science can look at that. But to a skeptic that's unwilling to just look at the science, my greatest proof as an individual is in the work that I do. Because I do occasionally get skeptics. They're some of my favorite clients.
I learned that when we die, there really is no death, so there's no need to be afraid of it. We still go on. The part of you that makes you who you are still exists. All of that is so important. It's so beautiful, and we come here to experience all of that. And so we have to make it as beautiful as we can.
So the experience I had with Source was the communication it wasn't audible. Like, I am God. Like, it wasn't like that. It was telepathically. So the words are being spoken. You can feel it and hear it in your head. But then at the same time, the emotion behind it, you feel it here.
It was a combination of telepathy and inner knowing. It's like you'd think or feel into a question and then you'd receive an answer. And so there was no actual talking. I never heard any voices or anything of that.
When we spoke, I was using my mouth because I didn't know any different. And it looked to me like they were using their mouth too. But I think that was just for my own benefit. I don't think it was that way. I think it was more telepathic because it was like as soon as I thought something, bam, there was the answer.
To anybody who has lost a loved one or, someone is terminal right now, I just want to let you know, I've actually been there. And it's a very peaceful thing to die, actually. Death is beautiful. It is just as beautiful as birth, but we fear it so much because we think it's the end. It is anything but the end. It is just the beginning.
If you're the one who's grieving, say everything you want to say to the dying person. Let them say everything they want to say to you. Open every door, heal every wound. Bind yourselves to each other with love and forgiveness, and that will give you strength, because dying is difficult for the living.
For those that have had someone pass on or are in the early stages of bereavement as they accept that a beloved is about to transition, the message I have for them is that it is entirely okay to be human, to grieve, to break down, to fall apart. Those are all valid experiences and are beloved by our Creator. Yet when our beloveds do cross that rainbow bridge of light, they are held in the most beautiful way and they are loved unconditionally, and you will, in some form or another, be with them again.
So you have to know how deeply loved you are.
You're loved more than you will ever know, or even be able to comprehend how loved you are.
All the ones I've spoken to come back with a singular message of love.
You hope that all persons begin life being held with that kind of love.
I felt the love that I got was the love everybody in the world is supposed to feel.
You're muted, brother.
So, what do you? Wow, Rob? That's quite the film. The testimonies that are happening there are really, really amazing, and I really resonated with Chris out of all the participants in this film. Let's bring on our panelists, and let's bring on the creator and the producer of this film, James Benato, and we will add him. And then we will add Rosalind Beth to our panel. Hello, sister. And then we will add Stone Hobbit to the conversation. And where is Kathy? Let's wonder if Kathy is around. So as soon as Kathy gets in the room, she will hop on. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. And James, kudos, brother. You know, that was what an amazing film. I've watched it a couple of times, and there's a lot of things I learned there that I walked away with personally for myself. But as I was saying, I resonated with Chris a lot because his story and my story kind of run on parallels, not to an extreme degree, right? But still the same type of life experiences where I too had the same tendencies, but never really moved forward with any thoughts, right? So I really resonated the first time I watched, and then the second time I watched again and I listened very closely. And then that's really when I had to take away the lessons, because I've always thought of NDE, on skeptical level. You know what I'm saying? Even though I've done a number of interviews with NDE experiencers, and even then, I was quite skeptical about the idea, because in my mind, the idea has always been that I am the source consciousness and I am everything that there is. But then, having listened to everyone, it made me realize that I am a unique bandwidth within the frequency of consciousness, and that this experience, this human experience that I'm having, is chosen, and I can make it into what I want it to be, or I can just throw it away and choose not to do anything with it whatsoever. And the idea of love, right, it was consistent from all the interviews I've done in the past, and through this documentary, the love was the first and foremost. It was that unconditional love, just that unconditional love. And I'm not I don't know what that's like, right? I'm loved, right? But I don't know what it's like to be unconditionally have that energetic feeling of being appreciated and being wanted and being recognized. And having heard this, it made me realize that I am that and that I am recognized, and this is a gift. And the thinking that I had in the past was, you know, incorrect. Don't blame the guy, he doesn't know what he's doing, kind of deal, right? And that's the lesson that I've taken away from this documentary. It was amazing. And Rob and I were talking in the background, and you know we saw shoes, and we were talking about the couple days ago, and he had mentioned shoes, and I was like, oh my god, this is insane. And the hair on my whole body just stood right up when I was hearing that. And Rob and I were going back and forth, and it was really an eye opener, because I didn't catch the shoes the first two times until Oli the other day had mentioned something, and then when he said that, I made the connection, and then I was like, oh wow, my mind was just absolutely blown. And like I said, the hair on my back stood up, and I was wondering, and then Rob mentioned, I wonder what the significance, of this is, the spiritualism and the symbolism and all of that behind it. And I was like, I don't know. So I'm, anxiously awaiting Rob's thoughts on this.
So one of the things that we have seen, and I think it's actually been a pattern throughout this entire conference, is this showing of or some stories that have that shoe aspect to it, and the shoes are described. And when I see the shoes now, it's sort of like this symbolism towards an innocence or a rebirth or regrowth. A lot of the times, what Ol was talking about was the shoes were left after innocent people had been killed due to an agenda or it was a symbol amongst the occult or the Kabbalah that's out there. So they were using it to signal something. Now, we always know that there's a duality to everything. So while they're using it for their symbolization, we can find a pattern and see that, there's a spiritual aspect on the light side for that pattern too. And another thing that this movie highlights is that death is just the beginning. That is it. This is not, we're not even close to the end of it yet. So these people are getting a glimpse of the beginning of their new beginning into this, into this new energetic field, whether it be heaven, consciousness, whatever you want to call it. It all resonates the same. I believe a lot of their religions are just documentation of the way that they could explain consciousness or that awareness, and that other side is what happens once we leave the physical and go into the etherical. So when we're looking at it, these people are sort of transmuting for a moment into a different area or coming into their etherical self, knowing that they haven't completed all that needs to be done within the physical realm to completely transfer full consciousness to that etherical place, whether, like I say, whether you call it heaven. And the etherical bodies, there is the source, which is talking to them, which is God, and the angels, which are the higher etherical dimensional beings. And essentially, they're telling them, you're not done yet, don't worry. But when you go back with this premise of love, you're going to see that 3D physical in such a different manner that you'll be able to create those riptides that are going to affect multitudes of people. And if you tell your story, others will relate. And you're basically going back with a message from us, giving it to everybody else. And it's sort of like they became the etherical messengers or the heavenly messengers to go back and transfer that message to the rest of the world. And I think James embodied that by getting these people together and actually asking them about their story. So I resonated with a lot of it. And I think it was an amazing collective of people who have seen something that they feel that they can explain it in different ways, but a lot of them sound similar, right? And a lot of them seem like they have that same transition. And it tells me that this transition happens the same way for everybody, but it's our perception that makes it a little bit different for us, right? So again, finding this symbolism for the shoes is going to be a big thing for me in going back into this conference and doing a little bit more research into what the shoes could potentially symbolize, because I'm sure it has a double meaning, whether it's good or bad, and what the reference is to it. But from there, I mean, I'm going to yield my mic right there.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I've also got red shoes that have come up in different experiences that I've had, and it's like I'll be sitting there and I'm listening to one aspect, one of the guest encounters, and all of a sudden I'm having a rejoining of memories, and I'm like, whoa, yes, I remember a pair of red shoes, or yes, actually, I do remember, because I've gone through stages of being concussed. I know that I've died several times, and been brought back. And in these encounters, I don't remember all of these colours and stuff. It's just like whoosh, ride, and back. But then I've got the experiences where I've seen Jesus Christ, I've seen Mary, I've seen these other angels and these greys. I've seen the white rooms. I've been in total bliss and calmness and all the senses of just, oh, you want to be there. It's just you're wrapped up in this. Oh, I'm getting these massive goosebumps. And I don't know how I managed to get there so many times and then just be bolted back here. But I had to see that this one of the threads that somebody said was, we acknowledge ourselves' journey. We acknowledge the love that we actually have in here. This is the power that is, it's a frequency and it radiates out there. The teaching of love that we've had, I see as a program, because this is a whole different level of what I believed love actually was. So there's you made my brain go tick tick, man. I've just totally filled out this sheet of paper of self-acknowledgement and different experiences that I had actually just left behind. So I appreciate this whole documentary that you put together, and yeah, fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey, guys, am I part of the stream here?
No.
Right here.
There you are.
Yes.
I'm going to add Leanne Curtis to the stream, and Grandmother Suzanne asked us, and it's brilliant. Today is March 22nd, 2022, and Pacific Standard Time is going to be 2:22 just shortly in a couple of minutes. So I'd like to quickly do a sound test with Leanne, and then do a prayer at 2:22 in the healing of the world and everyone who is on it. So Leanne, can we do a quick?
Is she playing with us? Is she that muted? You muted still?
Are you still muted? Yeah, you're muted still. Do something with your audio.
No, she isn't. Oh, she
Come
isn't
on,
muted, but she
Leanne.
can't
You
hear
got
you.
this. What's going? It doesn't even say muted. It just says muted.
Yeah,
We
and
can't
the
hear
volume
you.
is turned
It's
right
not
up.
showing muted here.
Is she? You're not playing, huh?
Oh.
Oh,
No,
there she
okay,
goes.
we'll try to bring her back here. It's 2:18.
Can I
Grandmother
say
Suzanne,
something
would you
while
like
we're
to join
waiting?
us in the studio to lead a prayer, perhaps, if we can't get something out of Leanne? Here's the link.
What were you saying, Kathy?
Well, I wanted to add something if I could. Hi, James.
Hi.
Hi. I found out about James's movie because Chris contacted me. And I'm friends with Chris and Peter Panagore and Brooke because I've been a volunteer for IONS for, I think, 5 years now. And what I want you to know is that I haven't had a near-death experience, but I've had a spiritually transformative experience. And when you go to even an online conference, but you go in person and meet these people, it's as though they're living in a field of love. James can tell you the beauty of these people. And when they had an event here 5 years ago that I filmed part of it for them as a volunteer. And 500 people all vibrating from that is something you want to experience. They've touched the other side and they know it. They wake up every morning re-experiencing it and they live from it. You want to try, Leanne? You're showing muted. Say something.
No, nothing.
Hi, Grandmother Suzanne. How are you? Thank you for coming
Hi,
in and
Susan.
saving the day.
Well, I just wanted to first of all say to James what a beautiful film that was.
Thank you.
And thank you for your service and putting that together and reminding us of that. And as it's 2:21, I just wondered if you would give me permission to just say a very, very brief prayer. And then I will get myself off of here. But I also had a near-death experience, so I really relate to the things that were shared. But I'm just going to ask that everyone take one moment just to center themselves and to feel themselves inside of that bubble of light, to feel yourself inside of that beautiful love energy, to know that you are that beautiful love energy. And I want you to take a moment just to put out into the world a world that is in great need of love and light. Put that energy out as if it is coming from you like a dove flying out of your heart, going to wherever it needs to go in the world. And Creator, we ask that you be with us and that you be with anyone who's suffering, anyone who isn't feeling loved, anyone who's in need. And we ask that your blessings of all the learning and everything that has happened throughout these 11 days will settle where it needs to settle. And they will internalize all of the love and the beauty and the teachings and share them wherever they may be in the world. Unalchish. Aho.
Amen. Grandmother Suzanne, you're welcome to stay for the panel if you like and share your experiences.
Thank you.
So very beautiful, Suzanne. Thank you. Thank you.
Amazing.
That was great. That was amazing. Thank you. Rosalind, let's hear your thoughts.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm happy to be here with everyone. And James, it was really very moving and amazing work that you did, and a great service to humanity indeed. And I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm really happy to be here with everyone today. It seems like we're finding that it is so broadly spread out throughout humanity. How many of us have experienced different sides of living life and death itself, either close to it or completely? I myself have had a few experiences. And even as an infant, which I was informed I was pretty much turning purple. And they just barely got me back to the hospital as an infant. And I had whooping cough. But many incidences happened since then. And at 16, I had kind of a, let's say, post-traumatic stress kind of childhood that left me with post-traumatic stressed adulthood and adolescence. And I was, well, doing a lot of things. It's a long story, and I probably will be putting it all in a book. I'm already working on that. But, I think we can get involved in a lot of things because of stresses, because of bad experiences in our lives. And I had some of those in my childhood. And without naming any specific names or anything, just to for the respect to others. And I went and tried, I tried some drugs, and also cocaine, to be specific. So I'll make this actually real. And different things like that. And also being overweight. Okay, these are things that drive us to try to fit into something or be more accepted. I was overweight in school, and boys would tell me, oh, you're so beautiful. If you just would, if you were just this, I would so, want to go out with you. It turns out I like girls more anyway, but that's okay. But I've tried everything. I think in this lifetime, there is no discrimination on anything. I think we came through as a flower, we came through as a man, we came through as a woman, and many things. So we've tried everything. But I think I had some other experiences that went and against me as far as unwilling things. And those kind of things, like we would say rape and things like that, or many things that can happen in your lifetime. Trespassing a person's being can drive you to just, I guess it can culminate you into doing different things. And starting from being a youth, and that I went into over-exercising, just way too much. And that and just the drugs thing, and also anorexia, bulimia. And that is one of the biggest things out there. A lot of people have gone through the anorexic, bulimic. So I really connect. I actually, spiritually and energetically, a lot of times people come to me or I connect with them because I feel them on that deep level because I've been there. So I had gotten to a state where I was over exercising and not eating anymore, and I was just a youth and home with my parents, just they and I. And they were sleeping this one night, and it had gotten to the point where I was so thin I think I could get a size 5 belt wrapped around my waist twice. And well, this particular night, as I was like 16 years old, 17, I felt my lungs collapsing, and I wasn't breathing. I couldn't breathe anymore. I felt it just, I knew, I was informed that everything was shutting down and I would be just closing up shop. And it was extremely, I don't know how I did that, but I was so calm about it. I think because when you're having such an extreme experience, it makes you pay attention on the deepest level. So what I did was, what do you do when you feel you're dying and you're young and all these complications are in your life and you don't want to scare anyone and you don't want to cause anything that would involve police or anything else, or you don't want to go to a hospital, you don't want to scare your parents who are sleeping in the next room, and you don't want to ask anyone for help except God. So I went into the bathroom and I looked into the mirror and I saw my face turning completely as white as the wall. And I felt myself closing down, and I watched myself dying in the mirror. So I knew that was happening. And I said, oh my. Somehow I made it back to my bedroom, past my parents' bedroom door. They were still sleeping. I made it back to my bed and lay down on my bed. And I felt myself still closing down. And as I lay there, I left my body. And at the foot of the bed were I, floating above me at the end of the bed, really like a very tall me. I didn't see a tunnel of light or these kind of things, but I was in a space. I was in a space, and a sacred space where my higher self, my God self, my self that is connected, as I came into this world quite different to begin with. So I guess I wasn't meant to go anywhere yet, and there was nothing that was going to try and take me out of there. So what was happening was I was just there looking at me. I was looking at myself. And I don't know exactly how long I was there, but it was a while. So let's not say NDE. I think I was past near death because it was quite a while. And it was like a conversation telepathically with God and about the things I had done and how I got there. And asking forgiveness for taking it out on myself with the anorexia and the bulimia and all of that, and saying, well, I shouldn't do that anymore. And if I can get my breath and be able to wake up the next morning, I would fix that. And I would try never to do that again in my life. Because life is precious, of course. Many things can make us do many things. And I think that we have many different ways of killing ourselves slowly, albeit, but still. And then, of course, we're in a state, a mind state of that already. I think toxically, chemically, not wanted, but induced upon us as a society. So much of that is in our consciousness. So put in a little bit of pressure, put in a little bit of depression or just out of sortsness and all of that, and it could take you anywhere. So I guess the deal was struck. And I woke up the next morning. Somehow I was breathing and alive. And I really know I was gone. So I was given these messages, and I've always had communications with talking to me since I was a child. So we do always have, like they said in your movie, the people that you interviewed were so very loved. And even in that moment, and in our worst moments, we're not alone. And we're made to know that right away. I also was a nurse and took care of hospice people as well. And the most gracious, beautiful souls, knowing they're going, would still smile, joke, and laugh. And it left me with my heart full for the rest of my life, experiencing that and knowing how people handle knowing that death is near. And how they're being so grateful for someone who's caring for them. But actually, I'm grateful for them for showing me how brave they are. So I woke up the next day and I was grateful. Gratitude is a huge, huge thing. It's extremely powerful. And I went out and I knew exactly what to say. I said, Mom, Dad, I said, I don't know if you noticed. I said, I was eating an apple a day for a while now. I said, and then I was just drinking water. And I've been living on water for a while. And I said, I need you to help me to start to eat again. I didn't have to go to the hospital. There are some cases where I think people just keep going and they end up in the hospital. I didn't have to go to the hospital. I just told them what they needed to do to help me to come back and sustain my life so that I wouldn't end up in a situation like that. And that happened. And of course, I'm quite healthy right now in that aspect, even though I'm disabled in some ways. I have other things that have happened in life, but I'm happy to be alive and to be of service to humanity and to have the heart that I have, which I was told was very important as a very young child. And we find that out in every experience we have as we keep going, how important that connection is through the heart. It can save your life, and it could save others. I've had other people come to me as well that wanted to take their lives, and we had conversations, and I said, well, you called me, I'm here. I didn't come to save you. But in the end, they're still here. Sometimes it's all it takes. Being that we have that spirit move through us, we can share that with others and be there for others as well. Anyway, I want to just, life is precious. No matter who and what we are. And thank you, James, for
And thank you for sharing, Star Sister. That was beautiful. Really appreciate it. That was really, really emotional. You got me fighting the tears back here right now. But this is a safe space, and we can share our emotions and we can share our thoughts, knowing that we're not being judged and that we're being supported. And let's hear from Grandmother Suzanne.
Yeah.
Can't hear you, Grandmother. Can't hear you.
Your volume or your microphone, maybe.
She's not muted.
No.
Yeah,
Something keeps happening with StreamYard itself, I think. I don't think it's any of us. I think it's the
oh, well.
some glitches in the programming here and there, but
I know there's a bunch of cyber attacks across the planet. A lot of people are having internet trouble now. I did today too.
Let me try this here. Go like this. Like that? Yeah, no, nothing yet. Maybe Grandmother Suzanne, maybe leave the studio and then come back in. And while we're waiting for you, we'll get Grandmother Lizzie's thoughts on this.
Hi, everyone. Peace, love, and harmony be with you all. Very endearing, very loving, very powerful. I don't like to call it a movie because it's love in motion. It's life in motion. We are love in motion, life in motion, love and life intertwined together. My experience was, my first experience, I should say, was as I arrived. Being born, yes. So I was born all purple and not alive, and watching from above all of that going on. My mom, the doctors, my purple little body, and there was no death, there was no fear, there was only love. And actually, from my remembrance of it, there is joy because I had arrived and I was on a journey, which is what all of us here are doing. We are spirit, soul, eternal on a journey. And we arrive here and we have but a moment in this body. Yes, this is our vehicle and it is our body experience. So as I was watching all of that, I decided to go and check the maternity around. So I went and see the hallways, and I remember the sun shining through the great big windows and the dorms where people were laying down in bed. Now, I know this happened, not just because I was told of how I arrived, but also because I had this deep knowing, deep memories within me. And that maternity, it had been closed for a few years. But I did, a few years ago actually, a research and try and find pictures of it. And to my awe, I saw the hallways with the great big windows and the nurses in their dresses and headgear, just like I was watching all of it in spirit, in a joyful moment as I was watching all of that, knowing that at any time I could be recalled back into the body or not. But there was no fear, because life and death is life. Yes, there is life and death, which I like to call life continuum. It's a continuation of life. It's an eternity. We are spirit soul having but a moment in this body.
Wow, that's beautiful. That was beautiful. Thank you, Grandmother Lizzie. That was amazing. It's really,
Thank
really
you.
amazing. Do we have audio from Leanne yet up there? You're muted, huh?
Do we have audio from
Oh,
Leanne?
there we go.
Yes, we do.
Yeah,
Ma-
awesomeness. Awesomeness. Let's hear your thoughts, sister.
May I just
Um,
just 1 second, because
please.
I'm going to have to leave. I really had to come in because this was calling for me and I had to say something. But I have to leave because I have a radio show waiting for me for 2 hours, and then I'll be back with you guys and girls. And thank you for listening. Thank you for your sharing. And I love you all because we are so connected. We are a tapestry of life that we weave together in all our experiences. And this is what we are all here doing, sharing it with love. So I have to go. Sorry for leaving, but I have to. But I had to join in as well because my love was drawing me towards all of you.
Thank you, Lizzie. Beautiful.
Thank you, Grandma Lizzie.
Thank you,
Grandma.
sweetheart. I love you, Stone.
I
Hi,
love you too.
Amar. Hi,
Thank you.
everyone. My love is with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Love you.
What do
Have
I
a
do?
beautiful
Just press.
day. Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
Okay.
Grandmother. Bye. Let's hear from our star sister, Leanne Curtis.
Well, I can't.
From our star sister, Leanne Curtis.
Uh-oh, what's happening there?
Okay, I think maybe
It's okay.
somebody
We
has.
have background echo. We're good now.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm magical. Look what I do without even trying. Okay, that's still happening. I'm just going to ignore it. I can't say
Let
that I
me
had.
just quickly check the schedule here,
Mute
Ellen.
yourself, Omar. Mute yourself.
Oh, sorry.
I can't say that I've had an NDE. I've had out-of-body experiences. But my father passed away when I was 5. And I have been taking care of my mom, who's 98 and has Parkinson's. And I've been here for 3 years now. And I have things happen like having to stop in the middle of a room and look at my birds and say, tsu, 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 like getting caught in some, I don't know. And then looking up what the word means, and it means go, 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 go. As my husband's father's brother was transitioning, who happens to be Chinese in California. So I think we're all tapped in, you know, that just happens to be my particular way. And I've heard people come to me through just notions that pop in, or a voice that doesn't come from out there. It comes from like here, here, here. But this film was very moving. I watched some of it with my mom, who understood some of the stuff and then said, I don't understand, a couple of times, and I had to pause. But being so close to, whether it's tonight, next week, next year, a transition of somebody so close, who I've pushed away so many times with a pain bucket, expressing myself verbally, violently, having to forgive myself in those moments, and listening to these people speak and wondering how I can say such vicious things, and then wondering with my ego self, like, if my life review is going to be like scary and really, pardon the French, fucked up because how mean I've been. And then thinking to myself, well, that's just me, the ego self, doing that to myself. I'm doing what I see other people do. I'm self-inflicting suffrage, and that's not from source. Like, it started out this morning when we were talking about having the TV babysit our kids, and like I was swept with this wave of emotion and had to speak up. But all of the beings who are so courageous to be so vulnerable and so free with their vulnerability, to the point where they can just speak their truth with no gap between what they think they should be saying, or it's just your truth coming out with no space of manufactured, what do I look like ugh. And I think if one can get to a point while we are still in our vehicles where we can be accountable in every moment and not have a fear attachment, and try to keep grasping what it all means, and continue to make every effort to be the best version of ourselves we can. And alleviate our own suffrage, self-inflicted, so that we can be free to help others and try to help them do the same, free themselves from themselves. Because if there's anything I would love to see from my mom, and she might not get there, and that's okay, is to get to a place where she cannot inflict self-suffrage with the ideas that she continues to cuckold, because she was programmed in a way that allowed her to stay in a fear vibration. But it really helps. It really helps to know that when she does go, she'll be in such love. And I'll be able to be human like I'm doing right now. And that'll be okay. And it is okay. And thank you, James, for putting this movie out, and to anybody who puts content out that allows somebody to feel. Because being alive is feeling, and feeling is being alive. And I think people just look to feel alive with all of these things that they look for. Just all they want to do is feel alive and in love. So I just want to thank you so much for letting me speak and tell you how grateful I am to be alive in this vehicle and experiencing all of the pain and all of the bliss and all of the everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Star Sister. That was very, very emotional and heart touching. You got me fighting back tears over here.
Same
I know
here.
your struggle,
We
and
love you, Leanne.
and you know, I have so much respect for you for what you're doing. A lot of people don't do that, so lots and lots of respect and love for you. So thank you for sharing that you know, something so personal with everyone. So I really appreciate it. Let's get some words of wisdom from Grandmother Suzanne.
Well, I'm wondering, before I speak, I'm wondering, James, I'm feeling that you have something you want to share. Is there something that you would like to share right now? And let me
That's
echo.
okay. Well, it
Wow.
looks like we're out of time, so maybe another time. I'd love to talk about my film, but I guess we're
No,
out.
James, we have time. I was going to close out with you. I was going to get some words from Grandmother Suzanne, and then I was going to come to you and then get your thoughts on the film and what you've heard about the room. And we've let the next speaker know that it's going to be a few minutes later than scheduled, and we're all good there. So,
All right.
I'm also very interested.
I didn't put you on the screen just for your good looks, brother.
Yeah, I think I'm also interested to see what James is thinking as well. Definitely.
Yeah. I definitely want to hear James's thoughts on this. And Grandmother Suzanne, please go ahead.
Well, I had a near-death experience when I was 27 years old, when my first child was born, and my daughter died, and I also died on the table during childbirth. And my experience was actually similar to some that were described in your film, James, but I went through a tunnel. And in the tunnel, I saw many, many souls. They seemed to me to be gray. And my mother's family were Jewish, and many of them died in the Holocaust. And I seemed to feel that these people were trapped, that they were dead, that they were somehow from the Holocaust. But I kept going toward a light. And when I got to a place that was, all I can describe it is incredibly beautiful. And I heard a sound that was like music, and everything to me appeared as if I was on one side of a river. And on the other side of the river, I saw my grandmother, my grandfather, my other grandmother, my other grandfather, a young man who had died when I was in high school. And behind them were many, many, many people who I didn't recognize, but I recognized as being relatives. I didn't know them, but I felt that they were relatives. And my aunt, who had died in childbirth, but her daughter lived, was holding my baby. And I remember that I didn't want to be on the opposite side of the river with them. I wanted to be with them. And they communicated to me, as has been described in your movie, so beautiful, James, telepathically. They just said, you're not done yet, and you have to go back. And I said, no, I don't want to go back. I want to be here. I want to raise my baby. And they said it again, you're very loved. And I felt that infinite love and that infinite presence. And they said, no, you have to go back. You're not done yet. So I remember asking my aunt, who was holding my baby, who had died in childbirth, I remember asking her if she would raise my baby. And all of the souls that were there, they all said, basically, I felt like they said yes, they'd all be raising her. And then the next thing I knew, I was back in my body on the table. And I was told that I died and how, when I came back, how long I'd been out for. But years and years later, I went to a place called the Gates of the Gods in Peru. And it was a portal. I believe it was a portal. And we did a ceremony there. And I hadn't thought about that experience specifically in a very long time. But when I went to the Gates of the Gods, we prayed, we did a ceremony. And when I was in the ceremony, in the gate with the shaman, I felt as if the gate opened. And all I can tell you is what I saw and what I felt. Everything seemed to be energy, the way it had been when I died. And everything seemed to be light, the way it had been when I died. And I saw thousands of souls travel through the doorway. And what I felt was they traveled to the doorway to the other side, and they were no longer in that tunnel. And it was like in an instantaneous moment, they were all on the other side. And I felt that same love. So, James, I want to say to you, what an amazing gift that you had in your filmmaking for being able to bring that love through in a very material way, because what everyone is feeling that watched your film is the love and that infinite connection with all, with that divine love. And so thank you for bringing that into a manifest form and for giving that to us in such a beautiful way. And thank you to Omar for letting me join in this panel. I also felt called, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to share my experience. Gunochish. I return the feather.
Thank you, Grandmother Suzanne. That was beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Let's get some thoughts from James on this incredible film that he's put together and the message that is embedded within that film. I absolutely loved it. So please go ahead, James.
Well, thank you very, very much. It was wonderful. I made this film from my heart, which is all of my documentary films come from my heart. I don't make any money off it. I just want to get this message out to the world. I went all over the country to make this film. I went to Maine, New Jersey, West Virginia, California to meet these people, and it was an incredible experience. I met them all within a 3-week period of time, and they just changed my life. And the message that they give of love was just incredible. And I was just the guy behind the camera, and I put it together. But I did have a wonderful experience a couple of days ago I wanted to share with you. One of the people who saw the film was a doctor. And this doctor had a patient who was just in a very, very dire straits. They couldn't sleep. They couldn't go to work. They had all those symptoms of just not being able to cope with the world. And they had lost somebody. They had lost a family member. So the doctor said, well, there's a prescription that we could give you. We can give you some medicine. But tell you what, I'm going to send you a link to a film. It's called Peace on Both Sides of the Gate. Why don't you watch this film? And then next week you'll have your doctor's appointment with me, and we'll figure out what to do. Well, that person came back a week later and said, I don't need any of your medicine. I am not scared of death anymore. I'm back to work. I'm functional. And when the doctor told me that, I just fell apart because I said, oh my God, I actually made a difference in the most beautiful way. And that's the most beautiful story I have about the film. But if you want to share it with anybody, just send them to my website, it's the name of the film. It's www.peaceonbothsidesofthegate.com. And it's free. I don't charge a penny for it. Just invite anybody who you feel would benefit from the film.
That's absolutely incredible. Incredible. And you're doing a service by doing that. And James, I have to say this too. You are like a spitting twin of my uncle. And
Oh,
when I
yeah.
look at you, I swear I see him, and it's so capturing. But this movie, you can tell the intention was to help and to get people to where they needed to be. And we commend you for that. And it's an incredible movie.
Oh,
Absolutely.
thank you. Thank you. And I look like who? Your brother?
My uncle.
Your uncle? Well,
Yes,
you tell your uncle that only one of us can have this kind of haircut, right?
I think he's a little bit more gray up top than you are, but
Oh, I'm getting there.
yeah, we all are. Absolutely.
Great, thank
And I
you.
want to thank all of the ladies and Omar for this incredible panel. It is moving, it's riveting, and we were surrounded by the divine feminine just now, and it showed all of its intellect and power and the vastness of emotion and the depth of all of their souls. And I appreciate all of you and love you all.
Great, thank you.
I love you too. Thanks, and thanks, James. Really amazing what you've done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, James.
And you got a
That
sparky personality.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, James. That was incredible, and thank you for this wonderful gift to humanity through Humanity Unplugged. And what a way to unplug humanity by showing them that there is something beyond this realm, this world that we interact with, and that we're here for a very, very brief moment, and that we should take every single second of it as preciously as we can and ooze as much love and share as much unconditional love as we possibly can with everyone. So thank you for this wonderful, wonderful, beautiful gift. A lot of kudos to you, brother.
It was my pleasure. My pleasure.
Love you, and thank you to everyone who shared their amazing experiences on this panel. Really appreciate that. And I think before it'd be appropriate before we close off this panel that we get a prayer from Leanne, and then we'll jump over to Hiro for one of our very few final uploads of Humanity Unplugged.
Is my sound still working?
Yeah, we got you.
Thank God. This time I won't cut my own head off. All right. Harahaya yero shon ayara ho ue urea ya. Tokore ena ha hare o sho oko ore na I ush urna ayega ishteka yera. Tekane a hare ush no wa eteke inka turto ushaye enganur. Te yare guare iga ush urne yiga akiga baka urna yera te kashia washukuya hare na itor Itakina shasheka ungoshu yuru ukutia anete awai. Toko ungo te karikastaka ukustukustika yere. Ina uko uwashika ungo. Inda yera nga washika antera teragaya nga uya ngeshisha wuje wura ya.
Thank you. Thank you, Leanne.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Felt
Thank
that.
you. Thank you, everybody, for being on the stage for this panel. We are going to go to the next speaker. So thank you all so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. Your service and contribution to Humanity Unplugged is greatly appreciated. So let's get a download and an upload from Hero. So I'm really looking forward to this.
Absolutely. Let me get into the bio stage first. We're gonna let you know who Hero is before he comes on. So Hero, the leader and medicinal practitioner, exorcist of unearthing the supernatural, the first Native American group of the paranormal investigators who utilize ancient teachings and techniques combined with modern technology to make contact with beings on the other side. Having been ordained in the traditional ceremonies to speak and interact with beings of all realms. Hero brings to the group over 20 years of traditional Native American experience with influences from many tribes. Wielder of a sacred death mask, he utilizes the cultural lifeways along with modern technology to bridge two worlds. Hero is also an author with his works Journeys of a Young Spirit, Abalone, and has made several national television appearances on shows like Travel Channel, Discovery Plus, Ghost Adventures, and NBC Peacock's Unidentified with Demi Lovato. Hero brings a unique aspect to the world of paranormal investigating, as well as some extraordinary life experiences growing up as an indigenous medicinal person and sacred knowledge keeper. I apologize for the fumbling of the words, but my friend, Hero. Hero, my brother, how are you?
Doing pretty well, pretty well. Thank you all for having me.
Oh, dude, it's an absolute honor and a privilege to have you here. As you know, I'm always submerged in indigenous teaching, so I'm going to alleviate myself from the stage and let you give everybody else an incredible download.
Awesome, thank you all. Well, everyone, I'd like to thank you all for joining us here tonight. My name is David Hero Aberly. So Hero is kind of the name I go by for unearthing the supernatural. And Rob did an amazing introduction of me, and my journey has been very interesting. But first off, I'm going to introduce myself in the traditional language. Yat she David Joseph Aberly nishe ashihinishne do bilagana bashishchin class che dashiche the bilagana dashinale. So what I spoke about right there is my introducing myself, my name, as well as the clan system that our indigenous people come from, specifically the Navajo. So tonight's kind of presentation, tonight's topic that we're wanting to talk about, and the title of it is actually Sonsit Glaciet. So what that translates out to being is the creator's bonnet or his feathers. So kind of like the feather you see here, but his entire bonnet. As you can imagine, he's got some amazing, amazing feathers, some that we have never before seen. And going along with that, the journey that I have taken is unlike a lot of people that have gone through this world. There's a certain selection process that went about when kind of bringing me into this world. So, abolti niaha chinoho te aul mieste de okai nichelti tinsuki nit lohansa. So that's talking about who I am as an indigenous leader, who I am as a guardian for my tribe. And so I wanted to bring to you an indigenous guardian's perspective of creation and how I, in particular, live amongst the world that we currently live in. Now, there's a lot of stigmas, there's a lot of history that it's not quite right in what they have in the history books about indigenous peoples. And I think this type of audience, the type of people that are here, would appreciate the kind of the true telling of indigenous peoples, especially one like myself who's living in modern day worlds. So growing up, I grew up in Zitlogene, Black Mesa area, around northern Arizona. And my mom and my dad always raised us in a very traditional way, in a very sacred way. Kind of the indigenous aspect, the spirituality of everything was there even before I was born. The prayers were said, ceremonies were done, and throughout my whole life, I've been involved in indigenous ceremonies and in indigenous practices, and got to witness a lot of elders before they passed on. But being a witness to all that and living the way I did kind of raised me to be selected at the age of 13. It prepared me for all this. At the age of 13, I was actually selected to be part of a group of individuals that was to receive a gift. And with that gift, we were to grow and we were to learn old ceremonies that were going extinct. So it was a push from not just the Navajo tribe, but many different tribes to encourage the youth to pick up these ceremonies, these old ceremonies, and to learn them and continue the cultural lifeways and ancestral heritage that has been a part of our lives. And for me personally, I was the first one in the Diné Nation to have been selected, and there were 3 others that were selected as well. But we were the first ones to be selected, and it had been at the time about 67 years since the last guardian had been selected and gone through the particular training that we did. And there's a lot of causes to that. That's either the conquistadors, the settlers coming in, and all the conflicts and all the hardships that happened to indigenous people, including the boarding school days and just the means of technology. It was hard. We couldn't travel as much as we could. We were being put on reservations, and there was a lot of trauma that happened to the indigenous people. So that program, kind of the sacred lifeways and the sacred council that was kind of keeping these ceremonies alive, it had to halt for a while because there was a moment in time that kind of scarred the nation and scarred us as people. And thanks to technology, I attribute a lot of it to technology, to where I was able to homeschool, continue on my education, while also traveling to many parts of Turtle Island to learn these indigenous ceremonies, to learn these sacred ceremonies, songs, and prayers, and even a particular language that was utilized to communicate with all different tribes way, way long ago. It's called the spiritual language. And kind of what I'm wanting to share with you is that kind of struggle that I went through during that time. Now, during that time of me trying to juggle school, I'm sure all of you have gone through school. You guys enjoyed being with friends. You guys enjoyed kind of high school. You guys enjoyed all of that. But when I was 13, I remember I was just a freshman in high school. And I remember coming home one day and things were different. Things were changed. I was told I had to leave school and I had to learn these particular ways. And from there, it just progressed. Learning these ceremonies, I was taken to different places, and I learned how to interact with the world of spirit, unlike any that I have seen before, to where, yeah, I grew up with ceremonies. Yeah, I grew up to see these elders do these ceremonies, but to learn about them, to learn about the stories, to learn how to interact and speak with these beings, how to present yourself to these beings, how to present yourself to beings of such high power. And it was the best word I can just, it's even hard to describe it in English, but the best way I can describe it is it was powerful, and it was something that was an honor, a huge honor to me. And just to let you know, I was not made aware of this, and I did not like apply for anything. It just was given to me and was I guess thrust upon me. So it taught me a lot about spiritual aspects. It taught me a lot how to communicate and ground with the world around us, how to speak to every being, how to understand and have empathy with beings all around us. And something I want everyone to really understand is that this time that we're living in, it's a time of change. It's a time of understanding. It's a time that we can all speak. It's a time that indigenous culture and the indigenous ceremonies that were once going extinct can start to flourish again. Those offerings to those beings all around the world can begin to happen again without much hindrance. There's a lot more acceptance of us indigenous peoples. There's a lot more the flower opens up and the sun shines bright on it. And it's interesting to go through these stages. It's interesting to learn about these stages. But the path that you try to lead is often the kind of what you want to accomplish in life, what you want to do in life. Sometimes if you're chosen to have a particular role in the world, sometimes that gets shifted a little bit. Sometimes you have a different calling, and sometimes you have to interact with things to keep a balance in the world. So right now I'm a college student. So I'm going to college. I'm going to be graduating with my associates this spring, and going to be going to the University of Arizona to study computer science and minor in physics. Now, there's a particular reason why I want to do that particular path. With the knowledge that I have been given, with the sacred knowledge and the ceremonies that I've learned, I want to be able to incorporate those ancient ancestral heritage and cultural lifeways and blend it with the modern Western world in what we live in. When I was going through my training process, there was a particular time when I was being ridiculed by my peers. And when I was being ridiculed by my peers, they would shoot slurs at me, and they would talk about how I was not of pure blood. I was not pure Navajo. I was not pure indigenous. And me being half Navajo from my mom, she's full-blooded, and then my dad of German and French descent, I often questioned myself as well, to where, like, why am I a part of this sacred program? Why am I a part of this cultural change? Why am I a part of this shift? I am not full-blooded. How can I speak upon these things? And you gotta imagine a 14-year-old boy kind of going through this away from his home and trying to learn all these sacred ceremonies, as well as kind of just going through being a teenager, going through coming about life. And I remember sitting at a fireplace. I remember sitting there, and I remember people just coming to me, and they wouldn't quite know what's going on. And then one particular individual, his name is Chief Silver Eagle, and he sat next to me, and he understood my thought process. He saw what was going on, and he said to me, he said, "Young one, I know what you're feeling. I've seen what's been going on, and I understand your sadness. I want to tell you something. How you were selected, how all of you were selected, was a very sacred process. We had to look not only at you and how you grow up and how you came to be, but we had to look at your mom. We had to look at your dad. We had to look at the family lines going all the way back, and the type of people they were and how they raised you. It's very special. You have something that your other peers don't. you have an understanding of the traditional ways as well as modern Western teachings. He says, I encourage you to blend those worlds together, to blend it together and make something completely new. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to do when I'm going to school for computer science as well as for physics. And I want to be able to go into quantum theories, quantum epistemology, and be able to talk about indigenous sacred science and be able to talk about the quantum theories and explain these quantum theories in a traditional way. So that's kind of my path that I'm going on, as well as being an advocate for the holy people, being an advocate for the spirit people, being an advocate for the lands and the many realms and dimensions that kind of span this creation here. And it's a very interesting process. It's a very interesting journey that I've been on. Learning about these particular beings, learning about these different worlds and how they all interact with each other. So I want to bring a little bit of my teachings here to this presentation. So putting into practice what I'm learning, there's a quantum theory and quantum idea of a word called flux. And in the quantum realm, flux is waves, is energy that flows through all things. From the indigenous mindset, we call that spirit. We call that hahon sihash. And that spirit has always been a part of our lives. That energy, that those waves have always been a part of our stories, our ways of life, our being. And it's interesting to see science and technology kind of finally understanding spirit. They're like, wow, look at this amazing flux. Look at this. Look at the Higgs boson particle. Look at how it's able to go through the Higgs field and go from an energy to matter. How something like that happens, they're barely discovering it. But if you go talk to an indigenous person, you go talk to an elder, they kind of smile and they laugh. They're like, yeah, that's spirit. Everything is connected. Scientists like to isolate things. Scientists like to bring things and kind of take it away from its natural environment and see how it works. But indigenous people say, no, it's not how nature works. Everything works in motion with each other. Scientists like to think of things such as animate and inanimate objects. The scientists might see a rock as an inanimate object. But if you were to talk to an indigenous person, that rock has a spirit. That rock has a name. That rock has songs and ceremonies and stories about it. It's a part of our world. It's a part of our creation. It has life and spirit. And science is still trying to catch up to those thoughts and those mindsets. And they're actually starting to listen. There's some really great quantum physicists and quantum theorists in the indigenous lands, in the indigenous communities, that are actually being able to take their education and speak about these particular subjects. So think about that a little bit. What that means is, what I said just now, is when you think about the world all around you and how everything is in motion, everything is connected to each other, you are a part of all that. You are a conduit to all that. We are of 13 beings within ourselves, within our human form. We have access to the 13 different parts of our bodies, similar to Eastern science talking about chakras and energy and root points. The indigenous people think of 13 different aspects. And just to name a few, we understand the aspects of ourself. We understand the aspects of spirit, of our spirit within ourselves. We understand the aspects of DNA, of our ancestors, on how everything our ancestors have learned up to the point of passing on their genes to the next generation. From there, all that knowledge they have was given to us and is within us. So we have all that knowledge already within us. We think about behind us, our ancestors, those who came before us, and the path that they laid for us, the songs, ceremonies, and prayers they laid for us. Then we think about shit ourselves in the now, in the present. How are we interacting? How are you listening to these words? How are you kind of feeling what I'm teaching right now? The present, what's going on? What's around you right now? Then you think about the future. You think about what you want. Well, you think about your children. You think about many generations down the line and how you, in your current self, can enhance the lives of your generations beyond you with your teachings, with your stories, with your ceremonies. How can you pass all that down to the generations after you? The next part is the swirl. You see swirls on the baby's heads, the swirls on the top of their hair. They say, that's your feather. That's the part where your feather is into your head and connects with spirit. It's your antenna, and it's the connection to the spirit realms. How you hear, how you interact. And then the other parts of your system, the other parts of your body, all the way down from your skin, your physical skin, to your cells, going down to your nerves, and even into your atoms, and even smaller than that, the little quirks and spaces between protons, neutrons, and electrons. Those have songs and stories and names as well. How you perform healing, how you perform your prayer on a patient or on someone that is needing of help. You're trying to get them back in balance with all 13 realms of that person, of that individual. You acknowledge all that. So with this presentation, it's taught me a lot. With this life that I lived, it's taught me a lot. Live a life that is in accordance with who you are and the path that has been set before you, and then pave a way for the generations in front of you. With me personally, I'm the guardian of the Western Mountains of the Kotsli. You can see those mountains behind me. Those sacred mountains back there, they're boundary mountains. They're placed there for a particular reason. They have songs and ceremonies as well. And through my growing up, I had to learn my mountain inside out. I had to learn all the songs and ceremonies about it. And also what the Western Mountain represents, how it represents the adult years on the cycle of life, how it represents war, how it represents just the aspect of battle, and also setting plans for the future. So the particular ceremonies I came about learning was, unfortunately, had to deal with death. I say unfortunately, it's a very needed ceremony. It's a very sacred ceremony, and the aspect of that time of life. But I say unfortunate because it jerks my heart, and it jerks my emotions to see people go through that particular phase of life. And there's a lot that goes to it, and there's a lot of aspects that transition on into the next world, into the next journey. The whole sacred process that happens when someone goes to the next world. And then what happens if that sacred process is not completed? If there's beings that still kind of linger around or are stuck, or maybe haven't gone to their next journey spot. That's kind of what happens, kind of what evolved into what I do, as well as being a paranormal investigator, being in English called an exorcist, to where you confront that aspect. You go help those beings who are struggling. You go help those beings who need offering. You help those spirits that are in need. Parallel with that, we also go out to sacred sites. We go to a lot of these sacred indigenous places, and we do ceremonies and offerings to these beings that are starving, beings that have been almost forgotten, beings that cry, beings that say there used to be people that come all the time and do offering. I used to enjoy the villages. I used to enjoy the people running around. Now all I see is people that ignore me, people that dig up my earth, people that dig up my sacred site, my home. And they are there with greed and they forget about me. So with us doing what we do, we try to bring a balance to that. We acknowledge those beings. We acknowledge the beings all around. There's a lot more that goes into these teachings. There's a lot more that goes into what we do at Unearthing the Supernatural, what I do as Hero, and also what I do as David Aberly. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of wrap up a little bit of the presentation and open it up for questions if people have questions, and just bring up some amazing topics. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening to my words.
Muted. I was about to say I'm muted. One of the things I love, Hero, that you embody, and this is one of the reasons why I look to what you're doing, is because you do embody that ability to take the ancient ways and the modern ways and you're like that focal point. And I think that there needs to be a tremendous stress on what that really means, right? And what it means for our future forward, and the ability to be symbiotic with the earth and the sacred energies that come from the earth, and how it can give us the ability to use references like science and move forward, and how a lot of what we talk about in modern terms has the same exact meaning, or maybe not the same, but the same sort of symbolism in the ancient world. And I think that that's something that's just absolutely incredible.
Definitely, I agree. It's an interesting to be a part of this particular time period, because we're shifting into which is kind of the electrical world, the thunder world in a sense. We have technology. We're speaking from worlds apart. How they used to say communication of spirit. Way back in the day, they used to be able to travel in spirit and be able to travel immense distances with their physical bodies still miles and miles and worlds apart, and they can traverse and speak in spirit. But we're kind of doing that now with the internet, with technology. And right now we are worlds apart, but we're still able to speak and commute and speak to the entire world. And how spirit, how energy interacts with all that, it's a whole new ground. It's a whole new playing field that we as humans, that we as spiritual people are having to learn to interact with.
Absolutely. And, you know, one of the things that we see a lot of congruency with in our collective is the meditations, and how the meditations lead us to guides. And those guides could be our ancestors, or those guides could be of a different etherical, I guess, dimension. And we have to learn how to communicate properly with them. So there's a lot of what and a lot of indigenous people do what they call like this, the spirit walk, or go out into the woods and connect with the entities around you, in a sense. And that's kind of what we do now. And I think that that's a very big step in the right direction, with being able to traverse these extra dimensions and these realms. And you do a lot of that with your paranormal too. So how has your ancient teachings helped you in identifying some of the different I would say spirits in the paranormal world as well?
So yeah, there's a lot of stories and songs and ceremonies that deal with different parts of Turtle Island and interact with these very different dimensions and these spirits from these different worlds. So when we go to a haunted location, or we go to a paranormally active location, we always say, think beyond written history. Think beyond what was there and what is written in the history books. Think beyond people, even humans walking about the earth. Think about those beings that are there. Think about the nature that is around. We see and acknowledge these beings. And a lot of times that's all they need is acknowledgement. And going into these sacred sites, these sacred areas, we go with a different mindset than most other, I guess, paranormal investigators do. We go with respect, and we go with the knowledge and the abilities to actually make change. We go with And with that, you can talk to more beings than if you were just a regular person just going with a camera and I guess going to like Disneyland. You're instead of going there for entertainment, you're going there to provide solutions. And those beings recognize that. They see your intent. They see what you're there for without you saying it. They can read you. They know who you are just by your presence and your energy. And from there, they choose to interact in various ways depending on your knowledge. So you'll often see in our paranormal investigations me speaking in the sacred language. And oftentimes these spirits comment saying, I haven't heard that language in hundreds of years. How have you been able to learn that again and speak to us in that way? And I said, it's thanks to my elders. It's thanks to the teachings I've been given. Now I'm here to help you. And no more are these people going to do harm upon you. Let's feed you. Let's help you. Let's give you blessings. Let's acknowledge you once again. And that's what we're trying to do is we provide an avenue for the spirits to tell their stories and the beings to tell their stories. Those sacred knowledge and those sacred teachings help to identify these beings and help to tap in to the different dimensions that are at a particular location.
One of the things that we've talked about when we were talking with some other people, will not be named now, but we talked about your adventure and going into becoming a guardian of this knowledge, and how it was a lot of sacrifice, but in the long run, now it may not seem like a sacrifice. It was sort of like a disconnect for a while, but now you've got an intricate knowledge. I mean, if you want to go into that just a little bit of what it took for you to garner that title of guardian. I mean, it was truly incredible.
There was a lot, that's for sure. A lot of hardships that my peers and I kind of went through to go through and earn the markings of a guardian, which is what you see on my face, the tattoo markings, as well as on my body. There's being able to completely disconnect from the world. From moments, I still did my homeschooling and still had my laptop sometimes, but there were often times where we had to put that aside and we had to, okay, you're in nature. You have to survive now. One of the key moments was being told, you have to survive without any fast food, without any grocery stores. You have to hunt. You have to gather. You have to live one with the world around you to survive. We're not going to get you food. And we had to live like that for an entire month. And that kind of brings about a different shift, a mental shift and a spiritual shift in a particular person. When you don't have open access to the ease and commodities that we have today, you are forced to, in order to survive, to hunt. You are forced to survive. You are brought down to the level of the ant, they say. You understand even the grass. When you go thirsty, you're fasting or you're kind of trying to survive, you're surviving. You understand what the plant feels like during droughts. You understand what the ant feels like trying to fight the world around you and just survive and do what you have to do to survive. That makes a completely different shift. And incorporating spiritual teachings, incorporating spiritual knowledge, all while in that state of mind, is the perfect avenue for learning and connecting to the worlds around you. And I am grateful for the worlds around us as far as technology now. It taught me a new kind of like, I'm really thankful for that McDonald's sometimes when you're really hungry and you need a cheeseburger.
Absolutely.
Right. So, but trying to live in that holistic way, trying to understand that and really be one, I guess people nowadays, they call it grounding, but to live that way of life constantly, every breath, every beat of your heart, every moment of your life, you're living in prayer. Everything you do is a prayer. What do you do with that time? What do you do with that prayer? And are you representing your ancestors well? Are you representing the generations to come well?
I love that too. Another thing that we talked about during this time that we had together was the difference now of coming up with a lot of these teachings prior to now, where it was a lot more sacred in the sense of not giving it to the world as a whole, in a sense of keeping it within the tribe and making sure that it was long lived through tradition of the tribe. So, what is the difference now with coming out with a lot of these different teachings, and why is it so imperative that we do this, especially right now?
So before, you have to understand that there was a balance that was had along this earth to where people did interact with spirits and beings on a daily basis, on a constant basis. It was a complete cohesion. It was a beautiful place to live in, to where you lived one with nature, one with spirit. And when things changed over the last few hundred years, it was a separation, it was a struggle, it was hardship, and there was that detachment that happened. So before, we kind of kept those to ourselves because we knew every tribe had their roles, every tribe had their protections and their ceremonies of what they did to maintain their particular ecosystem and their particular lifestyles. So they maintained those ceremonies and those prayers before. But ever since everything that's happened over the past few hundred years, it's changed to where, like I said, the spirits are crying. They don't have that interaction anymore. They don't have those offerings anymore. And so the elders sat back, and I was part of that meeting. We sat back and we talked about, we said, hey, I'm going to be really blunt right now. There's no getting rid of the settlers, no getting rid of these people here. They're here to stay and they're here to live amongst us. So why don't we try to teach them a little bit? Don't give them everything. Still keep some things very sacred to us, but teach them enough to be able to interact with those beings, to be able to react with respect and interact with that respect and interact with that acknowledgement of the world around them, and make them aware of their surroundings, to take care of their home, to take care of their families, to take care of the places that they live, their environments, and interact with those beings. So if those beings do interact with people who don't know, there is an avenue, there's a place for people to at least understand the basics of those interactions.
That is one of the things that I truly love too, is learning of those ways, because it's pure for me. It's more natural for me. It makes me feel, again, connection to that, to the mother, to the earth, and I admire that. And something that I always look for when I'm studying too is the cultural references and how specific stories hold a wondrous dynamic of meaning, not just one meaning. A lot of the, indigenous peoples, when they talk about their traditions, their oral traditions, there are the stories, and those stories have so many different meanings when seen through so many different guises of each culture, where it came from, where it settled, and what would be your advice to try and give to this community that's watching now to try and get to more of that balanced place?
So my advice to the community that's listening right now is to step back, away from stigmas, away, I guess, empty your cup. There's a certain communities and there's certain people who practice certain ways and are following what was talked about on a blog post or talked about by someone who doesn't quite have everything there. I instead encourage you to step back from all that and focus on yourself and your interactions, your family, your children, your spouse, your partners. Understand your home, the home that you live in. Take care of that home, and then take care of your belongings, your vehicles or your steel ponies. Take care of yourself and your mind. And when you learn to respect yourself, you learn to respect everything in your immediate environment. It just spreads from there. Understanding self-respect, understanding self-love, and understanding what that means is practice breathing, practice your understanding how your blood work, how your cells work, how your mind and body and spirit interacts, and respect that. From then on, whatever you interact with or whoever you interact with, you're going to have that respect as if it was yourself. So, teach respect to those beings, teach respect to your environment. And when you go in and you interact with those things, they understand and see that as well.
That's why I thought of you in one of in this moment. I've heard you say that before too, and that's why it was kind of a setup question. I knew you were going to answer it like that, and I loved when you answer it like that. I do that sometimes. You know how I do it. It's an interviewer, but
Right.
that's why when we had this event, you were one of the first people I thought of, because this is humanity unplugged. Explore the internal. And when we explore the internal, we understand the facets that are within our own body, our own consciousness, and how it connects to the physical. And that is where you gain the respect, by understanding.
Definitely. And my journey in learning isn't a testament to that. Our very first years of learning about how to become a guardian, we had to learn those survival techniques. We had to learn what it was like to be hungry, what it was like to be thirsty, what it was like to not have energy, what it was like to fight for yourself to survive. And once you fought to survive for yourself, you could take care of your group, you could take care of your peers, your family. You understand a whole new aspect of yourself. And from there, teaching can continue to outward expansion to where you learn inward out. And then you can start learning about the universe. You can start learning about ceremonies and how everything interacts. But if you don't have an understanding of yourself, and if you don't have an understanding of your spirit and how you interact with your little environment, you're going to struggle. And these beings that want to take advantage of that, they will take advantage of that. Make yourself strong first. Make yourself a warrior first. Then you can go out and interact with the world.
There couldn't be more sage advice that I could give anybody. That hits the head every time, because even, we talked to Phil Gruber, and one of the things he says is that the activation is in the information, and feeding that internal the information it needs to coexist and properly go about the things it needs to do. Again, you also see the world around you with a different respect, which is what you were talking about when you were in the mountains and doing the guardianship type of training. And that work for you will never be done. You will be a guardian forever, and you will pass it on to others, which is also something we have to look at, that you've done the self work. So now you have the ability to affect generations to come.
Definitely. So my teachings with that is live your life so that your lineage can remember your contributions to their lives. I always think back to my great grandfather, Hastin Tonjone, and how it would have been amazing to see him on video or to talk with him in a physical sense and be able to just have a knowledge, his library of knowledge that he had, that unfortunately a lot of it was lost. So now that we live in a time to where we can record, we can write, we can present, we can have avenues for the generations to come to resort to be like, okay, that's my great grandfather, that's my great great grandfather. What is he teaching? Those are his teachings. Okay, so my advice along with that is live a life, do something every single day to further progress yourself, whether that's learning something or moving forward in whatever business adventures or economic or educational endeavors you have, or if that means taking care of yourself, spending time with your family, your children. Those moments are part of you who you are. Do something every day that's going to enhance that and improve that, and do something that's going to be worthwhile to where they'll want to write books about you. They'll want to tell your story, and they'll remember your name way beyond you're gone.
I completely agree. And this is why I love the indigenous teaching so much, is because you are a warrior hero. You are that man that stands inside of the dark, shining the brightest light. You really are. And another thing I wanted to touch on before you leave today is my partner Omar, who's doing this event with me. The indigenous people have a connection to their hair, and their hair is an extension of them. So if you could explain what that means and why that is, because I know he talks about it. He's Inuit from
Oh.
Canada.
Mhm.
Omar, if you're there, you want to come on for a second? But he's also Indian from India, so he's the purest. He says he's the. I believe it's the purest type of native.
He's both
So
Indians.
yeah, yeah.
How's it
So
going,
if you
Omar?
could just give us a
How's it
quick
going,
demo
David?
on
That was
the hair.
incredible, brother. Like it's such incredible knowledge that is, and I'm so grateful that you shared that, and in the manner in which you shared it, because I think we all needed to hear that, right?
Yes.
I myself am half Mohawk from
Oh.
the Six Nations in Ontario, and my father is from Pakistan. So I'm half Indian and half Indian.
Oh, yeah, brother from both sides of the ocean.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. Hoping that I can center this through learning and self-awareness, and and help heal trauma on both sides of the world through myself, because I'm seeing myself as a bridge for both cultures that can come together and share beautiful knowledge and reminisce with beautiful knowledge and stories of ancestors and grandcestors. So, yeah, brother, you did amazing. I'm just loving you.
yeah, oh, thank you. So to go on Rob's question about the hair, so your hair is an extension of your thoughts. Your hair is the rain. Your hair, well, no, especially here in the Southwest, you see amazing thunderstorms. And oftentimes in those huge thunderheads, you see the rain off way miles down the distance. You see it kind of like a curtain of rain just drenching the part of the desert. And in the hair, this part that you're standing on could be bright and sunny, but you see that thunderhead blessing the land. In that same aspect, our hair is like that. Our hair blesses the land. Our hair blesses the worlds that are around us. It is our connection to spirit. It is our thoughts. Hohafte. It's very important in our indigenous, in Navajo culture, for young women especially, to not cut their hair until after their puberty ceremony. And it's also very important to not cut the bangs, because that's the front part of your thought process. Your hair is your identity. Your hair is your spirit. Your hair is your connection to all these different realms. There's a reason I talked about the swirl on your head and how your hair swirls around the feather, where the feather comes into your being, your antenna, your connection. Your hair enhances that. It is in essence a part of your being. So you take care of that. So there's times, it's a very sacred time when your partner, your mom, or someone does your hair for you, puts it in siev, puts it in a bun. And there's songs and there's a prayer that goes with that, how you fix someone's hair, your partner fixes your hair. It's a sense of intimacy. And it's a representation of who you are as an indigenous person, or who you are as a person of this earth.
So epic. It's so epic. All of this is just so incredible. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Omar.
beautiful. Let me. I'll share a story here. Here, I'll take my feather and I'll put it on the table here. A few years ago, my hair was past my tailbone. It was like seriously long, and so I decided on my birthday a few years back that I was going to cut it, and I was going to donate it to Children's Hospital to create wigs for children that are going through therapy and such, and shave my face and everything. And it took me a long time to grow that hair. And as long as I can remember, I've always wanted to have long hair. I'd get long hair, it would get cut off, and then I'd grow it again, cut it off. But this time around, I just let it go and go and go, and it just grew up really beautifully. And I cut it off, and I gave it away. And and it was just like a sudden. It was like almost instant that I didn't feel like myself. My head felt light. I felt like I didn't have something. There was something missing within me, and I didn't like it. Right? I didn't enjoy that whatsoever, because at nighttime my wife lays there and plays with my hair. Right? She twirls my hair and we talk, and she just plays with my hair. So it's like a ritual that we have. And we couldn't do that for a very long time because I just, after that, I just let it grow back to where it is now, right? So when you say that you lose connection, to your ecosystem, to the environment, to the earth, I went through that, and several times. But this last time, I was really aware of it, because before, when I'd cut my hair off, I didn't have the awareness that I have today. But this time around, I had it, and it was black day and night, black and white. And I'm so glad that it's come back, because now that it's come back, I'm feeling that I have a deeper connection to myself, and to the consciousness that I share for some particular reason. I don't know why, but it just feels that way. And the idea of having short hair again in my lifetime is just not even there. It's never going to happen. I'm just going to let it grow, and if it starts touching my feet, I'll just roll it up and right, just kind of fold it, and just let it keep going. So never going to happen again. So thank you for that upload. I really, really resonated with that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I call you Hero. I know your name's Dave, but Hero is my name for you. And I just want to say, you are a hero, my friend, and we really appreciate you coming through and helping us understand your culture a little bit better. And I look forward to working with you more in the future. Let the people know where they can find your work.
Definitely. So anyone who wants to reach out or pretty much see what we do, kind of see a little bit of the action, or just to reach out and tell their stories, we do have a website. It's www.unearthingthesupernatural.com. It's there that you can have a link to our YouTube. We have a YouTube channel. You just search up Unearthing the Supernatural. We have a Gmail account, so unearthingthesupernatural@gmail.com. Feel free to reach out. We do our best to respond to everyone. Tell your stories. We're on podcasts all the time. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter. You can find us on TikTok now. That's a newfound audience, so that's a good thing. But find us on pretty much any social media platform, Instagram, and we're, for the most part, open books. We love speaking. We love being able to teach others and show others how we as Indigenous people interact with the spirit world and how it can enhance your world as well.
Absolutely fantastic, brother. Thank you again. I'm sure we'll see you on the shows, and we'll also see you at the other events we have coming up as well. Your knowledge is so incredible and sacred. You gave us an incredible upload or download, whatever you want to call it today. You gave us a lot to think about, and we love and appreciate you, brother.
Okay, thank you to everyone for taking the time to listen, and I want to extend many blessings and much love to everyone, and to become that warrior that everyone needs within yourself, and take care of the worlds around you. One final thing, Unearthing the Supernatural likes to say, we are a few of many, one story of thousands. Let us hear yours.
Fantastic, bro. So awesome. Thank you, Hero. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Hero. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
That was epic. I mean, that was just so incredible. I think we have Leanne coming up with a stretch next to let us all ponder what we just heard, and essentially get some stretch on and make sure that we've been sitting for a long time today. So we want to make sure that you don't cramp up. And it's mind blown. I love speaking with Hero. Hero has been somebody that I've talked to a few times now, and every time I just learn more and more. So such an incredible soul and incredible person, doing great work out there. And subscribe to their YouTube channel. Also check out unearthingthesupernatural.com. We put it up. Everything is up in the chat, so you can just one click and go check it all out. So I think Leanne's getting herself prepared with some music. There she is.
I don't want to end Leanne, I don't want to end the stream to Alan's channel. So let's just not play
regular.
Music.
No music.
Let's just go musicless, hun. I don't want to kill the stream to Alan's channel. I'm sorry.
We can't hear you right now anyway, I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're muted or
maybe Rob, you can sing for us.
Let's not start the la 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 la.
No, I am not. These Barry White vocals that you'll hear coming from over here are not very good. So
are you sure
you
have
a
the
deep
voice?
voice?
That Barry White vocals coming from you. Let me.
He just wants to hang out. He's always around when we're on the computer. He
Subscribe
hears
Barry,
it.
my bird.
The bird.
Subscribe to Hero's YouTube channel, Unearthing the Natural. What an amazing guy.
Unearthing
And,
the supernatural.
Of course, go to his website as well, unearthingsupernatural.com. Where is it? It's up here. You see it, Rob, somewhere? It's up in the comments here. I just popped it up.
Got it.
Right
Right.
here.
Hold on 1 second. I'll put it back in the comments for everybody again.
Yeah, cool. That was amazing. I think everybody should go and visit Hero's website and catch themselves a
Wait till you see
good
the
upload.
paranormal work that they do. It's intense and it's incredible.
Oh,
It's
I'm gonna
not
I'm
just
gonna
teachings. He's also out there fighting a good fight and getting rid of, some of the nasty
Yeah.
stuff and contacting some of the great stuff. So
Yeah.
he really, they're making a difference on different
was
fronts,
amazing.
and we appreciate
Really
it.
was.
Go
That
ahead,
was amazing.
Leanne. It's up to
Leanne,
you.
you doing a quiet one, or let's not do
We're
any
gonna do
music?
quiet.
Yeah.
Well, as quiet as my birds are, we'll do that.
All right, coolies, brother. Coolies, sister. Thank
Only
you.
Velcro
Appreciate
here
it.
with us. Can you guys hear me? You can, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh no.
You're too cute.
All right. Oh, thank you. You're kind of cute too. And so's Amy. And Melvin. Your whole family. All right. Let's take a deep breath. Let's ground our feet. Speaking of grounding, to ground our feet. And if anybody knows the land on which you are standing, please give respect to those peoples. As far as I know, I'm on Lenape land. So let's take a deep breath and say thank you. And exhale. Okay. Let's put one hand on one hip and let's put our arms way up in the air and let's reach and stretch our ribs and also stretch up in here as well. Don't just go to the side, just kind of go up on both sides and then go over and take a deep breath. And come back to center. And let's switch. Put your left arm up and stretch up out of your hips. And let's do that 2 more times on each side. Last time on the side. And then when you've done both sides, just reach back up again and then reach out and stretch out as far as you can from your middle finger. Keep breathing, keep grounding your feet, keep pushing your heels into the floor and come up out of your hips. Keep this part lifting the whole time. And keep breathing. Okay, let's pat our arms a little bit. Go up and down. Go down our chest, down our sides, go down our legs. Just hello. Hello, body. And then maybe we can gently just pat our backs and our stomachs. It's always nice. My kidneys always like it when I say hi, gently. And let's do that a couple more times. And then put our hands on our hips and go around clockwise. And switch directions. And switch.
Yeah, I like this one, Leanne.
I know you do. It's the last stretch, so we'll do everything on more legs. and go back again. Delay. David just messaged something. I see the words thank you because I'm a little farsighted. You're welcome. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Let's do our news. And keep breathing. So much gratitude for that young man. And Swint.
Hero. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I was really blown away. Like, I
So
really.
amazing.
Let's touch the ground as we can. And if it's shins or whatever you guys can do, you do. And if you want to take your legs apart as you're doing this, and just let the top part of your body just hang and breathe. One more big breath. And now come up.
Oh, that's a great
And
comment.
just sort of parallel. Go that way for our not friends who we don't want hovering. And see if you can get your back parallel to the ground if you need to, whatever you need to do to adjust. So you can get like a right angle going here. Take a
We
couple
wouldn't
of
have made it without you, Leanne.
What happened?
11 days, we wouldn't have made it without you. These stretches are invaluable. Oh, boy.
Oh.
Yeah, it's been great.
And just sort of like, I'm doing this with my feet like back in. And walk your feet back in. And then carefully come back up. Okay. And let's, I don't know, I kind of feel like maybe lying on our backs would be a good thing. And just, again, feel the earth under our bodies. Acknowledge the sky above and the ground below. Acknowledge our breath. And acknowledge the cells and the molecules and the neutrinos and the quarks and all of those things that David can teach me about when he comes over here and talks to me for hours and hours. Wow. Just keep breathing. Let's put our feet flat on the floor, bend your knees, and let's take a couple of those tantric breaths. If you guys don't know what that is, we inhale through the nose and tilt our heads down. And as we exhale, we breathe out twice. And let's take our feet out a little wider and sort of sway. Feel your sacrum against the ground, getting a nice little massage. Gravity in Mother Earth. Connect to Mother Earth. You can also rock back and forth and keep breathing. Let's extend our right leg out and pull our left leg back just to the left a little bit. And take another deep breath here. And now let's gently take that leg across our bodies. And you can adjust your hips as you like. Whatever your body tells you to do, please listen. It's smart. And you can move the arm that's behind you around until you find an angle that feels good. Feel that nice stretch. Up your side, up through your armpit, through your arm, all the way to your fingers. And breathe. And carefully come back up to center. Put your foot back down. And let's bend our right leg. Both legs there. Take a deep breath in. And exhale. And extend your left leg. Or whatever leg you didn't. Or you did do before. And then let's pull our right leg back just to the right of our bodies. And just breathe. Nice deep breath. When you breathe, be aware of that little tiny nanosecond between the in-breath and the out-breath, between the out-breath and the in-breath, and the stillness where there's that nothing, no thing. And let's carefully bring our right leg across. And adjust our right arms into a place where the stretch feels good. From out of your hip, all the way up your side, through your armpit, down your arm. And take another nice deep breath.
Let's start to wrap, Leanne. We got our next guest in the house, and Dr. Joan with Shima Moore.
And let's carefully come back to center and put both feet down on the ground, palms up. And let's take a nice deep breath together and hold it at the very top for a count of 4. And exhale together. Holding that sacred space for all sharing. Now let's gently roll to one side. And whatever arm is on top, put palm down. Carefully push yourselves up. Head comes up last. Find your way into a meditation pose. Palms up on your knees. Take another deep breath. Feeling the ground underneath you. Feeling your body. Feeling a little bit of life after sitting. So grateful for this space. So grateful for this sacred, safe space. Thank you, Omar. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, everybody. This is the last stretchy, so just thank you. Be well. I wish you all well.
Yeah, this is the last one, huh?
Yeah, I was just thinking that very same thing while Leanne was doing this. And Leanne, thank you so much. This was a total invaluable service to Humanity Unplugged because we needed this a couple times a day, every day.
Yep.
And, you know, the amount of learning that we did, you know, healthy body, healthy mind. And that was great. You know, we sit and we lay and we watch, and then it's nice to get up every few hours and have that stretch, have that breath, and then get back into it. So thank you. I love you, my sister. Thank you.
Thank you.
You were wonderful.
Pantomime.
Vibe, sweetheart. That high
Hi,
energy.
Dawn.
Vibe. I just wanted
One
to say
day I'm going to meet all of you guys and give such big, long, lingering, not inappropriate hugs.
well, we can do them. Just, you know, I always like to send energy out like this. I rub my hands together. I feel the energy, and then I send out hugs. You know, hugs to everyone. I was thinking this is a marathon. It's been like a 12-day marathon. Incredible. So all of you have done a great job. So,
Well,
all right, Leanne, thank you, sweetie. All right, I am going to tell you about my guest. And I'm so happy to see you all. I'm back in my sanctuary after a 4-day marathon myself in Sedona. And here we are now. I'm going to introduce you to a very dear friend of mine. I have to say, she really is my BFF. And that's because we not only just adore each other as friends, but we collaborate. we brainstorm, we just inspire each other to be the best that we can be. So it's very, very exciting. We started our first radio shows. Well, that was my second, but kind of at the same time on the same networks, and we continue. And so I want you to pay attention to her today. So she is metaphysical curator and educator and a lifelong community and event organizer who utilizes ancient and modern wisdom and celestial insights to integrate body, mind, and spirit through her 5D star portal. She is the co-founder of the Los Angeles Conscious Life Expo, which has, by the way, been in existence 18, 19, probably 20 years. So, and it's one of the largest conscious expos in the country and possibly in the world. So you need to know that. Co-founder, and also co-founder of Perceptions Magazine and Rainbow Grocery and General Store in San Francisco. And she's creatress of Your Astrology Curator on Facebook, so you can find her there. Moon Manifestation Magic, 10 Days to Ageless Vitality Master Cleanse, and Shima, Metaphysics and More Radio, as well as worldwide facilitator of Peter Dunov's Pan-Eurythmy Sacred Dance and Stargate Activation Meditations. Shima currently resides in Mount Shasta, California, where she's immersed in nature, astrological research, writing, and teaching, along with community ritual and musical celebrations and performances. So let's see if I can add her up here. Hello, Shima. Okay, turn your sound on.
Okay, can you hear me?
All right.
All right, yay.
Oh my God, I'm so excited to see you.
This is so wonderful, Joan. I so appreciate being here. And wow, what a marathon this has been. And it was so great to have Leanne just doing those stretches and stuff, some of those movements I do in the morning myself to get myself going. And I used to teach a class called Dance Transformation. And it was like really getting the body going. So I so appreciate everything that you guys are doing here. So thank you so much for inviting me.
Wow, sweet. I had forgotten that you actually were, into dance before you got into astrology and consciousness. And so tell us a little bit before we start about you. How did you get into astrology, or like co-founder of the Conscious Life Expo? Like, who are you?
Well, it's interesting because I have been into astrology for many, many decades, and it's such an amazing exploration. It's historical, it's cultural, it tells us about the world that we live in, it tells us about ourselves. And I find that it's just like the best detective story one could ever read, because you're finding out about yourself and the people around you. So I absolutely love it. And recently, I listen to webinars all the time. I have some really favorite astrologers that I love. I'm still a student. Astrology is like an onion. You can just peel it and peel it and peel it. There's so much that it has to share. And so recently, I came across something that really, really hit home in terms of why astrology is so important for me. And we're going to be talking about that today. We're going to be talking about the cross of life that we come into, that we evolve into. And for me, my midheaven is in Pisces, your sun sign. And it is astrology. It's in the 9th house of astrology. It's so connected. And, that was just on Sunday. I've got a deeper understanding of the angles. And so I'm including some of that today in my talk, because what I learn, I teach. And that's kind of what it's all about. I'm an eternal student.
I love it. You know what you just said to me? So, I sometimes in my talks, I talk about like, okay, so God, send me a description of my life, like a plan, something I can follow so that I can see it, And what you're saying to me, and I used to beg for that. And what you're saying to me was maybe in front of my eyes the whole time. The astrology charts. That's what I'm getting from that astrology chart is your map. and you're going to share with us information about the map. And by the way, you have gorgeous light coming in.
Look, I've got like a little rat.
Over you. All over you. It's kind of interesting. All right. So are you ready to? Oh, and I want everyone to know also that Shima is a recent addition to Portal to Ascension, as well as Watchers Talk. And you're going to be doing, right, a 7-week astrology series.
Yes. And I'm very
Coming up,
excited. Yes.
starting good. And so you might want to mention that. And so I'm really happy to hear that. All right. Do you want to share your PowerPoint now with everyone?
Okay. So technology is not my forte so much. So let's see. I think I have it all.
Fantastic.
Let's see how we're going to do this. Okay.
Technology works well for Shima.
Yes, it does. I'm so good at it. Here we go.
You're so good. So there's a button 4 down. It says share. You're going to click share.
All right. I need to go there first. That was the thing. Okay. So I go
It's
to
kind of like Zoom in a
share.
way. You're going to click on share. And then when you're on the share button, now do you have, you're going to click on share screen.
Yes, I think that'll be the way to go. Yes.
Okay, so click on share screen.
Okay. And entire screen. Okay. But,
No, it's highlighted blue. You will want to go to window.
Okay.
Instead, so stop share.
Okay.
And then go down to share again.
Yes.
And then to share screen.
Yes.
And then up top, you'll see 3 options. One of them is highlighted blue. It says entire screen.
Yes.
And then to the right of it is window and Chrome tab.
Yes.
Do you have your presentation on your computer?
I do.
Okay, so you'll want to go to window.
Okay.
And then it'll be in there.
Perfect. There it is. Okay.
Fantastic, Shima. I'll be right here if there's any. Did you share it?
I haven't shared it yet. I'm going to hit presenter mode, so you should just see the slide.
Perfect. And I'll take myself out and I'll just be listening in.
Okay. View, presenter slide. All right. I hope you can all hear that well. And
we can't see it now.
You can't see it?
No, we saw it for a minute and now we can't see it.
Okay. You're not seeing it. Oh, dear.
So let's go back and try it again.
Okay, let's see view.
Oh, there it is. There it is. And I think you should go to slideshow, and click on.
Maybe that's where it is. Yes. Slideshow presenter view. I'm trying that. Does that work?
Well, that's not working.
Okay. Okay. So what you'll want to do is stop share screen.
Okay.
Leave the presenter view. Leave the presenter view on.
Okay.
And then come back into the studio.
All right.
And then stop share.
Stop share. Great.
Yeah. And then now let's go through the process again.
Thank you.
And then when you go to the window, you'll see the presenter view.
Okay. So I'm going to go to share again.
Yeah. Share screen.
All right.
And then to window.
Yes.
And then in your window, you'll see the presenter view.
Okay. How's that?
There we go.
But can you see? But this is not what I want to be sharing.
Yeah. You want to share the other window.
Yes. Presenter view.
Yeah.
Can you see it now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Why? It should be up.
Yeah. It open in the background. It should be in the presenter view.
Yeah. All right. I have my PowerPoint open.
And then go to presenter view.
You got to stop the share again, otherwise it's not going to show up. So you got to stop the share, put it in presenter view now, and then when you look at the end of it, where it'll have multiple PowerPoints, and you'll have to pick the right one.
Okay, let's see how that works. All right, I'm going to put it in presenter mode now. La 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 la. Should be this one. Let's see. Okay. Okay, let me shut this one down.
Are we sure that presenter view works with StreamYard, guys?
Yep.
Okay, let's see. Let's open it again. Here it is, and now I'm going to put it in. Do I want to do it on the Finder or in the PowerPoint itself?
You'd want to pick the window that is the presenter view, right? So you'll have two options under the window. One is the PowerPoint, and then the other one will be the presenter view.
Okay, so I'm going to go to slideshow, presenter view. Oh, that's not working. You don't see it. Oh, damn it. Ha ha ha. All
We could try
right.
uploading it as slides instead. If you share screen, there's an option that says slides.
Yeah, that will work too.
Share.
Or you could just do it the regular view, and because it did show up then.
What is the regular view? Let's see.
It's not the presenter view. It's just you click on record, from first slide, start from first slide, and it takes up the screen, and you can click it each time to move.
Okay, so you're not seeing this.
Mm-hmm.
You're not seeing this right now.
No, we're not seeing anything, love.
You're seeing that though. Oh dear.
Okay, so take a deep breath, and we're going to start again.
There we go.
Okay?
Presenter. Play from start. Okay, you're not seeing that. Oh. All right, here we go. Let's see. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out now what I'm going to be doing here. I'm going to do this. Okay, slideshow. Slideshow. Rehearse, timing, review, record. Presenter view. Let's see how this works. How's that? Can you see that? No.
You're not sharing it.
Click on share.
Okay, let's see here.
The share is in the
share.
StreamYard.
Share, let's see. Do I want to share slides or share my computer? No. Share screen. Okay. Share window.
Do you see two PowerPoints there when you go to Windows?
I do not.
You only see one.
I don't see, now I'm just not even seeing my PowerPoint at all there.
Oh, maybe you X'd out your PowerPoint.
Oh, let's try it again. Oh, you guys are so patient.
Go to share.
Okay, hold on. This one I don't.
Yeah, we're going to try
Okay,
it
I'm
from
going
slides.
to share.
And then go to the very top where it says slides.
Okay, cancel. Go to share. Go to slides.
And then choose from your computer.
Okay. They currently support, okay, upload files.
It'll take about a minute to process once you choose and upload.
You've got to know where it's saved and go there and open it.
Okay, I know where it's saved. Here it is.
I could sing while we're doing it. I could hum.
I should have had music playing. Okay, you're ready to go. Now I'm going to try share. Is that right?
Yeah,
or what?
it's going to take a minute or two to process, but it'll come up.
All
And then
right.
what you can do is run your mouse over the screen that you're seeing in StreamYard, and it'll give you the option to go to the next slide.
Okay,
Nice
will
and
I be able to see my notes? Because that would be helpful. That's the thing.
You can keep it open in the background and look at your notes while this screen has the slide on it. And then when you can flop back and forth like Alt-Tab, and it'll jump back and forth between the two so you can move it, talk, go back, move it, talk, go back, if that works.
All right, let's see. We'll figure it out here. I'm going to try this. So let's see. I can do that. Right.
Okay. Have we hit the share? Good.
All right,
Perfect.
look, here it is.
Beautiful.
Okay, so now what are you seeing?
It says the seasons. Okay, there's that beautiful slide that also Alan Steinfeld uses.
Yes.
And now it says 5D Star Portal, the
Yes.
seasons, connecting to your personal seasons and cycles.
And is it filling your screen?
Enough that we can see it perfectly. Okay?
Okay, so now tell me how would I be able to see like my notes? Or I'll
Well, you
just
can't. You're
all
going to
right.
have your notes in a different window that you consult.
All right, here I go. I'm going to try that right now.
Just like
See
And
if
what you
I
can do is you can say to us next slide. So you'll know what slide you're on and you can just stay on that on the PowerPoint behind it with the
Okay,
notes open.
can you still see it now?
Yes.
All right, so great. All right, I'm going to ask you then to change the slide when I'm ready. I think that'll work perfectly.
I don't think we can.
We
What?
can.
We can change her slides for her?
Yeah,
Of
we
course
can.
I
Dr.
can.
Jones, how
Oh,
about
look at
your
that. Okay, I just learned something so new. This is incredible.
how about
Okay, well,
your
Gina, I can. If you say next slide, I'll change it for you.
I
awesome
love it.
Dr.
Okay, and I'm
Jones, the
going to just sit
quarterback?
here in case there's a problem.
So you can see my whole screen, is that correct? You see the whole picture
Yeah.
on the screen.
Well, we
Great.
see it says 5D Star Portal, and the slide is the seasons, connecting to your personal seasons and cycles.
Yes. All right. Well, hello.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin. This is Sheba Moore, astrological curator, because she gathers information from many different, not many, but several of the top astrologers. And that's what she's bringing up to us today, guys.
All right. Well, thank you, Joan. Thank you, Rob and Omar. It takes a village, that's for sure.
You're
Wow. Well, it's an honor to have been invited to this mega equinox conference, and as I say, you guys really, I bow down to you for your stamina and your availability. Okay, now I'm getting voice of tech angels. Okay, great. I'm getting all these texts from friends applauding me for persevering. But really, the it goes to you all. Okay, so I
Well,
haven't
tell
been
them to put their comments on the screen so we can see them all.
okay.
So
All
you
right.
shouldn't be texting while we're doing this, my love.
I'm not. I'm shutting my phone off as we speak right now.
Put all those comments, guys, wherever you're watching.
All right. So, as Joan mentioned, I've been researching and sharing astrology for more than 30 years, and there's really so much to share, which is why I love doing PowerPoints. It's just getting everything to work can be a little bit of a challenge. You know, we're a different generation, so we're kind of still learning. Anyway, today we're not really going to be focusing on the planets or the signs or the houses or even the zodiac, because today we're really going to explore the seasons. We just entered a new season on Sunday. We entered spring at 8:33 a.m. Pacific time. Now, if you're not in the Pacific time zone, it's going to be whatever that time translates into your time zone. Okay, and why is the awareness of the seasons so important? And how do we connect with them personally? And why do we even want to do that? Well, let's take a look and see. But before we start, I always like to share a blessing. And I would like you to imagine yourself facing east in a circle. And we're going to begin with east. That's the direction of springtime. So facing east, and if you don't know where east is, we're going to talk about that in just a little bit. But just kind of like in your heart, think east. And we're going to say a little blessing, and it's going to be, "O kindly luminous beings, guardians of this place, thank you for your hospitality. And may God, Goddess, Spirit, whichever works for you, bless you." And we're going to say that to the south. "O kindly luminous beings, guardians of this place, thank you for your hospitality. And may God bless you." To the west, "O kindly luminous beings, guardians of this place, thank you for your hospitality, and may God, Goddess, Spirit, bless you." And finally, to the north, the place of the ancestors, "O kindly luminous beings, guardians of this place, thank you for your hospitality, and may God bless you." And let's go to the next slide. Now, generally, I love to start my presentations with this woodcut, and I'm not surprised that Alan Seinfeld uses it. It's very popular. It's from 1888. What I like about it is that it's a great visual. It really shows what's happening if we can pierce through the veil of the third dimension reality. So, though there's an awareness of many cycles through which we can see all the awareness of cycles within cycles, all those wheels outside of the sun and the moon and the stars and the trees and things, we can open up to a whole world. It's beyond 3D. We can begin to awaken. We become conscious of a more cosmic, universal perspective of life. And as we talked about with Joan, astrology is truly my passion. And I can and I do spend hours online researching it. I transcribe a lot of my talks. It never gets boring. In fact, the scope is so broad because it includes history, physics, current events, and so much more. But since I know most people don't have the time or the inclination, perhaps, to do that, I began curating an astrology page on Facebook several years ago called Your Astrology Curator. And it was an offshoot of a weekly radio show that Joan and I started around the same time. We had my show, then her show. Mine was called Shima, Metaphysics, and More. And it's where I got to interview wonderful guests who had important, mostly alternative info to share. And although I didn't plan it, I found myself serendipitously beginning each week with an update on the moon cycle, and then exploring how to manifest our dreams and our intentions by aligning with each of the phases. Now, prior to any of radio, I was co-founder, as Joan said, of Conscious Life Expo, Perceptions Magazine, Rainbow Grocery and General Store. These are things I've been doing since the mid 70s because holistic health, spirit, consciousness, these are all things that I'm passionate about. So rather than reinventing the wheel, so to speak, at Your Astrology Curator, I decided that I would like to highlight specific works that I think are important for you to know. And they're all from a variety of astrologers whose work I respect. So today, we're going to take a peek behind that veil and see what we can discover. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Now, most of us know it's spring. We've heard it's the vernal equinox, but what does that really mean? Is it spring everywhere in the world? And is it the same day every year? People say, oh, well, it's this day or that day. Well, as we can see here, if we look at the top part of the globe, the Earth spinning around. What's that in the middle? That's the sun, and the Earth goes in a counterclockwise direction around the sun. On the 20th, 21st, 22nd, that's the equinox. What does that mean? Equal. It's not exactly equal, actually. It depends where you are in the world. It's approximately 12 hours day, 12 hours night, but it's a little different. I even found that here in Mount Shasta, there was actually more daylight than nighttime on the equinox itself. And it actually started a day late, a minute later, and we'll see that in a chart that I did for it. Now, after the equinoxes comes the solstice. What does that mean? Solstice, the sun stays stationary in the sky, and it stops for 3 days. So it's kind of like the solstice is more of a time where if you looked at a book called an ephemeris, where you can see all the little numbers and all the little symbols, you'll find that the sun during the solstice actually stops. Not so much on the equinox, it goes actually faster. Now, it's interesting that both astronomers and astrologers pay attention to these 4 points of the year, the equinoxes, the solstices, and the solstices. Now, March is 0 degrees Aries. That's spring, but that's spring here in the northern hemisphere. If we were to travel to the southern hemisphere, the seasons are all reversed. So here in the northern hemisphere, we're used to 0 degrees Aries. So that's when the sun crosses that line on the ecliptic. If we take the equator and move it out into the heavens, that's the ecliptic, and that's the path of the sun around the earth. When the sun comes to 0 degrees Aries, that's what we call spring. If we follow it around a bit, the summer solstice is 0 degrees Cancer. Libra is 0 degree. Fall is 0 degrees Libra, and winter 0 degrees Capricorn. As I said, it's only here in the northern hemisphere. In the southern hemisphere, it's totally reversed. They've just started autumn, then they'll come to winter, then spring, then summer. Okay, so notice though the flow of the circle, its direction, it's counterclockwise, which is kind of interesting, and we'll touch on that a bit. But it's a circle or a cycle, and a circle or a cycle is very important in all aspects of our lives from when we're a young child. Let's take a look at the next slide. On this slide, you see the same image of the Earth going around the sun, but it's a little bit of a different orientation. And you can see the Arctic Circle is up there, and if you look at the numbers, it's 66.5 degrees north, and then Tropic of Cancer, 23.5, the equator, Capricorn, and the circle, the way the Earth is spinning. Well, that's the Earth spinning on its axis, and that's really what makes the season. If we didn't have that tilt, we wouldn't have the seasons. Now, from that's a heliocentric perspective. That means the sun is in the middle of it. It's the center. And from different latitudes, that's what creates the equinox, the spring equinox. And what I'm starting to find is that many people are starting to call the spring equinox the March equinox, because it's actually more correct, because it's the equinox no matter where you are. Now, many teachers around the world acknowledge that 23.5-degree tilt for a number of reasons. In fact, several years ago, I was into a sacred dance called pan-eurythmy. It was created by Peter Dunov, a spiritual master in Bulgaria in the mid-20th century. In August 2020, after a couple of years of study, I was invited to actually teach pan-eurythmy and lead it here in Mount Shasta. Now, in the process, one of the things I discovered that in one of the movements, the angle of the arm as it's stretched out is 23.5 degrees, because this sacred dance is so connected with the movements of the earth and the sun and the moon and the stars, which I love, you can imagine. So as I discovered the flow of the circle, again, and each of the 28 movements, they're specifically designed to connect us with heaven and earth. Ironically, that is the, here in Mount Shasta, if you drive around town, you'll often see banners where heaven meets earth. So this is so much in alignment with what's going on in my life right now and in your life. And perhaps you're just becoming aware of that. But I think if you've been listening here over the last more than a week, you are definitely in tune with a lot of this information. So the March equinox through September equinox is when we dance pan-eurythmy outside all over the world. And each August, people from around the world go to Bulgaria. Now, I have not been there, but I look forward to going at some point. But they come to the Rila Mountains, and let's take a look what that looks like. Next slide. So whether it's the cycles of the planets or the unbroken line of a line connecting to itself, spirit is symbolized by a circle. And here is an aerial view of pan-eurythmy dancers from around the world who dance in that circle around live musicians. That's live musicians in the center, which, you know, the center point, if we looked at the symbol for the sun, it would be a circle with a dot in the middle. That's spirit. And that looks pretty much like that to me here. Okay, let's go to the next slide. All right, so pan-eurythmy. The word pan-eurythmy is derived from three roots. Pan meaning whole or cosmos. Eu meaning true meaning or the essence of things, and rhythmic conveying an idea of movement of the rhythm of special rhythm of music. Now, panrhythmy is often explained as a supreme wholeness, wholesome cosmic rhythm, the rhythm of synchronizing man or humanity and nature. And you can look at this beautiful image of this circle of people in the midst of the mountains, in the midst of the seven lakes in Bulgaria. And Peter Dunov, who is known spiritually as Biensa Duno, was actually the most influential Bulgarian spiritual teacher who created from what's called esoteric Christianity. And that's important because we're going to touch on esoteric Christianity again a little later. But you can still find any of his works in bookshops, really across the country and across the world, actually. Let's have the next slide. Thank you. Okay, so here again, just another image of that circle of humanity dancing amidst nature's splendor and beauty in the Rila Mountains in Bulgaria. Okay, next slide. Okay, so we were talking, when we looked at the equinoxes and the solstices, we saw the sun in the center. And so keeping in our theme of circles and cycles that is so prevalent everywhere, now we're going to take a look at our solar system, not with the sun as the center, but from us, from Earth as the center, because from our perspective, we are the center of it all, right? So let's look out from our earthly vantage point. There's the Earth in the middle. Okay, so the Earth is spinning 24/7, right? 24 hours a day. It's spinning on its axis. And then we have the moon going around it 29 and a half days. And then Mercury is the next cycle, about 18 months. And then Venus. And then what's the next most? Actually, if we think of the two most notable cycles, the moon cycle, right? A month. Every month we have a 29 and a half day cycle. And it used to be the moon cycle, we thought of it cut in half, was a fortnight, right? 14 days. And then the fortnight was cut in half, and that was a week. And each week starts on what day? A moon day, Monday, right? So the moon, whether a person is into astrology or thinks they're into astrology or not, so much in our life is based on it. So the next cycle that we all know is the cycle of the sun. And why do we know that? Because every year we have a solar return. And what does that mean? Well, it's our birthday. Now, it may not fall exactly on our birthday. Well, how can that be? Well, the degree of your birth, the degree of the sun at the time of your birth, is revisited every year. The sun returns every year to that exact degree. But depending on if you've moved or if it's a leap year or any other reasons, the sun often falls on a different day. For me, it's generally the day before my birthday, which I like because it's May Day and it's the Feast of Beltane. So I love that. All right, so after the sun is Mars. Mars is about a 2-year cycle. And then Jupiter, we leap out to a 12-year cycle. So Jupiter is now in Pisces. And I'm going to be talking about that in an upcoming talk that I'll be doing. But it loves being in Pisces. And we're going to take a look at what that looks like in a chart. So think about your life. 12 years ago, what was going on in your life? And next is Saturn. And many of us have heard about a Saturn return. The Saturn return is, again, about 29 years, 28 to 30 years, depending. But that's when if we live a healthy life, we would have maybe 3 cycles of Saturn to 30, to 60, to 90, and beyond, especially these days. All right, so let's look at the next slide, and you can see, just to kind of like fill it in with a little color and to look at the symbols. Now we use symbols when we do astrology because it's quicker. right? And we're going to look later a little bit at what each one of these symbols um, symbolize. But we have the earth in the middle, and then the moon, and then Mercury, and then Venus, and then Sun, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Now, these are the 7 traditional planets. It wasn't until 1781 when Uranus was discovered, because then we had the telescope. Prior to that, you could use the naked eye to see each one of the planets. And if you look out at the sky and you know how to, like when we were having in 2020, we had the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction. And if you knew where to look, you could see throughout the year in the sky, Jupiter and Saturn coming closer and closer together until on the solstice, I believe that year, they came together on the solstice. So they came together at 0 degrees Capricorn. Now, Neptune wasn't discovered till 1846, Pluto in 1930, and Chiron in 1977. And when humanity is ready for another level of just open to like expand, that's when planets come in. And it's a fascinating thing, more than we can really get into today, but perhaps we'll touch on that another time. All right, next slide, please. All right, so let's take a moment to look, to imagine that we're looking up at from here, from on Earth to the night sky. And if you can look there, that's the ecliptic, that line there. And we can see on the ecliptic the path of the sun and the wandering stars and the planets along the constellations known as the zodiac. And we can see some of them there. You can see Cancer and Leo and Virgo and Libra. Okay, so keep that in your mind's eye for a minute. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so now in this slide, you can see that night sky is broken up into 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, into 6 different slices, all equal in this case, okay? And if we looked up at the night sky and we superimpose the top part of the wheel of an astrological chart along the horizon, this is what we would see. So keep that image in mind, in your mind's eye for a moment. And let's go to the next slide here. Let's see. Did I go there? Let's see. The next slide. There we go. Okay. So the next slide is now this is one of several variations of a blank astrology chart. Now, if we superimpose this chart onto that sky we just looked at, from the left, from where it says 12 there, those 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, that would be the sky that we're looking at night. Remember, there are 12 sections, and so 6 of them we're going to be below the horizon. But notice for a second, there are 4 darker lines that form across. Well, what the heck is that all about? Well, these are very important because those are the seasons those are the seasons that we experience. That's and we're going to look a little deeper at this, but that would be Aries on the left there, that arrow pointing left. If we go to the bottom, that would be Cancer for summer. And if we go up to the right, remember we're going in a counterclockwise direction here, and we're looking up at the sky. So it's not like looking down at the map. It's kind of a little backwards in our view. It takes a little getting used to. Okay, so the moment the sun crosses any of those points is when a new season starts. Now, Western astrology is known as tropical astrology, and it's based on these seasons. It's based on 0 degrees Aries, Capricorn, Cancer, etc. Eastern or sidereal astrology uses the backdrop of the stars in its orientation. And for the most part, there are 2 different languages, although they both work. It really depends what language you speak. But I'm primarily a Western modern astrologer, although I have studied traditional and ancient astrology as well. Let's go to the next slide. Now here's a more primitive symbol of the circle and the cross. It's found everywhere in indigenous cultures and around the world. Any guesses why? Well, remember that circle is spirit or soul. The cross is the material, the matter, the mother, the earth, and those four directions. And the indigenous around the world, indigenous people honor those four directions. So I just thought we'd take a look. Let's go to the next slide. Now, in this slide, if we go back to our personal astrology chart for a moment, though astrology goes back many, many thousands of years, one's birth chart is a much more recent occurrence around the time of Hellenistic, the Greeks. Computers, the Greeks started with more personal. Prior to that, you had to be a king to have a personal astrology chart done, because otherwise it was done primarily to mark like the favorable time for wars and things like that. But today we have computers, and computers have made the erection of a chart as simple as a stroke of a few keys. But we need to know the time as well as the date and place of your birth to make it as accurate as possible. A lot of these things are they're just not the same if we don't have the time. So the word horoscope actually means the hour, and it was originally the exact moment of one's birth. The horoscope was actually the ascendant. If you look here where that E is, that's east, that's one's ascendant. And now the sun, so the earth is spinning in a clockwise direction as the cosmos is moving in a counterclockwise direction. So here at the east would be, if we were born at around 6 in the morning, our sun would be right here in the east. And then it would rise up to the top of the chart, would be high noon. And the other side would be the descent, that seventh house, that would be the setting sun. And the bottom would be midnight until it came all the way around again. Now, there is a complicated technique known as chart rectification, and where we can reverse engineer the time of our birth if we don't know it based on important happenings in our life. But it's pretty cumbersome, and it's something that I really look forward to really getting into at some point, but I just haven't really had the time to dive deep into it. Now remember, again, since we're looking up at the sky, not down at a map, the orientation of east and west and north and south is actually reversed when looking at a chart. Let's go to the next slide. And the next slide shows you a chart again. And because of that 23.5-degree tilt that we spoke about earlier, and the Earth rotation, those planets, as we said, they rotate clockwise from what looks like east here around west to the top of the chart is noon. And this is called the diurnal, or the day and night 24-hour cycle of the Earth. Let's go to the next one. Okay, so this was the moment of the equinox, the March equinox in Mount Shasta. Now, here on this chart, just kind of like, I know we haven't really talked about all the symbols or all the signs, and maybe you don't recognize all the glyphs or anything. That's really beyond the scope of our talk today. But just tune into how it feels. Look at that. Everything's on one side except for the moon. The moon is on the other side. So if we look at that cross, right, that cross, everything is on the eastern side. And that's the side that hemisphere we think of as our independence. That's where we're kind of like very independent. So there's a lot going on there. So, and you see the sun, that circle with the dot in the middle there on the eastern ascendant at 0 degrees. That's a symbol for Aries, the ram's head, 0, 0. That's the sun just rising. And only the moon is opposite all of those planets. And just a couple of days before, there was a full moon. So the sun would have then been exactly opposite where the sun is. Okay, so just to orient you. I'm just really wanting to orient you today. Now, this chart is done in what's called a whole sign house system. Each one of the signs has 30 degrees. And many different house systems make, depending on where you were born in the world, the houses could be bigger or smaller. And sometimes there's like what's called an intercepted house in the middle. But whole sign house system has been used by astrologers since ancient times. And it makes it simpler. And although each of the signs on the cross are the same in all, and this is kind of exciting because each of those, that cross there, and we're going to look at this in the next chart, but whatever degree is on in the houses there, and I'm going to show you how to look at that in just a second, but those are going to be the same in every house system. Now, this is whole sign. So what does that mean? So if you're born, for instance, Aries, so if you were born at 9 o'clock in the morning during Aries, chances are your sun's going to be in the 11th house area, which is 2 houses above the ascendant. Okay, your sun would be there, but the degree of your rising sign would fall somewhere, would be, so that would be Aries, Taurus would be next, Gemini. So chances are you'd have a Gemini rising, and that whole first house would be 30 degrees of Gemini. But your ascendant will be a specific degree in there, and that specific degree, depending on the time of your birth, is going to be the same in all house systems. Okay, it may look a little different, but that's one of the wonderful and important things about this cross. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Now, this happens to be my chart in the middle. These are 2 charts. This is called a biwheel, 2 charts. So it's when you take somebody's chart, put it in the center, and then you put the transit or what's currently happening. That's all what they're transiting around. All these planets are turning around, and they're going again. Those transiting are going from right to left, right? Because the cosmos, we said, is going that direction, while the Earth is spinning the other. So not to confuse things, but so for me at the vernal at the March equinox on Sunday, the sun was right there on the very tippy top of my chart. Right now, if we take this, I'm going to just take you down a little bit into the chart. So this is the outer chart. That's the sol. That's the equinox. But if you go into the chart beneath, and I don't think you're able to see my pointer, but if you go into the inner circle, and right on the other side of that dark line, you'll see something that says MC. Okay, now that is called the midheaven, and many charts will have that, whatever sign and degree that is, where I happen to have the symbol for Aries there. Okay, but the midheaven, the ascendant, and you'll see on the left there it says AS, and that's the Cancer ascendant there. And just opposite those, we have the ascendant, the descendant, the midheaven, and the IC. But they're not always put in the chart because we know that there's an opposite. So where was the symbol for the sun in your chart? And take a look at the vertical line from the MC. If we had the IC drawn in, it would be directly across on the left of the heavy line there. That would be the 3rd house. And we're going to touch on that in just a bit. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. Well, the next slide looks a bit different. Where is that sun? It's not on the top of the chart. It's on the bottom of the chart. Well, this happens to be a snapshot of Joan of Angel's chart. And her chart, remarkably, And my chart, we just figured this out recently. I never really thought about it this way, but our charts are mirror reflections in many ways of each other. We have opposite houses on each one of the angles. So if you flip the chart, you'd see here's her sun at the very, very bottom for the solstice, for the equinox, where mine was at the top. Yours will be somewhere different. Okay, so let's go back to the equinox chart for a minute to look at the cross in the beginning of the seasons. Okay, so we can see we've got on the left there, remember that's the east, that's the symbol for Aries, and that's spring in the northern hemisphere. And we're just going to stick with the northern hemisphere just because I don't want to really confuse you. In the bottom of the chart, it's the symbol for Cancer, the crab, and that would be summer solstice. And to the right would be, that's the symbol, the scales for Libra, and that would be fall. And on the top, Capricorn. We've heard a lot about Capricorn the last few years because we've had so many planets in there, and Pluto is still there. You can see it there in that 10th house area, but that's a symbol for Capricorn. Okay, so let's look at the next chart going back. So we're going to review for just a second. Here we have the blank chart again, and notice each of those areas or those houses are numbered. Now, once you get familiar, you know what those numbers are, but let's just review. The first house we said is March or Aries. The fourth house there on the bottom, that would be in June or Cancer. On the seventh house, that would be September or Libra. And the 10th house would be Capricorn. Now, these orient us to the seasons. And for each of these 4 seasons, they're also reflected in the most important areas of our lives. So in our lives, the first house, the fourth house, the 7th house, and the 10th house are the most important areas. And we're going to touch on what that means in just a second. But I want to suggest, and we touched on this in the very beginning, if you have a compass, and most of us have smartphones, take your phone out, get a compass, and note where east is, the direction of your surroundings. Orient yourself to your surroundings in your day-to-day world. Note where the sun rises at the beginning of each season. It changes dramatically. And if you're so inclined to have your chart done, there's a number of places where you can have them done. You can go to astro.com, great website, or I'm happy to do your chart as well. And you can visit my website at shimamore.com, and I'll send you a complimentary chart and also other information as seems relevant and important for you. Okay, let's go to the next slide. The next slide now, this is earlier we mentioned esoteric Christianity, which is where paneurythmy originates from. Now, when we start finding all these connections, I find it just so incredibly exciting. Now, in esoteric astrology, it's said that on the journey of spirit into matter, that we are, quote unquote, crucified on the cross. Let that sink in for a second. What the heck? Now, according to shamanic astrology, this cross is aligned with our current life purpose. So each one of these directions, and we'll see in there, we see the sun and the moon, Venus, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, kind of beyond the scope of our talk today. But the arrows show us our 4 life projects that are reflected in that cross. And the first on the left, the ascendant, to the descendant on the right, that's called the I-thou axis. And it's the personal identity and the relationship project. So those are so important in our life. Okay, they're important guidelines, instructions for our life. That's what astrology is. It gives us like guidelines and instructions. It makes it much more simple. Before I really got into astrology, and even when I was just learning it in the beginning, you know, what's the purpose of life? For me, that was always very important. I wanted to really know it. Astrology can help us really find this. Now, as I said, there's many, and okay, let's take a look also at the midheaven, the very top, and the right livelihood project, and the bottom, right? At the bottom is the home and roots project. And as I mentioned earlier, I was on a webinar on Sunday and I learned some fascinating information about this bottom IC on how important it is from a very different perspective. And that's what I love about astrology. And different astrologers. There's so much to learn and so many different perspectives. And there are many different house systems, as I mentioned, and each of them will look slightly different. But each of those four angles, the degree of those angles, whether they're straight up, whether it looks exactly like this cross or it's a little askew, they're always going to be the same. So let's look at the next slide. The next slide here, we have the same circle of planets from the equinox placed around my
Shima,
birth. Yeah.
Shima,
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure I'm on the right slide. Can you check it?
Let's see. Yes, you are. I think you are.
Okay, this one?
It's a
This
double.
one's my slide.
Yes.
This
Yes.
one's Jonah
or-
Bejo's.
oh, wait. Slide 19. No, I think it should be slide 20.
Okay. This
Wait.
is,
No.
I'm on,
Oh, you missed a couple.
okay.
Okay.
So,
Here we are. All right. So let's go here. So we're on slide 23. Okay.
perfect. Thank you.
Oh, good. Well, and thank you all for bearing with us. You know, it's new anyway. Um, okay, so let's see here. Where was I there? Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
And Shima, we have about 5 more minutes and we can take some questions.
Okay, let's move
No,
along.
time is flying.
It does fly, doesn't it? Yikes.
Yep.
Okay, so here's the same circle of planets around my birth chart. Again, you're going to see the cross, right? That's important to note. Let's go to the next slide, Joan. And this next slide is, you should see a red line in the top and white in the bottom and yellow and red. And this is a photo that recently came up on my Facebook feed. It's the 4 directions or angles. And this is during a spring equinox ceremony that I was part of in 2013. I just wanted to give you a little look at that. Let's go to the next slide. Here we're coming to the end, so good timing. And here's each one of the symbols. And if you notice, they all have a circle or a half a circle or a circle and a cross within it or a circle with a cross beneath it, a circle on top of a cross. So each one of the symbols are really connected, and we'll touch on that in another talk one of these days. So we are all doors. Next slide, Joan. So there is a brief introduction to Stargate experience that I began facilitating back in 2015. It's a 12th dimensional experience, but I love this quote. We are all doorways to other dimensions. That doorway has just been firmly closed and it's time to open it. And that was Alcazar, the Stargate guide. Let's go to the next one, Joan. Okay, there's so much more that we can talk about. Today is just an ideal time to orient us and to ground us and help us balance in the midst of this extreme upheaval. Let's go to the very next slide, which is Mount Shasta, where heaven meets earth. And we've just about come to the end of our formal presentation. So I love it. And we're going to have a few announcements and a blessing. If we have time, I think we will have time for a couple of questions. Let's go to the next slide, Joan. The next slide is Portal to Ascension, an upcoming event, 3-day summit, April 15th to the 17th. And I will be speaking on Friday the 15th. I'll be speaking on why now may be a total uplifting planetary moment. Very great timing. And in the summer, there's going to be a 7-week astrology series that I'll be hosting and creating on Portals to Ascension with some of my favorite astrologers. I'm so excited. So stay tuned for that. So let's look at the very last one. And this is, I want to thank you for joining me. I know we had a few snafus there, but I want to share some wonderful gifts before we end. We're going to end with a blessing, but there's an app called The Pattern. These are free apps. Time Cycle, free app. Astrology Hub, a great place to where lots of free workshops presented. Portal to Ascension.org. Go there to find out more about the summit and my talk. Your Astrology Curator on Facebook, and you can reach me, Shima Moore. Click on, go back one. Shima Moore, click on Astrology Wisdom, and you'll receive a chart and your keyword report and more. Just reach out to say hello and let me know how this presentation was for you. And finally, before we close, we're going to end with a blessing, and maybe let's get back on the screen, Joan, and I can do this live. So I'm going
You have to, okay, stop the share at the bottom, hun. Exactly where you, yeah, you have to,
okay.
There you are. Okay, that was amazing, Shima. Okay, that was so really helpful to get an orientation. And I loved how the earth was the center. And Lord knows, I actually didn't know. Guys, I studied astrology a long time ago. I just didn't understand the top of your chart was what we see in the heavens. And the last thing I didn't get, I mean, you showed me when you were here, but to see it on screen, how our charts mirror each other is quite compelling as to why we might be BFFs, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, so we have put on a link to the Portal to Ascension 3-day free online conference. Shima's going to be speaking there on the first day. And the most exciting thing is we have upcoming a 7-week astrology series, and she's talking to the top astrologers in the country, around the world, and each week is going to be a different perspective of, and so I'm excited. You have to stay tuned with us. So please reach out to Shima and love on her, please. All right.
Yes.
And also get a free read one of the charts because she's really good. All right. Now, was that a promotion for Shima? I loved getting that basic astrology chart reading again and get oriented. I learned a lot. All right, guys, I want you all to, I'm going to share the screen for Portal to Ascension before we bring on our next guest, just so you guys can know where to go. This is the free 3-day online conference coming up in April 15th to 17th. You can register for free or by donation. And honestly, by donation is a sweet thing to do with Neil. He does a lot of work for everyone. But fabulous speakers, a lot of them that you know, Deborah Giusti, Laura Eisenhower, Sheila Seppi, me. I get to do 2 presentations, and I'm going to take you inside the studio and for a view inside and see what really is going on. Here's our beloved Kathy, all right, and Mary Wadwell. So some of these speakers you already know, and some of them you don't. So that's the first thing I wanted to share. And we have one more that I want to share, an upcoming webinar. I'm going to share it right now. Wait, let's see. I have to stop share, I think, and then share again. I'm fast but sweet and cute. Wait, I can't help myself. I'm on a roll, guys. I can share. My ego got in the way. Look what happened. I thought I had it. You stop laughing at me. Wait, wrong one. Share. Can you see it now? Okay, there it is. Oh my God, that's like what happened to Shima. Here it is. Extraterrestrial races, and it is this Sunday, guys, and it's going to be quite an exciting webinar. We also have a lot of your favorite speakers. We're going to have Dan Winter, Geraldine Orozco, Michael White, Barbara Lamb, Mary Wadwell, Jenna Layden, Joan of Angels, Neil Garr, and Adam Apollo is going to be also one of our headliners, as well as Alan Steinfeld. So please join us and come on in and play with us on that day. All right, Shima, there, you're still here. Good. Thank you so much, love.
Hey, Joan, can you hear
Yeah.
me? Oh,
Yeah.
good. I'd like to end with a quick blessing, if I may, because I
Yes.
just think this is so wonderful. And I use this in, I discovered this with paneurhythmy. And it's just simple. We start with our hands at our heart, we bring them around our body, and may divine love, peace, and joy live in our hearts forever. Love you,
And
Joan.
so it is. We'll see you next time. Wow, wonderful. All right, guys. Well, I'm so happy that I had a chance to introduce you to Shima. Hello, Omar.
That was wonderful.
It was a good orientation to the chart as a reflection of you. Oh, not a projection, but a reflection of you.
I like that. I really do. I like that. I should change that to a reflection of you.
Well, isn't that interesting? That's kind of because I was looking, I'm going, well, that's a different word. But yeah, so I think that was really helpful for a lot of people. And I so thank you for having me on to share Shima with us.
Yeah, you're very welcome. And it's just been a lot of astrological awareness in this conference, pretty much right from the beginning, and a lot of people have connected astrology. So we have to really look at that in a different light when we move into this new timeline, and go back to our roots and start looking up at the sky and start mapping our cities and our way of life after the stars, as above so below, right? So maybe we should go back to that and really reflect on that a little bit.
I think who knows what's going to happen. We'll be maybe looking up at the stars more than we know. And it's all about grounding. And I think it's about being in connection with the rhythm of life. Of all the things Shima said, I felt that she was sharing that astrology, the paneurhythmy that she's doing is like all about the rhythm of the seasons of life, inner, outer. And I found that very profound.
I did as well. I thought it was a beautiful presentation, great orientation, and look further. I'm going to contact her and get a chart reading done and see where I stand and work with that.
Perfect. And I know that she was really happy to be on the program. I was happy to present her to everyone. All right.
So we're here in the last leg of things, Dr. Joan. We've got Phoebe and Paul Hudendijk coming up. And then after that, we have Gary Opet. And then our very own Stephen and Evan Strong, who are going to make a closing statement and kind of wrap everything up. And then we'll do our closing in a couple hours, and then that'll be it. The end of Humanity Unplugged, and it's been quite the ride.
Well, I wouldn't say it's the end of Humanity Unplugged. When you unplug humanity, they take off and they start doing a big thing. You mean it's the end of the launch?
That's right. The end of the launch of Humanity Unplugged. Great words. Great words.
We're unplugging them, and then they get to go zoot around the planet.
That's right, and hopefully they can go out and create events, because I know a lot of people that are watching have their own platforms and they do their own shows, and hopefully they can launch off and go out and create more content and raise more awareness and bring light to subjects that they say it's folklore or fairy tales or just whatever, conspiracy theories and things like that. And I think we need to bring awareness to the public to let them know that, we were right all along, and they should come and open up their eyes and see the world for what it really is, because it's beautiful. We want to see the beautiful world that we're seeing, and we're beginning to see that. And I kind of feel bad for the people on the other side that are hoodwinked into their false reality. So hopefully we can snap them out of it.
Stuck in the matrix, but it's true. Every conspiracy theory from 20 years ago has been proven true. And I now, though, am a coincidental theorist.
That's a good one. I like that.
I just love that term, coincidental theorist, because what are we looking at? There's so many coincidences in each of these quote theories. That when you put it together, you have the bottom line.
I like that. I really like that. It's got a good ring to it.
right, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, makes me very happy. So
Let's
it's been great.
yeah, let's are you gonna stick around or are you gonna come back?
I
for the
am going to
closing?
stick around.
Okay, cool.
I'll sit in the back here. You
Cool.
can call on me.
You guys
Yeah.
are gonna love this, Paul and Phoebe Hugendijk are coming up next with our good friends Stephen and Evan Strong from our alien ancestry and forgotten origin from down south from Australia, where they just celebrated the autumn equinox, the polarity that Flo Karuna was talking about the other day, that on this earth there are polarities happening at the very same time. When there's day on one side of the world, there's night on the other side of the world. When there's a spring equinox up here, there's an autumn equinox, and so back and forth like that. So I think that's very beautiful. The earth shows us that there are polarities and dualities, and we should look at that and respect that. So welcome, guys. Thank you very much for being here, and I will give you the stage to introduce our next esteemed presenters at Humanity Unplugged.
Thanks, Omar. We do appreciate that. And well done for making it all the way through with these many days and many hours. I'm sure you'll sleep for a couple of days when you're finished.
Definitely long days.
Yeah. Well, in our case, it's easy. We just pop in and out when we call and we go back to sleep, don't we? But anyway, next up, we've got Paul and Phoebe. We've known them for at least a decade. They've been on site with us quite a few times.
Yeah, they came to the Carry On Glyphs site with us.
They also came to the Standing Stone site and helped with the archaeology. They've been around for a long time. But we had them on recently, and I know that you're basically going to get the same sort of story we had them on. And so popular was the reaction, we've asked them back and they'll be coming back. So if you really enjoy what you're seeing there, please come along to our website. We've got some more coming later.
Look at you with your shameless ads.
I don't normally do that, you do. But anyway, this time around, I thought I'd just sneak one in on the side there. But getting back to Paul and Phoebe, what made it so interesting is that their story will be anecdotal. It's a story about a crusade they're on, and it's not the crusades we know of. It's a spiritual one. And they've wandered around the world and picked up information, ideas, and wisdom, and out of it they've become very, very calm, peaceful souls, and they're in a really good headspace at the moment. Much better than mine, I can assure you. Well, we won't get into self-deprecation right now, even though it's justified, isn't it, Evan?
Yes.
But thank you for backing me up. You could have said no. Anyway, getting back to Paul and Phoebe, they tell a wonderful story about their journey. And people love stories that are personal and they relate to them better. And we found that that's what actually worked really well with the way they did this. So they're going to take you on a trip of them being on a trip and finding most of the answers to the questions they sought. And really, that's all we're here for. We're here to set questions and find answers. And that's what they're doing. So I'll hand it over to both of them. And Evan, I believe you're on the slideshow for this one.
Yes, I am.
Okay, over to Paul and Phoebe, and you will really enjoy where they're going to take you. And as I said, if you're interested, you want to hear more, they'll be back soon with us. But over to them for now.
Hi, guys. Thank you, Evan and Stephen. Lovely introduction. And I know Omar's in the background, so yeah, well done. It's been an amazing time.
Hi, Paul. Hi, Phoebe. It's
Hey, man.
beautiful to see you. It's
Thank
that God voice up there somewhere, I think, what people were calling this.
and thanks, Evan, for getting some pics together very quickly, because we're going to do some pics, and then I keep hearing Stephen's voice in the background going, talking head without pictures. And so we decided we'll throw some in, but
and you got us on a 32nd wedding anniversary, so it's all part of the journey. Yeah.
Congratulations, 32
Thank
years.
you.
Ooh, wow, that's beautiful. That's
Well,
really
it's been a
great.
long spiritual journey.
it's been 36 years together all up.
Nice. I
Yeah,
love
so
hearing that. Our star sister Leanne a couple days ago celebrated her 23-year anniversary. So kudos
Yeah, how
to
beautiful.
all of you. That's beautiful.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I guess basically we've been on our spiritual journey from the moment we landed and on this planet, and we knew that we were spirit, that we were here to be in service to humanity and to follow our path and basically live our dreams. And so I'm 12 years older than Paul, so I had to actually get on with my life until he was until the universe decided to put us together. And that was in 1986 we first met, but and I was just coming out of a 22-year marriage then. But the universe put us together because they had plans for us to go to places. And I'll let Paul tell you what happened, because he went off to Mexico and came back a very changed being.
Yeah, well, it's all been, and this is the message that we'd really love to bring today. This story is not about us. It's the fact that we were involved in it is great. What we would love to portray in this message is that inside of us, all of us have keys. All of us have something special, and all of us are being guided in one level or another to do certain things. And I think the only difference is that we acted on that because it was so strong, because it was so powerful. It's not until years later on down the track that we get to see that everything slotted into place, and yes, we were being guided from place to place. It's a long story. It goes way, way back into my past. The first thing that I remember was that I'd been in trouble at school a long time ago, and my mum grabbed me and took me out, and she said, "Boy, you can't beat the system." And I thought in my mind, "You want to bet?" You know, like, where did that come from? But I knew that I was the system's buster, that this was what we were doing, was to come in and make change even at that very young age. So there's certain pieces of the jigsaw that had to be put together, which culminated in a journey to Mexico, which was how many years ago? 1990, roundabout?
Yeah, no, that's when we got 19. Probably would have been 1992, 93.
Yeah.
Something.
So it was a spiritual journey to Palenque and to Uxmal, the sacred sites in Mexico and the Yucatan Peninsula. It's a journey that Phoebe didn't come on with me. And what happened one evening was that I was hit by this light outside on the grass in a hotel that we were at. And I passed out. I've always been pretty fit and healthy. I've never passed out before, but when I woke, my body shook and shook and shook and shook for about 2.5 hours, and I couldn't get enough water into my body. I knew that something profound had happened. At the moment of me waking up, there was a light that just shot across the sky, ducked behind the horizon, and then disappeared into the distance, making sure that I'd seen it. After a series of channelings and guidance as to what had happened, I was told that I'd been implanted with symbols and locations. I was taken to these places and shown them. And that sat dormant for many, many years until a calling to go back to New Zealand, where I'm from, to learn about the green stone, the sacred stone of New Zealand, and to bring the art of carving out. Through sitting in the sacred site, I was downloaded the ability to carve. So I had the carvings, ability to carve, and the stone. I brought that back to Australia, and that sat with me for many, many years before our journeys actually started. Did you want to add to that?
No, I think that's pretty. Keep going. You're doing good.
So what happened from that point, and we'll try and be as succinct as possible, but I would get a location, a vision of a location, and I'd get a symbol. So the symbol would often come first. I would take this beautiful green stone that was gifted by the elders in New Zealand, and I was guided by my mentor, Barry Brailsford in New Zealand, beautiful man that was there during this whole 8 years it took to complete.
Do all the journeys, yeah.
And there would be a symbol and a location. I would carve the stone, and I would hand it the symbol. We'll show you the symbol shortly. Hand it to Phoebe. She wrapped it in flax, as it's done traditionally. The women carry the green stone.
And in silk as well too. And the reason I put it in silk is because stones talk to me, And if I don't wrap it in silk, it can get very loud. and they're always in my ear.
So, and then it was simply a matter of jumping on a plane and going to where we were told to go. I rang my mentor Barry and I said to him, "What do I do? Where do I go?" And he just said to me, the greatest gift he ever gave me was, "I can't tell you. So this is your journey. You need to make it yourself."
And so we stepped into trust. And Paul was going to go by himself, and I sort of turned around and said, because we had no money, we had no way of getting there, of doing anything, but I said, no, I'm going to go. And as soon as we set that intent, the means to do it all came to us. And I'm not going to say it was easy every time, because it wasn't. Some of those journeys were incredibly expensive, but it all fell into place. And that's the same with life too. When you're walking your path, when you get that you are a soul here having a human experience and really get that, then you are totally connected to source, to your higher guidance, and we trust our intuition and we go with that. So yeah, so Paul carved all these.
Evan, can we bring the symbols up, please?
Number 2.
Number 2.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, that bull roarer we placed in Stephen Evans, the stone circle
At the solstice
ceremony. It's a little different now because that was right at the very beginning, but it had to be made a lot thinner to be able to fly it. And it's only ever flown once, right at the very end of all our journeys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's the sacred greenstone on the left, the sacred greenstone of New Zealand. The symbols were never photographed; they wouldn't come out in photos, so we had to have them hand drawn and put together. So each of those symbols represents a journey of trust. Now, we had sometimes a matter of hours to gain the trust and the faith of the elders of the villages to the different places that we went. To present these stones as we traveled, and trust that we could place it in the most sacred areas of their land. We had to go through that. It had to go through the hands of the elders before we actually put it where it went. Most of them went into water. They were water stones.
Yes, and you have to, with the punamo or the greenstone, you have to actually hang on to it. As a water stone, it will swim away if you don't. And did you want to go through where all the places were very quickly?
Yeah, we can.
So Dawn was in...
So Dawn was the Ridge of the Star Walkers in New Zealand. It's Castle Hill, which is, the Māori name is Te Kohanga, which is the nest. It was an old marae, and it was a place where the Waitaha elders, or the Waitaha people who travelled from Easter Islands, gathered in the South Island of New Zealand. It was a place of learning, of high learning.
So these are all the symbols that were downloaded to Paul, and he had no idea really what we were carving, but what he was carving. That there are some places that we went to that the elders knew exactly what it was, and they told us. So we learned on the way too. The second one.
Well, many knew that we were coming as well before we got there. Second wave was Mount Kailash in Tibet. That nearly cost me my life, that journey. I had altitude sickness and very nearly died. It didn't stop us. We managed to get the journey done.
No, we always said if we died on our journey, it's a good way to die.
Mm-hmm. So then we have waveform.
Yep. When we forget where we've been, but the navigator was Hawaii.
Navigator was Hawaii. Wanampi, the rainbow serpent. We've got a surprise for you at the end of this. When we're talking trust, but we'll show you that shortly. Itzamna was in Mexico. Mexico in Naha was the only place where we had.
That was Peru waveform.
Waveform was, yes, in Asangate, the sacred mountain of Peru.
With the kettle. Yeah.
Naha, we've got a photo actually. We'll show you a little later if we get time. Don Antonio was the man. We took it to him. He was the elder of the village.
Number 9, Evan.
Oh yeah, we can do it that way.
Yeah. Yes, that's why he's there.
It was, yeah, we went on a plane, we paid for the ticket, we got to, oh, this is my initiation after the journey. So when I was hit by the light the next night, I was instructed to go and spend the night on this pyramid. Uxmal, the pyramid of the magician, is one of the scariest nights I've ever spent in my life. And if you can see the steps there, when you get to the top in the middle of the night, there is no coming down. And this was a vision quest. There were flashing lights all over the place that night. And that was the beginning of the journey. So have we got...
And again, the only time that Paul and I are very psychically connected, and the only times that we were ever disconnected was when he was at the top of that pyramid, and I was, for a day, I thought he'd actually passed, and because I couldn't connect to him. And another time when we were in Mount Kailash, and he had cerebral and pulmonary edema, and in the middle of the night, I felt him leave. So I threw myself on the floor and grabbed him, and grabbed his hold and brought him back. And his thanks for that was to pour a whole lot of boiling hot water over me.
It's quite funny that journey to our guides. On the day that we could get down was my birthday on the full moon. We went down to the lake, Manasarovar, the sacred lake of most holy lake actually in Tibet. And our guide gave me a feather. And I said, what is this feather? And he said, this feather is from the sky burial area at Mount Kailash. And he said, had you died, we couldn't bring you back. You would have had to have had a sky burial, but you made it, and here's your feather. So I still have that feather to this day. I honor that feather greatly. But when we are walking, when we're called to walk our path, when we're walking in the light, there is no turning back. There is no, oh yeah, but it's too uncomfortable. There's none of that. You walk your path, and with the day that you finish is the day that you finish. It is that sense of trust and commitment to your journey.
And if we could move to, I think it's slide 9.
Don Antonio.
Evan, if we can find that one. But yeah, it is. It's all about walking in trust and being who you are. And
that's Asangate, the sacred mountain of Peru. We were with the Kero there, the keeper of the mountain. Yeah.
And that's after we'd done the ceremony, and they actually asked. Well, when we met with them, they said, we know why you're here, and they described why we were there, and that we brought a stone, and they said that stone is not to go into the place that you think it is to go, but it's go into our lake of initiation, which they take very few people to, and this is their lake of initiation, and we just finished the ceremony.
Well, it's 18,500 feet where we got to, so
yeah,
pretty high country.
It's pretty high country.
So
we're still looking for
number 9.
slide 9. It's the guy in the white. It's a guy in the white.
She's the shaman in Mongolia that we spent time with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. And that photo was actually taken as we were leaving the Satan. And because she'd done this amazing ceremony for us, and as we were walking up the hill away from the village, this huge clap of thunder and lightning just went across the sky, and we turned around, and there she was holding her hand over her heart as she said goodbye. It's still not the one we're looking for, Evan, but never mind. I've got it marked as number 9.
That's Mongolia again.
Yeah, and these
ancient stones.
They're very ancient stones. The people we travelled with in Mongolia, and there's a lot of glyphs and stories on it, but they're called the deer stones, and the information that is on that is probably lost to some people, because even the Mongolians say they're very, very ancient, and they were there a long time before a lot of the tribes that moved through that area came in. But it talks about the land and how to live with the land and how to live as people and as beings. So it's probably connected straight to source, the information that's on that.
Mhm.
Let me just try another question.
Anyway.
Where are we?
Right. So going back to Naha and to Don Antonio, as I said, there was a vision, there was a location. We had to buy the tickets and jump on the plane and organize somebody to take us where we needed to go. So we met with Don Antonio in his village. He was the last of the wisdom keepers in that area in Mexico. And everyone was gathered around, and there was a moment when I was to present the stone to Don Antonio and ask him permission to drop the sacred stone into their lake, into their beautiful lake, the Mother of Waters in Naha. And I took the stone out and I handed it to him and I asked him permission, and he said no. You got to remember, there was a lot of energy getting involved to actually get this happening, to make it occur, and anyone could have said no at any time, any of the elders. And then he looked at us and he said, "This is our most sacred of all of our symbols. It's Na." He said, "It's flying."
Of our spirit guides.
The spirit guides is flying north and south. He said, "I'm so afraid that if we put this in the water, it will bring a lot of rain."
Yeah,
And then,
yeah, that was his reason why. And we were a bit, and then because we didn't understand the language, but it was being translated for us. But he's going, "Hang on, wait a minute, he hasn't finished speaking yet." But for a moment, and we always knew that was a huge possibility that somebody would say no. And underneath that, we also trusted that we were in the right place and this was where it was to go. So if we can find that, I think it looks like it's about 3 on from that one that's up there. Now, Evan, in the sequence that you gave it to me.
Nope. Nope.
Yay!
There we go.
There it is.
There we go. So inside that silk scarf is the stone. Then after he'd said no, he looked around because Don Antonio was isolated in his own village. A lot of the Christians had come in, the evangelists, I think.
Yes.
And they branded him as a brujo, as a witch. They said, "No, you keep away from him. Don't follow his practices anymore." So he was under a lot of pressure. He asked us, did anybody else in the village know about this? It was the only journey that we'd done on the new moon. So we had this sort of covert journey. We had to sneak in under.
We knew we were a little bit under the radar for some reason, so we were keeping it fairly quiet. Yeah.
And we told him no, that we hadn't told anybody else. And he said, "Oh, okay." He said, "You can do it."
And he said, "What it will bring, it will bring."
And it did bring a lot of rain.
It did,
a lot of flooding. But just as we stepped out from underneath where his ceremonial area, one of the boys came up with the old dugout canoe and said, "Does anyone want to go for a paddle on the lake?" So everything opened, all the doors opened once again and allowed us to do our journey.
Yeah, and that's the next slide on, Evan, is us on the lake, or should be.
Yeah.
Yes, there it is. We're doing that. And in the distance, you can actually see the group that we were traveling with.
On the riverbank.
And they were holding space for us. And the lady, Carla Woody, I don't know if any of you know her, we traveled with her and she organized, we went with the group because they were going to where we needed to go. And you can see their long black hair and their long white tunics, and that's their traditional dress. I think about 3 years after that, they'd all cut their hair and were wearing Western clothes, and the dugout canoes were now little tinny runabout type thing boats. Yeah. So a lot changed very quickly in that time, and it's working its way back a little bit as well too, back to the connection to land, and that's why we did a lot of these journeys too, was to keep ourselves connected to the planet, to the earth, to find out how the native people have held all these stories and the old ways sacred for so long, to understand how they did it. And they've done it under a lot of negativity and a lot of things that have been pushed against them. And to be able to be a part of some of their ceremonies and things was absolutely incredibly special. But when we rowed back in to the people on the shore were actually, they were crying, and even though they hadn't been in the canoe, because there's only 5 people in that, 2 rowers, yes. It was like the only one that was big enough. And they just felt the energy just wash over them. And that has been the case at the end of every journey that we've done. The weather has done something. The skies have either opened up. It normally doesn't rain on us, but it tends to rain around us, or there's a big lightning show. And when we were in Cambodia and we came down off the mountains, the guide who was with us, for some reason our car broke down, so we had to stop and wait. And that's when the storm built up on the mountain. There was a lightning show, and he said that's the gods answering, and they're pleased with what you've done. So that's always a good affirmation for us as well.
So, and it's every time there was proof, every time there was connection to source, as Phoebe was saying. One of the journeys that we did was to Orkney, and we mentioned this last time, to Maze Howe, which is a very sacred area way up in the north of Scotland. In the midwinter solstice, the sun enters the chamber straight down into Maze Howe and touches the back of the wall. And they have a camera there every year to watch for the light as the light enters during that period of time. We had interesting weather, didn't we?
Yes, we did. We were there in a 1 in 100 years storm.
Biggest storm in 100 years. We had to wait until some of it died down. It was still in a blizzard, and we flew a little plane over from the mainland of Scotland into Orkney. And that journey was in 2 parts. So the first part was to Maze Howe. And when I was carving the greenstone in my shed here in Northern Rivers in New South Wales, I had seen the vision of holding that stone up to the light in that chamber and having the light hit the greenstone. So that was enough for me. We went on the journey. We got there, the biggest storm in 100 years. They told us there was no hope of seeing the light because it was ridiculously dark and cloudy and rainy.
And our guide had said he'd just been guiding for 7 years.
7 years.
Never seen it happen.
Yeah. So we trundled down with 2 or 3 other people, and he continued and went on and told us the story about
2 or 3 other people. There were some amazing friends that travelled.
Yeah, as well as 2 or 3 other people. Yeah, anyway, so there was 2 as well. And he's talking about this, about Maze Howe, how it was constructed. And probably 20 minutes in, we looked up and the clouds had parted and the light was coming straight down the chamber. And everyone's jaw just dropped. I took the stone out, held it to the light as I'd seen in my vision. And we did ceremony there. And then we left. It was probably about 15 minutes later, our friend Carla got a text. And it was somebody in the States was saying to her, "Are you okay?" And she said, "Yeah, we're fine." She said, "You're in the biggest storm in 100 years in the middle of an eclipse. I'm just checking." That was as we came out of Mesa. We didn't know about the eclipse. We knew about the storm. But so that was part of the journey. And the other part was to deliver the stone to the water, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
It was.
So there were 2 locks. There was the lock of Hooray.
And the lock of
Stinnes.
Yes.
One's salt water, one's fresh water. The stone was placed in the water of Stinnes. It was the freshwater lock.
Yes.
Yep. And our journey was done, and we left. It was probably...
Oh, but to add to that,
yes.
we were travelling around everywhere looking for
where
to go. And as I said, the stones talk to me, so they actually tell me where it's meant to go. And it wasn't until we actually came back to the house that we were staying at, which was situated behind the stones of Stennis, that it said, right, it's going to be right here. And it's really interesting why it was right there. So we did the ceremony and placed the stone in the water. And a few weeks later, Carla emailed us and said, have you seen this? So we opened the link, and there was a story on right where we'd thrown the stone. They had just discovered a whole
ancient stone circle that had been flooded and filled, covered up
under the water.
Yeah,
right where we put the stone.
So again, the message is that we are guided. We've got to listen. We've got to listen. As things heat up, as the intensity picks up, we've just had in Lismore and Northern Rivers, we've had most of the town washed away within the last few weeks. The whole town is gone with a flood.
Yeah.
People used to say to us, why are you staying on a main road? We've been on a main road for 20 years and we have a healing practice. I do acupuncture and hypnotherapy, and we've been doing that for many years. And I knew these changes were coming. We were getting people through COVID and the whole thing and helping them with stress levels. But we didn't know that was coming. We used to just say, we're here to help until that's finished. Now we're beginning to understand a bit more about why we're still here and how we can help. But being in service, and not being attached to the outcome, because throughout all of those journeys, throughout all of the adventures we had, through everything that we outlaid, we were never attached to the outcome. It wasn't important to us. What was important was getting the job done and getting it finished.
And because Spirit had asked us, and the ancestors had asked us to do it, and we could have said no. And they came and asked us 3 times if we would do it. They would show up in our kitchen in spirit form and say to Paul, we go, well, we can't. We don't have any money. But in the end, as I said, as soon as we said yes, it all fell into place. So, Evan, can we go back to the second slide, the one of the stones, please, if that's possible, so we can just show a little bit more of the journeys. Yeah, we're getting there. Keep going. Yay, thank you.
Cool. All right.
So just to quickly go through which ones. So it was Hawaii was number 4. 5 was Central Australia. One up here, and that was interesting as well too, because like Steve and Evan, we totally believe and understand that the original Australians are the original people of this planet. So we went with great respect and wanting to learn out into the desert to learn their ways and to perhaps get an insight into some of the dreaming and the walks and things. And when Paul carved that stone, it was of the rainbow serpent, and we'll get back to that a little bit later. So the next one is Itzamna, which was...
But what happened there?
What?
Because their dreaming was Wadi Nintaka, the lizard man.
Yeah.
So the whole time I was carving that stone, I believed I was carving the wrong symbol, and I would probably insult them on a huge level. I'm very, very nervous about the whole thing. They were interested. They wanted to meet us. They wanted to know what sort of stone we were bringing. And the park ranger, when we asked him, he said, it's ridiculous. He said, they won't want to know anything about it, but I'll try. I'll check. Anyway, they did, and they opened the doors for us and let us in. When I presented the stone to the clever man, the man that was looking after us, Lee. I passed it to him. We're sitting around the fire, and I passed it to him, and I said, it's the wrong symbol, isn't it? And he just looked at me and he said, no. He said, we have rainbow serpent here, and just nobody knows about it. So he took us to the symbols where the symbols had been painted in the cave, and he opened the way for us to place that stone in a very special place in the desert. Yeah,
it was. And the next one is Itzamna, which is the
Mexico.
Nomo, which is the
God of the waters.
The god of the waters, yes, they're Bandiagara, the
Dogon.
The Dogon,
Mhm.
who we travelled with. And that was quite an amazing journey. Well, they all were. They were all incredibly amazing journeys. And the story with Nomo, there's go, is I think you've all heard of the beings that came down
From Sirius.
and they created a lake because they were aquatic, and then they swam to the edge of the lake, and they taught the
People at Dogon. Yeah.
How to live with the earth, and how to live as people with the earth. And so we traveled through, and there used to be 62, I think there are still 62 villages, but there used to be an Ogun with
Holy man for each of the villages.
For each of the villages. They lived apart from the village, and they would just come down for special occasions, or if you needed to see them, but you weren't allowed to touch them. You had to speak through an intermediary. There are only 4 left, as far as we know, up to the time that we were there. And we got to actually meet 3 of them, one quite accidentally. We just happened to, well,
It just turned up at the right
It just seemed
time.
to be accidental. We now know that most things that happen to us aren't accidental, they're planned. We just happened to be trekking up through somewhere, and this man with the goat walked out, and he was the Ogun for that area. And we had a young guide who used to walk with the cart that carried our big packs, because we would walk all day up and down the escarpments and wherever, and go through all the villages while he just walked along the bottom, and we would meet up at
Took us 12 days, yeah?
12 days, yeah.
12 days walking through the desert, yeah.
And up and down the escarpments. And he was just blown away by the fact that we'd actually met an Ogun. And this is the Ogun from Indaloo, which was our guide's village. And
He's 102.
And yeah, and when we got to the village, it was just amazing, because somehow by jungle telegraph, they'd actually told them we were coming. And when we got there, all these children just suddenly appeared at the top of the ridge and came down the ridge singing, and
Drummers came.
And drummers came, and the women came, and they
Huge celebration.
And we found out later, and we went into the school, the little school, to see the children. And we found out later that they'd been waiting for about 3 hours in their classroom for us to get there. And it made sense why our guide the whole way through the journey was saying diggy diggy, which means slowly, slowly. And I can't remember the name for the word for hurry up. But anyway, he was telling us to hurry up all day. And we did. I think that trip was about 14 kilometres from the.
Yeah, it's a long way.
From the last one, and it's not just a straightforward trek. It's up and down over the escarpments to actually get there. And when the Ogun of the village learned that we were there, he actually came out and introduced himself to us. And he was he part of wherever we told him? I don't know.
So we went to see him with the chief of the village, and again asked permission and showed him the stone. And he said, there is an underground river that the chief will take you to. And the chief didn't even know about this river, not a clue. But he said, if you put it in the water and it's not meant to be, it will throw itself back out again.
Yeah, so. And he said, and you have to do it now. Now, we were traveling with Paul's auntie, and she had, instead of coming to see the Ogun, she'd actually gone to rest. And they were going, well, what about Paul's auntie? And they said, no, it's got to be done right now. So, and I didn't even have shoes on, so I was racing across all these rocks and things until we actually came to the place. And it was a very narrow chasm, and there was this underground river flowing down there. And the chief of the village actually took the stone in his hand because he didn't want it to break as we they put it into the water because it was a very long way down. And he actually sidled his way down to the bottom, placed the stone in the water, and then climbed back up. And it didn't come back out. So it's meant to be. Yeah. But then we had to go back and talk to Paul's auntie and tell her that
she'd missed it.
She'd missed the ceremony.
She took it well.
She took it really well, but because we always believe too that we have in the past, and people have for us have worked as an anchor to hold our energy and keep our energy
hold space
for us as we move through all these different journeys. So, yeah. Can we go back to that, to the symbols sign again, Evan, please?
Here we go.
Thank you, Evan. So the lotus was in Cambodia.
What was interesting? Oh, you were going to say something.
No.
Then. What was interesting about this, and this is the sort of thing that happened all the time that taught us trust over and over again. This was placed up where the lingas are. It's a very special temple right up Kulin Mountain in Cambodia.
It's a very sacred place for the Cambodians.
And there was a beautiful waterfall, very sacred waterfall that everyone used to picnic at, but the monks used to come and do ceremony. And sometimes in that area you'll see photos of these beautiful, the monks wearing these beautiful orange robes. And it's amazing against the background. So anyway, we went down there and we got down to the bottom of the waterfall and everyone was having a picnic there.
There were lots of locals.
And we're thinking, how are we going to do this? Because it's right out in the open. So
and it's their space too.
It's their space.
So we had to be very, very aware and honor their space as well.
So I stretched out the manta, the blanket with the sacred objects in it to do the ceremony. And halfway through, I looked up and we all looked around and there was nobody there. Everyone had gone. Everyone. I don't know where. We didn't even know that they'd left. So yeah, we went on. We did the ceremony. I climbed up into the waterfall and placed the stone up into the in between the rocks.
We had a friend that traveled with us on that.
Came back down. We looked around, and the first people to come down were 3 monks dressed in their beautiful robes to do ceremony with the water and with the stones. And then everyone else came in as we left.
Started to come back down as we started to leave. Yeah.
But also, what is interesting about that area, that's where the water comes down and floods a place called Tonle Sap, a beautiful big lake down there that feeds the whole area with water and nourishes everything. And that symbol is a lotus. I carved that lotus, but when I found out later on that they didn't actually originally grow rice in that area, they grew the lotus and they lived on the lotus. That was their crop a long time ago.
And they still do harvest the lotus.
Yeah.
Especially in the big floating villages and things too.
Yeah.
It's an amazing place to actually visit. So, yeah.
So what do we got next?
And this one is renewal.
And that was Mongolia, yeah?
That's Mongolia, yeah. It's all these about the new renewing, the new coming. And you realize as you look through it is. It's all the stages of the coming of the new. And when we get to 11, which was
that was Orkney.
That was Orkney, is the awakened man. So it's the new man. It's the new human, and number 10 was the embrace, which
it's up in the Arctic.
The Arctic Circle.
Yeah.
Amazing.
We had to catch a fishing boat up there, and it was a very small fishing boat. We went right up into top of Canada and then across to Greenland, and we were right high up into the national parks in Canada.
Almost in the Tonga area, and then we went across into Greenland.
But when we did the ceremony there, it was a beautiful bay, nobody living there. What had happened was when the Spanish flu came through, so many people died. The whole village was wiped out, and it was quite a surreal place. There was a cross marking a mass grave in that area.
to go back a little bit, when we sailed into the bay, I could hear bells, and then my sight was drawn, or I was drawn to, and where this cross was, and that marked the burial area of all the local people who had died. We thought we were going to have to take the stone to a very different place, and that the next morning we got up ready to do the ceremony or to get in the little boat and chuff around the bay somewhere. But something made us say no. The stone actually said to me, no, I need to go into the water here to honour all the lands that are there. And we caught up with, there were two captains, a husband and wife captains, and Karen was running around going, can you hear those bells? Can you? Because she could hear a Tibetan bell being played. And then she looked at us and said, this happens to you all the time, doesn't it? And it's like, yes, we don't question it. We don't take it for granted. We feel blessed every time. But what it does is show us that we are on our path. And yes, we do stray every now and then. And the universe does tell us in no uncertain terms that we have strayed. But yeah, so then we did the ceremony, and most of the people on the ship, there were 12 of us all up, I think, and that's 7, joined us for the journey. And in those areas, you'll see seals, but you'll only see their eyes because they're hunted. And so when there are boats around, they know to hide. But during that ceremony, after the stone went into the water, the seal came.
Those 2 seals.
Yeah, the other one came later.
Yeah.
The first seal came up, and it actually lay on the top of the water and exposed its belly. And the captain said, they never do that. They absolutely never do that.
It was like the spirits of the people came through with the seals. It was quite a special moment.
And then another one joined it, and then they dived down. But while they were there, a whole school of fish went by that they could have chased after them, but they didn't. So all these amazing things happen, which tell you and tell us that when you are connected, when you know who you are, when you know that you are a soul being here having a human experience, and all that entails, they're just little confirmations, and some of them are quite big confirmations actually, but along the way they tell you that you are in tune, you are on track, and go for it. And yeah.
My mentor Barry Brailsford, who wrote many books, he's living in New Zealand still, and said that the old people always said to him, the hardest journey you will ever make is 3 hand spans in width, and that's from here to here. But unless you can get to here, you cannot connect with your intuition in a way that will enable you to open up into these realms. It's coming from the head into and combining the head and the heart, which is wisdom, but we've got to come back into this space. And that's where our guidance comes from. Our guidance, our faith, and our trust.
Comes from the heart. And our knowing that we are constantly connected to our higher guidance, are constantly connected to, I call it prime creator, other people call it God, or people call it whatever it is, that we are constantly connected to all of that. Just went for another little.
So then we've done Orkney, which was the awakened man, and then the last one was the last journey. So Dawn, the first symbol, was in the ridge of the Starwalkers. There was a 6-day trek over the Southern Alps of New Zealand, which was the old Greenstone Trail. So Greenstone is the stone of peace. It's the stone of the gods. It was always revered by the Maori and the Waitaha people. And they had a trail that went from one side of a place called Hokitika in the South Island of New Zealand across to close to Christchurch, so right across the Southern Alps. And in the middle of that area, there's a lake. And that lake is particularly sacred. It's right in the center again of the South Island.
And right at the top of the mountain.
right at the very top. And they used to place the green stone in that for a year to gather its mana, to gather its power, before they took it down the other side. And then it used to travel to all over the world, actually. They were amazing seafarers and ocean goers. But it sat there for a year to gather the power. That's where the last symbol went. And that was a culmination of 8 years, yeah?
Yes.
12 journeys
Was.
in 8 years.
And it's every year since the journeys, a little bit more is added to our understanding of why we did the journeys. We agreed to do them because the ancestors called, yes, spirit called, and it felt the right thing to do. But we do know that in our distant past, we used to live as free beings in lighter bodies and not in fear. There was a grid of love that was over the planet, and it's a love that most people don't fully understand yet. I don't fully understand it, the power that comes with it. It's the power it's the love that created this whole universe. And I remember once Dan Winter, we met him when we were in North Carolina, I think. That was a long time ago. And he was so excited because he wanted to explain to us that he had the formula that showed mathematically that this whole universe was created from love. And it was meant to be full of love and creativity and learning and moving on. And yes, with the dark, we have learned a heck of a lot of stuff. And we're about to move on from that back to what we were. And we realized that what we were doing with placing these symbols of love and the symbols of that meant so much to all these original people who had held the connection to the earth and to how to live with the earth, and they'd held that together. And what we were helping do was to repair or to put up again, along with a lot of other people who've been called to do this, to repair that grid again and to hold us in that space as we moved into the new way of being, because that is a new way of being as well, is to be in that frequency. Yeah.
So that was the completion of the journeys. We went back to the beginning, to Dawn, to Richard the Wisdom Keepers.
Wisdom Keepers, yeah.
Yeah, and this bull roarer sang for the first time and only time, where we had the blessing of the Waitaha elders to open up all of the portals one after the other. We connected the whole lot up, and then the job was done. Barry, who couldn't make it, Barry Brailsford, who couldn't make it there, he was at the bottom of the hill, and he said, because the wind was huge when we got up the top of this area, and he said, yes, he said that the spirits answered you. He said the mana was strong. We had 3 big blasts of winds come through to acknowledge that the journeys had been complete and that they were successful. Yeah, it was a big moment.
It was a big moment.
Are we going to share our other little bit?
Oh yeah. Well, we
Oh,
thought.
just wait.
Yeah, just wait. It's more. Yeah, so we thought, well, that's the end of our journey. So we had people who said, they wanted to go to Central Australia, and could we take them there? So we created a journey to take them there, and our clever man Lee was really, really excited about us coming back, and he said to us, "Thanks, Evan."
Thanks, Evan.
And he said to us, I've got something to show you. Now, we have to say up front, these are not our photos. They were given to him, and he shared them with us on the condition that we waited until the appropriate time to share them with people and to share them with the wider
This is only the second time that we've shared them openly. Yeah.
So this is a cave that is underneath another waterhole. And there's another waterhole apparently above that, but this is a more secreted away one. But there was a woman who was studying the local wildlife, and she wanted to film whether the local wallabies and kangaroos, etc., came down to this waterhole to drink and how often. So she actually set up, and I don't have that.
No one was allowed to swim in this one. They could
No.
swim in the one above it, but not this one.
Not in this one. And that's just how it was. So she set up a time-lapse? No, a camera that would
Motion sensor.
Emotions. That's it.
Yay.
Motion sensor.
There you go.
That would actually be triggered by movement. And what we were told by this was the home of, or one of the homes of the rainbow serpent. And we said, oh yes, well, that's myth and legend. I mean, we believe in all of that, but the people who were with us were a little bit skeptical. And during the night, or it's actually just a few minutes later.
Oh, it's only 2 minutes after she left.
Yeah, I think
on the
something
time
like that,
lapse.
on the
Yeah.
time, yeah. A movement in the water actually triggered the camera to take the next photo.
Cue the next photo. Hey.
And this is what the camera picked up. Now, as you can see, there's no movement in the water per se. That's just movement of energy. And I don't know about you, but that is the rainbow serpent.
Also, he was, Lee, the elder, was very excited because this is the color of the greenstone. And the stone is, in the journey that we took, is actually written into their songline now. So when he saw this, he was very excited to show it. He said, I forget you guys can't see these. He said, I work with them all the time. But here's a photo to show.
To show you what they actually look like. But he connected what we were doing with the myths and legends of their land. And the next one, Evan, would show a close-up of it.
You see the translucence as well.
And that's exactly what greenstone looks like when it's in water, when you hold it in water, and there's light bouncing off.
This rock is massive. So we had another photo of the lady kneeling beside it. So it's a huge rock.
It's a huge rock. It's not a little rock. Just let you look at that. And then the last one. So there were just 3 in a row, and that was it. And then
Guardian of the Waters.
The Guardian of the Waters, rainbow serpent. It also brings a cleansing, which our land has just had big time here. And we do believe it is. One of our friends is probably listening. One of their children said the water came to wash all the bad stuff away and to bring all the good back into the area. And we actually believe that. I think he's truly connected to his soul and his guidance. So,
when you look at, we can drive down our streets that every street had everything put out. The houses went right under, so right up to the roof on the second story of these properties. And when the water went down, what you were left with was a pile of stuff. Unusable, you could never use it again. It was of no use whatsoever. And that was everyone's possessions, not the spiritual, but the material had been washed away. And how many things people would have said, oh, I'll clear that up tomorrow, I'll get rid of it next week. It's gone. It's gone. People are starting again now. And
And it just shows us time and time again how very little as spiritual beings we need to actually carry with us. We were told a long time ago, if you can't walk out of your home with all you need in a backpack, then you're carrying way too much. So we have a few little sites there that you can connect with us unless you have some questions that you'd like to ask.
And we've got 3 books written on our journeys. So
yeah, the first 2 we printed because we did them all on photographic paper. The third one is in PDF. I think it's on Amazon as well as yes, it is, as a digital book. But so that's our journey, and what we hope the people actually get out of that is that when you trust and you step out of fear and into knowing and into love and into that frequency and into that vibration, a whole amazing world just opens up to you that is right there. It's always there. It's within you. So bring it out and create the whole planet. And yeah, the whole new world. So thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Okay, we do some questions. Is that? I think that's we've got time for a few questions before we finish up, guys. And some of the stuff I've written down relates to what you said, and some of the stuff relates to stuff you've done that you didn't mention there. So we'll put them together.
That was awesome. That was absolutely such a fantastic presentation. I thank you for sharing that, Punamu. That was
you're welcome.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you for this is Ayatia.
Ayatia stone. Yeah.
Oh, nice. I come from an area called Pupu.
Springs, the water place. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm on a Waitomo, crystal, flowing rivers underneath, spring water, the top of the world over here.
Look after that water.
Special. Beautiful. The rainbow serpent, the Dreamtime serpent and stuff remind me of our Māori with the eel. And
yes.
Well, you actually have rainbow serpent there too.
The Taniwha.
Yes, Taniwha. And where I'm at the moment, we also have glowworms in our caves. So
Waitomo.
Yes. So it's when you were showing those images and stuff, it was like, wow, I don't need to leave anywhere. I'm nice and happy right here.
Aotearoa is a special place.
Yeah.
Really.
Yes. Oh, what a beautiful gifted journey you guys have both been on. Much appreciation. Everybody's little bit of experience of their journeys, and we get to see it through somebody else's eyes, and that's been one of the biggest journeys that I've learned for myself is if you can see it, take a picture and give it to somebody else, because we share that journey. It's absolutely gorgeous. So I'm not sure Evan and Stephen are, or the others, but I know that they'll be around somewhere. So, thank you. Where is it?
So, what were the questions?
I'm not sure what the questions were. We'll just have a look. We'll just see. Is there any questions that came up? I was so entrenched in your story that I didn't even look on the side, and I'm terribly sorry, you chatters, but I'm loving this. I was very attached to some of this journey here.
Yes.
All right. Do we have any questions here?
Yeah, well, I've got one that relates to what you've got on your
can't see any.
On your chest there, Phoebe.
Oh, yes. Here we go. Omar.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hang on. So I think Steve was just about to ask a question then.
Yeah.
Well, I was. Yeah, I'm still trying.
Yeah, go for it, Steve. Go.
That presentation just blew my hair right apart.
Oh my God! Sorry, so sorry, Omar.
What an amazing presentation! Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Lovely to be part of your show. Yeah, lovely.
Thank you very much. It's an invaluable contribution to humanity Unplugged, and for people that are going to view this in the future and weeks and months and years to come. This is the wisdom that they're going to need to rely on, just as much as us, but also others as well. So it's a great service to humanity. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, lovely.
Okay, Stephen, no, quick, get in with him.
Okay. Chris, the rings and the stones you spoke about in different shapes and forms, and you said that they have a power. I'm just wondering if you can quantify what you mean by power. Can you put in sort of layman terms?
Still seems to be loading at this end.
Okay, what's it? The rings and stones, well, they're imbued with the power of the ancients. They're imbued with the power of the universe. They're imbued with the power of the Creator, and within them is the power of the symbols that they carry. And that energy is then, when you can tap into that energy is then passed on, and you can, as you know, use that energy for not so good, but mostly we'd always
whatever the volition is, whatever the
it's the intent. It's also
intent.
your intent behind it as well that then pushes that out into the universe. Just quickly, when we did have the floods here, there was a lot of chaotic energy around the place because there were so many people in such trauma that they didn't know where to go, what to do.
And a lot of people died too. There's a lot of disincarnate souls
and around which they're hiding. But anyway, that's another story. So what we did was, with another friend, we sat in our house and we created a portal. And this portal was to beam out the type of love that we understand creates the universe and has a direct connection back to source. And what we found was then that all these beings came to use that portal. There were children, there were animals galore.
Leaving,
they came to that portal and were able to leave. And that's the type of energy that comes in the stones. And it's a direct connection to source that we can tap into. And we didn't know 100% whether that had actually worked, but we had the big army helicopters go straight over the top of our place, and every time they came over, they'd land down in Southern Cross University, and it would literally shake our whole house because they were so low. The minute we put that portal up, they went around the house.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah. And the other thing is, sorry, Stephen.
Yeah, you go ahead, mate. Yeah, please, your talk.
As a stone carver, there is a thing, and with any carving, actually, if I carve a piece of stone to make a lot of money and I want to rush it through and get the job done, it won't have what the Maori people call wairua. It won't have a spirit. But there are carvings and there are stones that are imbued with that spirit because of the prayers that are layered in over and over and over again for that particular intent. And you can pick something up and you'll feel that energy come through because of the intent behind the creating, the creation.
And so all those stones that Paul carved, the intent was put in the ancestors.
Layers of prayers.
And the ancestors' prayers went into them as well because they were there to guide him. So that now goes out
through the water.
Through the water, out through the lands and out into the grid. So did that answer your question?
It does, definitely. It does. It tells us what that power is. And I like what you said about a symbiotic relation.
That was awesome. I feel so, it's like full circle for me. Coming from here, and you've got this beautiful stone, and yes, we are about intent, our feelings, clearing as much ruddy, which is rubbish, out of our systems and stuff, and then we can put that clear intent of what we really want, and we've already learnt by the stage to be careful what you wish for, because you'll get exactly what you want.
You'll actually get it.
You'll get it.
I remember stone. Sorry, I'm going to say just briefly, but during a channeling years ago, and I was it was a Pleiadian channeling with a lady that we travelled with, and Barbara Marciniak. And I was saying, look, I really appreciate the work that you're doing, and the channeling. The message was that it has nothing to do with that. We're after the codes and the master numbers.
Yes.
So what they're saying is that as we carry that frequency and that 100th monkey process occurs, everything changes, and it starts here and it spreads throughout the whole universe. So they have a vested interest in us evolving, but we must carry that high frequency as often as we can to help others here. You know?
Yeah, I was asked on one of the journeys that I did, which one out of the 100th monkey do you want to be? You want to be right at the back, or you want to be right at the... So I've made my way up that river. So, thank you very much for sharing. I'm not sure, I don't have the chart in front of us, and I'm not sure where the other gents have gone, but I know we have another guest in the house. Do you have somewhere where people can reach you and have a look at your information? I think you did say
Yes,
if you find it again.
We get Maori Natural Therapy is our main one, and you can go to Ancient Pathways from that, and you can follow all our journeys on that. We did that a long time ago, and we decided to put the two websites in together. But yes, that will take you to all the journeys.
There's a lot of MP3s, a lot of storytelling, meditations. There's all sorts of things there based on ancient wisdom, that tools that will help people to move forward.
And thank you so much, Evan, for very quickly putting that.
Yeah, well done.
Anytime. One more question. Do you have any future endeavors to make any more stones?
We've got the stone. The stone's there. Ayati is there. I just wait until I'm inspired. You know, I'm carving at the moment, so we've got some of the carvings for sale, but they all carry that energy, that mana. So.
And we never really tend to put a price on anything, because sometimes we know they're to be gifted, and that's always gifted in love. It's gifted with the creation of love, with that energy.
Well, you know that about Pounamu stone anyway. It's always gifted in love.
Oh yes, always gifted.
Yeah.
Well, much to you both. Thank you very, very much for coming and being part of
was our
this
pleasure.
wonderful enlightenment.
Beautiful. No, anytime. We're happy to come on board anytime. So it's good. And thank you, Omar, so much.
Thank you, Omar.
Well done for setting this up.
You are very welcome, Paul and Phoebe.
All right, guys. Thanks, Evan, Stephen.
Bye.
Yeah. See you guys.
Bye. All right. Are you with us, Omar?
We're back here. We're in the back. We're hanging out, watching as you guys go through.
Yeah. I'm here. I'm just looking for comments to put on the screen, waiting for another great upload coming up from Gary Opet about something that we haven't discussed in this conference. And, for one reason is I wanted to have this particular topic for the very last one, because Gary is the very last guest, and after this, Stephen and Evan will make a closing statement, and then we'll do our closing intentions and a prayer, and then we'll call it an evening. But Gary's going to talk about Bigfoot and Sasquatch and things like that, and that, in my opinion, is very important, because that's something that vibrates with us on this planet, and we have really no understanding of it, really any deep understanding. We know about it from passing, I would say. Saw a video here and a video there, and a lot of them seem to be hoaxes and stuff. So I'm looking forward to it. Phoebe, please jump in anytime.
Oh no, I'm just saying we're leaving now. We have to open our clinic.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for that contribution, Omar. That's fantastic.
And see you,
Thank
Stephen.
you.
Hopefully we catch up again. That'd be great.
Yeah, I would love to. After this conference is over, I'd actually like to do a one-on-one to talk about the upload you gave us in more depth, because 1 hour is usually not enough. And then we can do a follow-up conversation for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and like really go in deep into the awareness and wisdom and knowledge. So I look forward to that.
Just let us know and we'll see what we can put together. That'd be great.
Will do. Love you guys. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Healthy.
Bye.
Well, guys, this is This is it. We've been waiting for this. This. I don't even have any more words, man. Like 12 hours, I had to put my hair back together. This has blown my head right apart. I felt like this morning. I don't know about you guys, but I'm still feeling like this. Where is it? Right there. How about this? Right? I'm feeling like that right about now because of all the awareness that we've gotten over the 11 days, and we've come down to our final speaker, and the final speaker is going to be talking about something very, very, very interesting, and something that I would love to learn more about. So guys, I'm going to give it to you to bring Gary up, and let's get ready for this upload.
Oh, well, I'll make it fairly brief because I know it's been a long lot of days, but it's a very, I think it's a fitting way to finish this up, because Gary comes from the side of science where you'd think he wouldn't be saying the words he's going to say. He's an Australian zoologist. He's an environmental scientist. He's worked with the Australian government. He works on the ABC, which is an Australian Broadcasting Commission, on a radio station, talks about science, and has all the ticks to be a really well-respected mainstream scientist. But then throw amongst all of those ticks, then you hear him also going to talk about Yowies, that's a Sasquatch that...
we don't.
The Sasquatch that you were referring to, we refer to them as Yowies. And look, very briefly, I just want to explain something about that. With original people, there's a universal majority of those who know Old Way that insist Yowies exist. That is a given. And I do remember once when we went into country once, where Yowies were known to be active and people were finding heads of wallabies thrown off and the body was taken away and eaten. And they knew they were there. And we actually went into one site in Binna, learnt a song we were told to give. And we sang this song to the Yowies, learned it before, and he led us, and then went in. When we come back, we had our heads still on, didn't we?
It was nice having a head still on our
Here's
shoulders.
the point. That Yowie, there were Yowies in that bush. We know that's true. But for a scientist to say that, that's something really unique. And for that reason alone, Gary's credentials as a scientist are unquestioned. And I know he's right about this, but I love the fact he's prepared to say it, because most scientists wouldn't touch this word, would they?
Yep.
Wouldn't walk down this. So you're getting this from someone who, just like us, uses empirical evidence, not just stories and channeling. He comes the same way, he uses empirical evidence first, and when he compiles that evidence, he comes up with a finding. And in these cases, they're correct. So a great way to finish this off, and over to you, Gary. I hope.
Hello, I hope you can see me and hear me. Lovely to see you, Stephen and Evan and Omar. Am I coming through?
Hi, Gary. Welcome to Humanity Unplugged. Thank you very much. Yeah, I can see you and hear you very clearly.
Wonderful. So I'm sitting in my office in the northeastern portion of New South Wales in Australia, the land down under. G'day, Paul Wallace. Yeah, so thank you. So I'm sitting in my office, and as Stephen just said in his introduction, I have lectured to university and high school students on, and these are all private high school and private university students, on microbiology, zoology, botany, ecology, anthropology, Aboriginal culture, Aboriginal religion, Aboriginal bush foods and bush medicine, and cosmology, permaculture and geography. And for the last 25 years, I've been broadcasting a weekly live-to-air radio segment for ABC North Coast New South Wales Radio 94.5 FM every Saturday morning now at 6:40, and I have to instantly identify every mammal, bird, reptile, amphibian or invertebrate from listeners phoning in and asking me to identify animals or to tell interesting stories of themselves. And I was previously working as a national park ranger up in Lamington National Park at O'Reilly's, Green Mountains behind the Gold Coast, southeast Queensland. And I was also working in wildlife parks, Lone Pine Koala Sanctuary and Koala Country in Dream World. And my job was to breed and handle koalas and give people koalas to cuddle. And then I've been doing fauna and flora surveys and ecological assessments for about 3 decades. So I'd go out and identify all the plants and animals in a locality for the development application for the client. It could be state government, National Parks and Wildlife Service, or Rouse Water Board, or local government councils, or private enterprise. So I've been interested in the identification of plants and animals and understanding every aspect of reality as much as I can since I was a child. And so I've always been out in the bush, out in the forests. And of course, we have a wonderful locality here in southeast Queensland, northeastern New South Wales, most easterly point of Australia. And we have a wonderful ancient volcano known as Wollumban, or the Mount Warning volcano, named by Captain Cook in 1770 as he sailed past the east coast, first European known to have sail past. And of course, the Bundjalung people here in the land that I live in have existed here for an incredible period of time. And in fact, they recently found what appears to be a fireplace with charcoal, a hearth, down at Warrnambool in Victoria. And they dated that at 120,000 years old. And this was, I believe, from memory, on the ABC News service. And so that's out of Australia theory, definitely holds scientific value. As we know, there's no primates in Australia. I'll just give you a little bit of an overview of this locality before we get on to the unclassified animals. But so the Australian continent is one of the remotest continents on Earth. It's the world's smallest continent or largest island. And of course, it's surrounded by ocean. So we have the Pacific Ocean on the east, the Indian Ocean on the west. To the south, we have the Great Southern Ocean, the Antarctic Ocean, and to the north, we have the Timor Sea. Australia's never been joined to Southeast Asia. And in fact, the Australian continent's actually travelling north at a speed of about 6 centimetres a year, being dragged north by currents of white hot liquid lava or magma about 100 kilometres below our feet. And so about 50 million years ago, and remember, a year is one orbit around our star, the sun. So the 50 million orbits ago, we were attached to Antarctica, and then Antarctica was attached to South America. Before then, it was attached to Africa, even India and Madagascar. The great Gondwana landmass that broke apart, and Australia was the last part to break apart from Antarctica. And so the Australian animals and plants are not related to the animals and plants of the northern hemisphere. They're related to the animals and plants of the southern hemisphere of this great Gondwana land prehistoric continent. So our plants and animals are very closely related to South American animals and plants, and some of our ancient plants are closely related to the proteus in South Africa. So because we haven't reached Southeast Asia, Australia has no Eurasian animals native to the continent. So there's no monkeys or apes, there's no squirrels, there's no deer, there's no cats or elephants or rhinos or antelopes or any of those animals. Our animals are all related to a single South American opossum that still survives today in the Antarctic beech forests at the tip of South America. And those Antarctic beech forests also exist in Australia, New Guinea, New Zealand, and there's fossils of them under the ice in Antarctica. So it shows that this ancient landmass broke apart, and so Australian animals are related to the birds, say in New Zealand, and there's identical of almost identical plants in South America and fungi in South America, almost identical to the plants and fungi, etc., in Australia. So it's a land of marsupials, and so we have two great groups of marsupials in Australia. The most well known, of course, are what are known as the diprotodont marsupials. They're the marsupials with two front teeth, and so they're our well-known species like kangaroos and koalas, wombats, and possums. And then we have the polyprotodont marsupials. These are the marsupials that have polyprotodont, many front teeth, and these are the carnivorous marsupials, like the Tasmanian tiger or marsupial dog, the Tasmanian devil, the native cat or quoll, eastern quoll, and spotted tail quolls, marsupial moles. So although our animals look very similar to, say, the South African golden mole, which is a placental, our marsupial golden mole is unrelated in any way. The same thing as our marsupial dog or thylacine, Tasmanian tiger, looks just like a dog but with stripes on its back. It's not related to dogs or wolves in any way, only called a tiger because it's got stripes. And we have gliding possums that look just like flying squirrels in the Northern Hemisphere, but unrelated in any way. They're more closely related to opossums. So Australia has these unique group of animals, and they've survived because when Australia broke away from Antarctica around about 40, 50 million years ago, it allowed for the first time for the currents of the Great Southern Ocean to circle around Antarctica, and that began to create a planet-sized refrigerator operating the same way a fridge does, in that you've got cold air or cold water circulating continuously, and that began to freeze the continent, it began to slowly freeze the Antarctica, but it began to cool the planet down, and consequently we had 17 ice ages, and as we all know, we're in an interglacial now that's been going on for about 10,000 years, and so as the sea levels rose from about 10,000 years to around about 6,000 years, Australia was cut off from Tasmania, which is that very large island at the southeastern tip of Australian continent, and it also separated us from the island of New Guinea, which is that island directly to the north of Australia, northeastern Australia, Cape York. And so the animals in Tasmania and the animals in New Guinea, which is the world's largest tropical island, full of fabulous traditional people, they were connected to Australia until relatively recently, when the sea levels rose. Now we know that the genetic studies have shown that humanity, Homo sapiens, is most closely related to the fossils of a fabulous variety of species that existed for millions of years in Africa. And so we've got like the first upright ape-like animals, the Australopithecus, and then eventually we had the first humans, Homo habilis and Homo erectus. And then from Homo erectus, we ended up having Denisovians, been around for about 600,000 years, and Neanderthals, of course, and both of these lived in Eurasia, across Eurasia, and many other species of humans, the skulls and fossil skeletons of which have been found all over Eurasia, obviously from Europe across to China, for instance. And then Homo sapiens popped up into existence, and there's a couple of theories about that. One of the theories, an interesting theory, is that around a couple of 100,000 years ago, from the caves in Palestine and Israel, they found a fabulous array of fossils there, showing that there was very primitive Homo sapiens, so very primitive humans. They weren't very upright walking, and didn't have as large a brain as us compared to the size of our skulls. And then they were replaced by Neanderthals, which are a much more ancient group of people, and it's probably during one of the ice ages where the Neanderthals, more adapted to temperate climates, came down, and it's believed that the Neanderthals may have been hunting the Homo sapiens into extinction. I mean, Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, we've always been very powerful apex predators, and as we know, we were cannibals in some places up until only a couple of 100 years ago or so, and so probably these different species were cannibalizing each other, but they're also interrelating, interbreeding with each other, probably not in a romantic sense, but it's been theorized that the only surviving Homo sapiens in that Levant area, in that Palestinian area, were those humans that were wonderful swimmers, and so could escape onto islands away from the Homo neanderthalensis, the Neanderthals, because what they found in these caves was there was hybrids between Neanderthals and humans, and then around about 100,000 or more years ago, the Neanderthals disappeared from those caves, and fully modern humans arrived. So one of the theories is that the Homo sapiens ourselves are semi-aquatic, and that's why we're so upright, because you have to be very streamlined. You have to be elongated to swim, and we know we're wonderful swimmers, and we've got these wonderful hooded noses. I mean, that there, every part of our features is to do with survival, of course, and that hooded nose makes it possible to dive into the water, which, say, a gorilla or something can't really do, because the water would run up its nose. But the large nose is also an adaptation to inhale more oxygen and filter the air, etc. But we're the only primate with oil glands in our skin, so our faces are waterproofed. And that's why young people get acne. Our breathing tubes are similar to a dugong, and we're the only primate with a subcutaneous fat floating. So we're adapted to swimming, and you can see one of the favourite places for people is to be lying on the beach and going swimming and coming back out, and it's a wonderful place to live because the shorelines are eternal, even though the sea levels rise and fall. The shorelines are an eternal ecosystem, whereas rainforests and grasslands and other kinds of forests come and go depending on the climate changes. And living on the seashore, if any predator comes from the land, say a lion or a tiger or a leopard or something, you can dive into the water and swim off. And if a marine predator arrives, such as a shark, you can then run up onto the land. And a very great place for feeding on shellfish. And our brain it really needs a lot of iodine, which comes from seaweeds, kelps and stuff. So that's the general. What I'm talking about is not my beliefs or anything. This is just the general scientific beliefs. But the only trouble is you really need, for evolution to work, and evolution simply adaptation to changing conditions. And remember, the thing that you're looking at in front of me, you're only looking at my surface. We can only see the surface of each other, but the real me is inside. I'm actually a population of symbiotic microorganisms. So I'm constructed out of trillions of little tiny animals that we call cells. So we've got skin cells and eye cells and teeth cells and brain cells and muscle cells and organ cells. And they make up about 1% of my body. This is what the medical specialists and scientists tell us. Make up 1% of our body, and 99% of our body is made up of microbes and fungi and other microorganisms unrelated to us in any way, but can only exist with us and actually in control of our brain. Because the most important thing we do besides breathing and drinking is eating, and the food that we eat is digested by different species of microorganisms, and they're in competition, and the microorganisms are adapted to feed on particular food sources. So some feed only on meat, say, some feed only on vegetables or fruit, some feed on processed foods. And then, so whatever you eat, and that dictates the populations of the microbes that are digesting our food, because no animal can digest its own food. A cow has microbes that digest the grass. A termite has microbes that digest the wood. We all have microbes that digest our food for us. So we're actually a multi-organism. We're a community of organisms, and we're composed more of viruses than anything else. There's something like 80 trillion or something, or trillions of viruses. But and all of these organisms create a single entity, which is, say, myself. And once again, I'm not saying this is what I believe. This is simply what the scientists have said in all their different fields. And then, of course, we live, and myself, we live in a community. And the community taught me to think. The community taught me to read and write. So I am part of the community. I don't have an independent consciousness beyond the community conscious, because it taught me to think, and everything that I'm talking about, I'm simply parroting it back out. I'm simply, I've received the information and of putting it back out. But so anyway, and so the evolution is simply adaptating to change. That's not happening just with the individual. That's happening with every single cell in our body. And then at the same time, we have to remember that we're not just microorganisms, because the microorganisms, myself and everything you see around us, I'm composed entirely of the quantum field. I'm nothing more and nothing less than a frequency or a signal. And of course, you're receiving my image and my voice now because of the frequencies and signals incorporated in our technology. So we're all subatomic particles, and subatomic particles. We talk about atoms and atoms and everything that go together to create chemical elements. But the atoms, of course, and the subatomic particles, the electrons and protons and neutrons, they're not actually there. They're just simply vibrational frequencies. There's nothing there. There's two kinds of energy. You've got the straight line energy, which is the sunlight and heat and X-rays and gamma rays and everything. And then we have the circular energy, which is the matter. So basically, we're all spirit. We're all energy. I like to think of ourselves as the mind of God, or universal consciousness. And so that's why everything that you've heard before, it can be explained also in a scientific way. And once again, I'm not saying this is exactly what I believe, because my belief system is based on the community's belief system. We know that people have been in Australia, the original Australians, the indigenous Australians. We've got graves that are around about 50 to 60,000 years old, and there's this one hearth that's been dated at 120,000 years. And so the way evolution tends to work, and then once again, this is not what I'm saying, this is what scientists are writing about all the time, is that once a population of animals decreases to a very small amount, you get lots of mutations, and some of these mutations can be a positive adaptation for survival, and that organism will live longer. But you need isolation for that to happen. And the only place that humans or people could be isolated in the rest of the world was in Australia. And we know we've got one of the most ancient populations of people in Australia, the Australian Aborigines or original Australians. But there's also incredibly ancient people, say, for instance, the San Bushmen in Africa. So they're another ancient group of people. So I can see that out of Australia theory as being a very likely scenario where a group of more ancient humans that first came over here were isolated from the rest of the world. And people like Tim Flannery have put forward this theory, etc. Once again, I'm not saying that's my theory. I'm just, as someone interested in all of the sciences, I'm just repeating what I've actually read. And so, of course, as we know, the British colonised this country in the late 1700s and early 1800s, and took over the continent. Absolutely did horrible things to the indigenous people, who are the most wonderful people. And even though they've been put down so badly by the European visitors or settlers, they just asked for an apology and want us to take care of this wonderful continent. And it's the Aboriginal people, as Stephen was saying earlier, talk about the Yowies and other animals that are unknown and unclassified, and the majority of Australians say, and probably the rest of the world, don't believe they exist for 1 second. However, they certainly exist, because I've had experiences with them since 1971, and I live in a locality. I live in with my wife, and the children have all left home and running their own lives, of course, now. But we live in a locality surrounded by an undisturbed habitat, and we have some wonderful unknown animals living right around us, and even have climbed up onto our roof. Quite remarkable animals. And so the area that I live in is called Wu Yang, and by Bundjalung tradition, this was the most sacred site where the three brothers from Bundjalung tradition first entered this part of the continent, and not far from our house in the Billy Nudgel Nature Reserve is the Wanderin grounds, the ceremonial grounds, the most sacred ceremonial grounds, the only surviving intact ceremonial ground in its natural environment. All the others were destroyed, and one or two there's composed of two rings, a larger ring and a smaller one. And the only people that have ever seen these rings are the elders and people that I've taken in. So I've brought in elders, Bunna Laurie for one of the gentlemen that I brought in. They've undertaken ceremonies here, and it's in this wonderful area that that we've encountered what is popularly known as Yowies. Generally known in this area as Charawara. There's quite a few names for these Yowies. Exactly what they are, they seem to be the behaviour and the description of their bodies and everything seems to be that they're very similar to Bigfoot or Sasquatch, and of course these same wonderful animals are found all over the world, apparently, but they're incredibly cryptic, and they seem to be carnivores, and they live in very small family groups, and they're very, very peaceful, and they're unaggressive. And you can tell they're unaggressive because if they were aggressive, we would know all about them. If they were eating us or killing us or anything like that, but they don't like that. Like the indigenous people themselves, they don't like interfering with other people. During this radio show I've been running, still going on every Saturday morning at 6:40 a.m. I turned it in right from the very beginning. I designed it as a citizen science study. So people phoned in, and I'd usually get maybe half a dozen people, different people phoning in, wanting identifications. And so I recorded the name of the person and their locality and the date they saw this animal, and the description and the behavior. And then I recorded it on a table. Obviously it means a list. And then because I was only expecting to receive reports of well-known animals, and of course that occurred, and we've identified about 400 different species of animals, mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, and invertebrates, insects and spiders and slugs and snails and sea creatures. But right from the beginning, I began receiving reports of animals unknown to science, and there are about half a dozen different species, and the reports that I was receiving were from farmers mainly, because this is a rural area, and so I get phone calls from the Gold Coast and Tamborine Mountain in southeast Queensland, all the way down to Coffs Harbour and Grafton, because most of the people that are interested in the wildlife, of course, are rural dwellers, because they're seeing these animals. Of course, I get phone calls from people living in cities and towns as well, seeing interesting animals in their backyards, but mainly from farmers and forestry workers. And they were reporting animals that I was amazed to hear. And I remember in the farming community, unlike a city community, the people all know each other. So in the city, you can get away with all kinds of scams, but you can't be dishonest in the country. If you're in a small country town and you turn out to be a liar or a thief or a hoaxer or anything, then no one's going to have anything to do with you. And so people would be phoning up and describing these encounters with amazing animals, and then their neighbours would phone up and describe exactly the same thing. And so I literally received, over 25 years, hundreds of phone calls of animals unclassified. And so for 45 years, I've been a member of the Royal Zoological Society of New South Wales. And in 2013, they had they have a zoological forum at the Australian Museum or in Taronga Zoo every year, and each one will be on a different animal. Could be on koalas or dingoes or flying foxes or conservation or environmental legislation or some other subject. So in 2013 they decided to have a forum on dangerous ideas in zoology. So I thought, oh my goodness, here's an opportunity for me to present my findings and the illustrations that listeners had sent to me, and I did that, and in 2013, and it was fascinating because there was this was in front of 100 of Australia's greatest, most well-respected, and knowledgeable zoologists, and I was wondering how they're going to respond to my presentation, PowerPoint presentation, on illustrations of drawings and plaster cast footprints of animals completely unknown in zoology, and they enjoyed it, and then they awarded me. There was about 20-30 speakers for the day, and they awarded me the bravest presentation. And these top zoologists said, "Oh, we've all received these reports, but none of us have ever looked into it. You're the first person to look into it." So they asked me to write up a scientific paper, and it was published in the 2017 edition of the Australian Zoologist. So that's it there, Dangerous Ideas in Zoology. And so this was the very first very first cryptozoological study, as far as I know, ever printed anywhere in a scientific publication. And the Australian Zoologist, from memory, is the oldest scientific journal in Australia, and the Royal Zoological Society of New South Wales is one of the earliest scientific societies. So this is my study, and there it is there, Citizen Science and Cryptozoology, data received from listeners during 18 years of wildlife talk back on ABC North Coast New South Wales local radio. And of course, I talked about cryptozoology, which is basically, you know, it's folklore. It's anecdotal reports of people describing animals that they've seen and which zoologists are unable to identify. So, of course, in this study, I go through all of the 400 different species of animals when I did this, because it was a few years ago now, when it was published in 2017, I think it was 345 species. But so all of the different species, and particularly looking at all the endangered species that are protected by legislation. And then I got one report of an extinct parrot, and I've received 2 reports of this. The world's most beautiful parrot is called a paradise parrot, and I received 2 reports of this parrot that hasn't been seen since 1927. Now, I've got no idea if these people are phoning me up are hoaxes or something like that. It seems highly unlikely they'd come on the radio, give them their name and their locality, and then tell them talk about some. And because these people didn't know this parrot's extinct since 1927, they just wanted an identification and were shocked when I said no one's seen that parrot since 1927. But the other interesting thing, I received reports of animals that are completely unknown or shouldn't be here or should be extinct. And so at that time, I received 53 reports of Tasmanian tigers or thylacines from northeast New South Wales. Now, the Tasmanian tiger lived for millions of years. There were several species of it all over Australia, New Guinea and Tasmania. By the time the British arrived, there was very little sign of it, though the indigenous first Australians, original Australians, said, oh, no, it's always here. It lives in the mountains, and the dingoes live in the lowlands. And the scientists, of course, they know, no, it's been extinct for thousands of years because we haven't found any fossils in caves less than about 3,000 years. But I prefer to believe what the indigenous people who actually live on the land and live there for thousands of years, and they say, oh, no, this animal lives, we know it well. And the dingo didn't exterminate it because it lives individually or in tiny, small family groups, as they know, a male, female, and 2 or 3 young. And they have huge territories, and they live on rodents. They're rat eaters. They're not big animals. Even though they're the size of a dog, say something like a German Shepherd or a bit smaller, they don't feed on large animals. They were common in Tasmania. And the British were frightened that they would kill sheep, even though there was no records ever of them killing sheep. And of course, the big sheep stations in Tasmania had investors from England, and so they had to record the birth and death of every individual animal for the investors, for the profits and losses. And no mention was ever made of a thylacine or Tasmanian tiger eating a sheep. However, it was believed that they could be a danger, so they put a bounty on its head, and it was believed they hunted them to extinction. And you'll read that in virtually any book. However, they could only have been hunted into extinction if they lived only where there was sheep and farmers on the level lands. But of course, the indigenous people said, oh, no, they live all over the island. And it's a huge island, remember, it's a vast island, it's huge. And there's about 1/4 of it is completely untouched to the southwestern part of Tasmania. And the reports come in from Tasmania all the time of people seeing Tasmanian tigers, and they look like a striped dog, but they don't bark, they cough, and they have a completely different way of walking, and they have a backward-facing pouch with young ones, so they don't look, you can't mistake them for a dog. But anyway, they're not supposed to be in Australia, but I got 53 reports of them, and they were reports coming from zoologists and from wildlife carers and from other such people, vets, close encounters where someone would be watching one from only a couple of meters away for 5 minutes. And they always exhibited little fear of people. And like all predators, you'll only have very small numbers of predators compared to their prey species. And scientific studies on the jaws of the thylacine or Tasmanian tiger show they have a very weak jaw, and there's no way in the world they could hold a large animal like, say, a kangaroo or a sheep. And that their jaws are adapted for hunting small animals. So that's mainly bush rats, native rats, and bandicoots and possums and other small animals and birds. Even in the earliest days of a British settlement in Tasmania, they didn't see a single one for the first 4 years. There was fur trappers everywhere. And I think the largest number ever captured by a single fur trapper in a lifetime of trapping was something like 6. And usually most fur trappers only ever caught 1 or 2, simply because they were catching possums and wallabies every night. But the predators are in small numbers, and that's with predators all over the world. So if you go to India or Africa or anywhere, you'll see large numbers of herbivores, of prey species, but you'll have a hard time seeing any predators. There'll be one or two predators in a large territory. So, to see a leopard or to see a tiger, for instance, is not an easy thing, but you'll see lots of other herbivorous animals. And then we have a carnivorous marsupial called the spotted-tailed quoll, and it's believed that they have a territory of 100 square kilometres, yet this is an animal the size of a cat. And so to actually encounter one of these animals is very rare. And so that's probably the same thing with the Tasmanian tiger. So 53 reports of those, but I also got 20 reports at the time of a gorilla-like animal or a hairy man-like animal. And this is, of course, the animal very well known as the yowie. And the yowie, the name, it comes from the central New South Wales area, the Bathurst area, and anthropologists studying the indigenous people, the first Australians living in that area, one of the words they used was yowie or yowie, and that was for an animal that moved around at night. And when I'm saying an animal, a man-like animal or a human-like animal, a person, a woman-like animal, and which was completely unaggressive, but of course they were very concerned with them because they moved around at night. They could give loud, bellowing roars and various other calls. So they didn't call very often and were very cryptic. And so I talked with elders in many years ago in southeastern Australia, and they talked about the yowie initiation trail, where this elder was taken by his grandfather, I believe it was, on the yowie trail. Except they didn't call them yowies; they got their own terms for them. The females were marlinas, and the males were doolagals, and they travelled from the coast, somewhere near Bega or someplace southeastern New South Wales, all the way to like Coomera, up into the mountains, and following the yowie trails. And this is the young chap. He's an elderly man when I was chatting to him, like myself. But he was a young lad when he went on this initiation walk. And if he saw a yowie, if they encountered a yowie, that meant he could be initiated. He had to encounter a yowie to be initiated into manhood. A very important beings, entities in original people's mythology or culture. Probably shouldn't say mythology, but culture. So anyway, and what they had to do was they always had, you couldn't have any food left because they were camped off in the forest as they were following this trail. They couldn't leave any food lying around because that would attract the doolagals and the marlinas, the females, who who would come and grab the food for themselves. And they had 4 fires in all 4 directions, small campfires around them, and that was to protect them from the Marlenas and the Doolagals, the Yowies. Not that they're aggressive. They said they weren't aggressive. They never touch you. They're off hunting their own food, and they're primarily carnivorous. And anyway, then when they saw a Yowie, and then at the when they eventually got home, then the initiation ceremony includes the young initiate being covered in ochre, that reddish brown earthy clay material, and then he had to wash that off in a sacred lagoon. And then it was believed that ochre then turned into the little Yowies, known as in different areas as Junjuddies, or in this areas as Nimbinjis, and that's a second species of Yowie, and they only reach a height of about 1 meter. And this elder told me that he met that sure enough 2 of these Junjuddies, or these little hairy people, showed themselves during the ceremony, and this was what normally happened. Now, these are very sacred beings to the Aboriginal people, to the indigenous first Australians, and they regard the Yowies, both the big ones and the little ones, as guardians of the bush, or guardians of the forest, or of the land. Very important in their culture, and the sacred sites. And one of them is a place called Pigeon House Mountain, in south of Sydney, in the Great Dividing Range. I think it's Moreton National Park. And in their history, mythological history, it was a great battle between the big Yowies. Well, they call the little ones Yowies down there, and the big ones Doolagals. And so everywhere in Australia, every nation, every original nation, they all got their different language groups. There's 300 to 400 different languages in true Australian languages, not the European language that I'm speaking, English. And of course, we have to remember that in this country, English is a foreign language as far as the true Australians are concerned. Although, of course, the majority of them speak English, of course, like we do all over the world. But then we have to explain, why do we have 2 species of animal that appear to be primates? A very large species that stands 2 to 3 meters tall, and which resembles the well-known Bigfoot or Sasquatch in North America, and it's very similar to the Yetis in the Himalayas, and the Yeren, and the woodmen in Europe, and many other names for them all over the world, in South America as well, and Central America. There's been reports from early days. So so we have both the indigenous perspective, the true Australian perspective, but we also have the British perspective, because when the British settlers began to colonise the landscape, and they were clearing the lands and introducing sheep and cattle and wheat and barley and all kinds of other crops and European vegetables, and set up the Australian nation as we know it today, the indigenous people, which were always very friendly and helpful the majority of the time, they warned the early settlers that there was these big animals that you had to be careful of and that you had to respect. So you can go through the newspapers. There's the Australian National Library has an internet site called Trove, Trove, and you can you just have to look at look at Trove and just write in gorilla, or native gorilla, or Australian gorilla, or bunyip, and Yowie, and you'll get all of these reports coming in from the almost the earliest days of settlements, of farmers and loggers and miners encountering these big, hairy, human-like animals and being terrified encountering them. And they were known as the native gorilla. Once the gorilla in Africa was known about and publicised, and mounted specimens were set up in the Australian Museum in Sydney. So then people would begin to write to the paper, or journalists would even come out. And one was actually killed. And it was, to show you how harmless they are, it was a female. This chap by the name of Merrin, Mr. Merrin, he had a cordial factory, and he had his cartload of cordials and taken them across the country to a place called Captain's Flat, south of Sydney, in the Great Dividing Range. And as he rode along a narrow gravel road in his horse and cart with his dog, a bizarre big animal suddenly came lurching, climbed up the cliff and suddenly encountered him. And of course he was terrified. Though the animal, of course, didn't actually attack him, and it probably was just sort of climbing up the cliff and suddenly encountered him. But he jumped at it. He didn't have a gun, and he hit it over the head with the butt of his whip. And then he grabbed the rock. No, I think that's right. He grabbed a rock because he was leading the horse and cart, because it was dangerous sort of escarpment. The road ran over, and so when this animal suddenly appeared, he grabbed the rock and threw the rock at it, and it hit it in the head and knocked it down, and then he killed it with the butt of the whip. And then he left it there, and then he delivered his cordials, and he came back, and it was still lying there on the road, because almost no one used those roads in those days. And then he took it back to the factory, and all the townspeople and the police and everyone examined the body and said, "Oh yes, it's like nothing we've ever seen." It said very human-like, but a face that was different. It wasn't like it didn't look to them like a human face, but it was but it was definitely face of some sort of animals. Some said that it reminded them of a bear, and so then they all had a good look at it, and they buried it, and it's still buried to that. They don't know exactly the same location, but other bushmen and naturalists, they would see them and find their footprints and make plaster casts of their footprints and handprints, and send them to the Australian Museum. And then the Science Australian Museum said, "Don't be ridiculous. We don't have things like that living here," and just throw them away. And so it was. So these reports came in up until about 1912. And interestingly enough, one of the most interesting reports was received in 1912 by a gentleman who lived in the Hawkesbury River, just to the west of Sydney, which is a fabulous giant deep river with high sandstone cliffs that cuts its way through the eastern foothills of the Great Dividing Range. And he wrote in response to another gentleman, a government surveyor, who had encountered one of these animals, and it was the first illustration of it was published in the Sydney Sun newspaper in 1912. I actually have that illustration published in this scientific journal. So that's it there, that one there. So that's the animal that was seen and described in great detail by a surveyor, and that was published. And he particularly noticed it had a large sack-like abdomen or belly, which seemed very bizarre. And another gentleman wrote into the newspaper and said, "We know these animals well. You only ever see one at a time." And he knows of 20 people that have heard its bellowing roar and glimpsed it. About 5 people have actually encountered it and know exactly what it looks like. And 3 of those people actually saw that it had a pouch with a young one in its pouch, just like a kangaroo. And he said, "There's no doubt about it. This is some kind of marsupial man or marsupial ape or marsupial gorilla. That it's not a true ape as the gorilla is, or chimpanzee or orangutan, this is actually a native marsupial animal that has evolved to look like an ape. And we know that's perfectly possible because the Tasmanian tiger looks exactly like a dog. And you look at the heads of kangaroos and they look almost exactly like a deer. And you look at gliding possums and they look just like gliding squirrels. And so, of course, the way that this works is that as animals adapt to different environments, their morphology, their bodies slowly change over vast periods of time, and we forget the vast periods of time that have existed. I mean, the universe is virtually timeless, and so the animals slowly change over time. And a perfect example is the kangaroo. Now, most people love kangaroos. They're very unusual animals, especially if you're not from Australia. But the kangaroo is actually a species of possum. And so related, say, to the American opossum and the South American possums. As I was saying earlier, the Australian continent's been slowly moving north at about 6 centimetres a year. And that has been, that's caused the climate to change on the Australian mainland in particular, because we began to move into the tropics and drier subtropics. As well as that, as the Australian continent moved north, the planet has been cooling down over the last 50 million years, and particularly the last 17 million years. So we've had like 17 ice ages and interglacials in between. And so as the planet cooled down, the Australian continent was moving into the warmer regions. So the climate in Australia is identical to the climate it had when it was at the South Pole. Like about 120 million years ago, or 120 million orbits of our star, the sun, the South Pole was in the centre of New South Wales. So we've moved all that distance. So we have a whole array of incredible prehistoric animals and fantastic fossils of them as well, found by our paleontologists. So the most ancient animal in Australia is the lungfish, which lives in the freshwaters of southeast Queensland. And this animal is identical to the fossils that have been dragged out of the ground, dated back by scientists 400 million years and 350 million years. This was the first animal to take oxygen from the atmosphere using its air bladder that all fish have to float, or most fish have. And it has 5 rays in its fins. And these were the first animals living in both marine water and in shallow water, when there was very little life on land but plants and invertebrates. And these were some of the first animals to actually move onto land, going from one puddle to another at low tide or high tide or whatever, and up the estuaries and rivers. And their 5 digits on their fins are the 5 digits that scientists tell us of our hands and feet and of all terrestrial animals. And they're still swimming around today, completely unchanged. And their relatives the lungfishes live in South America and Africa, part of Gondwana. And then we have the platypus, which is a monotreme. It's basically a warm-blooded furred reptile that lays eggs. The male platypus has a venomous spur. And these mammal-like reptiles, they ruled the world for 70 million years before the dinosaurs took over. And then the dinosaurs ruled for 130 million years. And 60 million years later, these platypus are swimming around the feet of people. So they swim around the feet of dinosaurs, and we've got fossils of them turned to opal. And people know a beautiful Australian opal. All opal comes from animal bones during the age of the dinosaurs that died and were covered by sand or ash from volcanoes and compressed, and the minerals, the opal minerals, agates and what have you, replaced the original bone. So we've got a beautiful platypus skeleton made of opal. The same thing, we've also got opal skeletons from small plesiosaurs that lived in the same inland oceans in inland Australia. Mostly come from Lightning Ridge, Western New South Wales and other places, and Western Queensland. We've got fabulous dinosaurs from there. These platypuses and their relation, the echidnas, of which there's 2 species, one in New Guinea, one in Australia. The platypus in particular, and they're egg layers, but the echidnas have pouches, though they're not marsupials. And then the platypuses, they can detect the electrical signals in the little invertebrates, the little shrimps and what have you that they feed on. So they hunt by detecting electricity. So it shows you how incredible they are, and they're still swimming around. And then of course the kangaroos. I said they came down from the trees as the country dried out, and much of Australia is now desert, but originally was covered in rainforest. So Uluru, Ayers Rock, was covered in rainforest for it's about 360 million years, I've read, and so it was covered by rainforest until about 13 million years ago. Once the country dried out and the trees were ever more spaced together, these possums then began moving across the land. Well, they already move across the land. The surviving species that still exists today. But this one group of possums began to bound with their hind feet. And the reason kangaroos jump, the kangaroos are the most advanced animals on Earth, besides, of course, humanity, people. They don't have huge brains, but they have amazing abilities. So the kangaroo, for instance, it jumps because it uses it uses no energy as it travels. Each time it jumps, the hind legs hit the ground and absorbs the energy from the ground. So there's a possibility these yowies, or one species of which is a marsupial. However, most of them seem to be definitely very Bigfoot-like, and that illustration there, and then there's another one. This was done by Pixie Burns. I'm just getting it right so you can see it. No, there we go. Pixie Burns, and this was an animal she called Humpty. And so she's one of many researchers studying these remarkable animals, and they behave. And this particular individual, of course, it was holding 3 sticks and it was watching 3 turkeys in a tree. And so, as I said, I've received about 20 reports of that, and also Tasmanian tigers, and it all found their. I found their the way they feed. One of the things they feed on wood boring grubs. You can see how they use their fingers to take the grubs out of the trees, but there's no sign of bite marks. And that's another illustration of the yowie in this scientific journal that I published. And then these are the actual footprints that I found of the little Junjuddies, and they build these little tripods, these little stick tripods. The big yowies also build structures, but these little ones do as well. And that's the actual footprints that I've found. And I've got an illustration that I published in this scientific journal. So that's, once again, there the footprints that you can see, little footprints. And there's a drawing of an individual that was seen actually where we were living at the time, running downhill. It ran right down to a couple of friends of ours, and I've heard their calls. And the big yowies, they have incredible bellowing roars. And one time I heard one in 1989. So 78. It roared close to 100 times, and it was like, yay, 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 like 100 of those, or 90, say. Oh, it's only 100 meters from me, and the 3 dingoes started howling. So they're going, oh, 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 while this thing is going, yay, yay, yay. And you could compare the calls, and having worked as an environmental consultant for decades, most of the identifications are made on identifications from the sounds of animals, because you hear them more than you see them, especially in rainforests. you could compare it and say this animal was huge. I mean, and then after the dingoes finished howling, this thing was still going. And in 1996, I heard another series of calls, once again about 100 calls, and these were barks in groups of 3. So I was going, arrow, 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 like 100 of those from only 20, 30, 40, 50 meters away. You couldn't quite tell how far. And then eventually I encountered one of these animals right near where I live. And it for 20 minutes, it came crashing through the vegetation towards me, cracking 2 sticks together. And so like that, also known as tree knocks. And that must have done that 50 or 60 times over 20 minutes as it came in towards me, then walked to one side, then walked to the other. I was looking with my binoculars, trying to see it. It was through very dense vegetation. I could only glimpse it. And then I pushed my way in to try to get a closer view, because then they're not aggressive. They're virtually every encounter, people become terrified and run for their lives. But we'd know if they were dangerous. But they do try to scare you away. And then my mate Loana and her partner Matteo encountered the same, perhaps the same individual, probably, because they're probably territorial, in the same locality, and it charged them several times, and so there was a sound of like very heavy footsteps of something running towards them, and of course they hurried off, and then they actually saw it run right behind them and across the track right behind them, great big gorilla-like animal. So that's the yowie, and then I'm still getting the reports, and it's one of the most interesting. Yes.
Yeah, we've gone well past our time. You're on a great roll, and
the sound effects are fantastic.
Oh yeah,
I love
you
them.
really capture it, and
But
it's made me think about what I've heard out in the bush.
Yeah.
We'll have to get you back on. I know Oma's keen to have you back on as well, and we definitely want you on our show as well. So sorry to jump in there, but yeah, we're well past our little time.
That's understandable. Yeah. Anyway, I've given you a pretty much account of everything. That the only other unknown animals we have is a big cats. We could have feral cats. Sorry, we've got feral cats, but it could be feral panthers and leopards. I've got reports of those on my radio program, and also marsupial lions, thing called Thylacolea carnifex. Lots of reports have come in all over Australia of a thing that looks at first like a black panther, but then realised because the head's like a Tasmanian devil, and a few reports of even diprotodons, these giant wombat-like animals. Very few of them, and it's a bit hard to believe that they could exist, because it's more understandable that a carnivorous animal could survive, because they have large territories and are naturally cryptic. But I've had reports of even the Palacestes, and you can see one right there. These are some of my books in my library. That's a Palacestes in the background there. Just some of the illustrations of well-known Australian prehistoric animals. So yeah, so that's a general overview of cryptozoology in the great land down under.
Well, I think you've got.
I got a question. It's about the twigs. It reminded me of what we were told. I mentioned when I did the introduction, we went in to a place where yowies were obviously there. And what I find fascinating, because I might have misunderstood this, the elders have told me the same thing. There's a misconception out there, yowies are vicious and angry animals. They're not. They're the opposite. But what we were told was this. When we were down there, if the song didn't work and the yowies ran towards us, and this is what resonates with what you've said, we are to find a small twig and wave it in the air. Are these twigs some sort of language or something?
Look, I think they are, because I find, in fact, around our house, we bought this property 25 years ago, and built the house here 17 years ago. Where I've been in the conservation movement since 1965. I was in all the great battles in the Franklin River. I spent 1.5 years as a voluntary ecologist. We were in one great battle that saved the Bora rings here. The new service paradise was going to be built here by Alan Bond, and they sent the bulldozers to destroy the last Aboriginal sacred site, the Mother Rings, where the crystal skull was actually even brought down. They brought the crystal skull when it came to Australia from America with a Duncan Rhodes and Nexus magazine. We were able to get a stop work order and stop the bulldozers from destroying that, because this was all going to be the new Service Paradise, and I've been in those conservation battles for many years, and there's very, very sacred place. You know, the only Australian religion is the indigenous religion. You know, the other religions are wonderful. I never put down someone's cultural beliefs or what have you, but really they're feral cultures. You know, the indigenous culture is the true Australian culture. But of course they're all wonderful cultures, you know, mostly, unless occasional person gets fanatical, but it's all about community and awareness and love and enlightenment and understanding how we're the universal consciousness. We might look like people, and if you dissect this, and the only person that knows what a person looks like is a surgeon, say a brain surgeon who's operating people's brain. We don't even know what we look like inside. We get frightened if we see blood. The surgeons know what we look like, but at the same time we know that we're not really just the flesh and blood entities that you see. That we're actually the only thing that exists is spirit. I regard the only thing that exists in the universe is communication. And that communication is between straight line energy and circular energy, matter and energy, and it's all energy. And the physicists, they describe the universe is made up entirely of motion, but there's no sign of anything moving, like there's no objects moving. So they're basically saying that the universe is purely a conscious construct. And it's created entirely out of communications. And here we are communicating again. Without communication, you have nothing. You have the void, and all communication is wonderful. Yeah. Okay, I've talked enough.
All right, then, Gary. Look, thanks for that.
Thank
we do
you so
appreciate
much.
that, and thank you for.
And one last thing I might mention, I found those sticks. We get those big sticks stuck in the ground in lines near the house, only on one side of the house and nowhere else in any of the forest, anywhere else. And you see the patterns of sticks, and I believe it's a non-verbal communication. I mean, there's no way of proving it, because maybe the sticks just fell like that, but the sticks can't stick into the ground. And well, I've seen hundreds of sticks in circles and pieces of bark embedded in the ground and a great big stick in the middle. And this is in a remote area that no one ever goes to. And you think, well, no person's done that. And it didn't happen itself, so something must have created it. And with the anecdotal reports, it seems that the universe is a lot more remarkable and fabulous and wonderful than we generally understand it to be.
Exactly. Yeah, that's great. Thanks for that, mate. We'll explain that now. The sticks obviously are a form of communication.
How amazing is that, Gary? I loved it, and especially what you just said now. In the chat we were talking, we were saying that there's a lot of Bigfoot and Sasquatch and stuff here in BC, and some friends of mine that live in the valley just down over there, they're telling stories while we're drinking beer around fire and stuff, and they're saying that when you go out into the forest, you see the tree branches high up in the tree that have been broken and then pointed in a particular direction, and then it's like that all the way through, and it's kind of like a warning people to not go into that area, because that area is it's occupied or inhabited and claimed by someone or something else. So that's pretty amazing what you just said. My light bulb just went off. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe you just said that.
And of course the main use of that is for the people themselves. Mm-hmm. Like, it's a bit like if you go to a foreign country that you don't know the language or anything, and you'll see all these signs and street light and what have you, and you'll understand, oh, I can't read that, but I realize that that's telling me that that's the way to go to the railway station or to the hotel or something or other. But those signs weren't created for me as a visitor. Those signs are created for the individuals, for the indigenous individuals for the Sasquatch themselves, but also have obviously, like, they know more about us than we know about them, because I think they're watching us all the time. They're fascinated by us.
Yeah.
And they're unaggressive. Just recently, a gentleman told me how he went for a walk, and he heard this rocks being whacked together. And it was during the lockdown, so no one was around, and you could only go 5 kilometres away. And he grew up in this area in just west of Brisbane, and so he was walking on this. He parked the car. He went for a walk along the national park tracks, and he came to a rocky creek bed, and he heard rocks being hit together. So he crept up through the forest, expecting to find kids or something playing about, and he was shocked to see an individual similar to himself in height, covered in hair, with his back to him, throwing rocks down. And he never believed in Yowies and thought they were just mythological. And there was one of them. And then it turned around and saw him, and it gave a really strange sound. And then he discovered it was a young one, because the adult then stood up, which was about 3 meters tall, and it roared at him. And this is what they often do, just roared at him. And he turned around and ran for his life.
Yeah, I guess I would have too.
And I said, you could have run at that, and they would have run away. Because just imagine if it was aggressive and it killed you, your family would have said, "What's happened to Brian?" or whatever. And then the police would find his car abandoned in the national park, and then they go walking, and then they'd find his body torn to pieces, and they'd immediately go, "This is some unknown giant powerful animal that's done that." And then you get the DNA. But they don't do that. They'll scare you. They roar at you the same way. If someone comes near your child, you'll yell at them, "Hey, what's going on? Don't come near my child," or something. "Watch out what you do. You don't run over my child," or walk over it or something or other. And that doesn't mean you're aggressive. That means you're shocked. Your child suddenly been or someone comes into your house and you, "Hey, what's going on? What are you doing here?" or something rather than mean you're aggressive. You're standing up for yourself. That's what the Yowies do.
Great point. Thank you very much, Gary. I really appreciate your input and your contribution to Humanity Unplugged, and kept you for last because for this particular reason, because this is something that we all need to understand and be aware of. And I can't wait to have you on Watchers Talk so that we can do a one-on-one for like a couple hours and really do a deep dive into this great subject. So thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate it.
I'm glad I was able to give a presentation for you.
Brilliant.
Thank you. So now we get thank you, sir. So now we get a quick download from our friends Stephen and Evan Strong. This has been an 11-day ride for all of us, and you guys were a huge part in making this happen. We've been really working towards this moment, and the moment coming this winter for like last 2 years. So let's hear your guys' download and some advice on what we can do and how we can use this information and how we can move forward and try to create what we're trying to create.
Okay, the word quick download. Quick doesn't work. That's an interesting concept. We will try and be quick. Look, very simply, it goes like this. Yesterday, I had the misfortune the TV was on.
Oops.
And the news was on. And I sort of walked past it about 5 or 6 times. And I noticed there was a pattern in the news. No matter when I walked past, it was bad news.
Yep.
This is really what this is all about to an extent. Humanity now has been swamped in a sea of negativity at every possible level. I bought the newspaper today. I found out about some politicians who were charged with sexually molesting someone. I found out that there was going to be another series of medical things taking place. I found out that there was a war in Ukraine and everyone's to blame. And I just kept thinking to myself, I go there and do the crossword and we read the sport. I can't look at the rest of what's there anymore. It's become a really sad tale. What this was supposed to be and was a balance. It's where people brought in positivity and occasionally people slipped up a bit, and that's understandable because of the fact we're surrounded by this. There is a separation taking place here, ladies and gentlemen. It's been happening for the last couple of years, and it was prophesied, and most people know we do refer to the Hopi a lot. It was prophesied by the Hopi about the fast-flowing river, about the two brothers coming, about the red purifier, and all these things are now taking place. This is part of our future. So yes, what were we talking about? We were talking about the truth in many different aspects and different forms. We were talking about the need for things to change. Now, look, we've been heavily involved in the ceremonies of Uluru, and as have most Rob and Omar and many others involved in this. And all the way through, even to this day, there's one thing I can positively say about that ceremony, and all of the proof that we've given, and we've got a lot. Having said all of that, I'll be honest with you and say I'm still not sure. That day may come and pass and nothing may happen. I don't know that's going to happen for sure. Sure, there are indicators, and we've shown you many of them, but in the long run, each one of us will make a decision about what they want to do. Now, if it turns out I'm wrong, then that means, honestly, we're done for. It is really that simple.
Well, at least we tried to make a difference.
Yes. At least I can go to our makers saying, look, I was wrong, but I was trying to talk about something positive, and yet it never came here. It didn't work. Remember, before the first ceremony Uluru, we kept saying the same thing. We don't know for sure whether this is going to work or not. But what we decided to do was to weigh up what was in front of us. And that video before, if you could go back to it, Evan, can you? Because that was great. I don't want to see the light. Yeah, weigh up what's before us. And I think that particular video that Evan found really does sum up the options we're being given. Now, I don't know which one's going to be right, but I suspect your soul wants you to commit to one of them, irrespective of what takes place in the future. And I think this is what this is about. And what we tried to do over those 11 days is to turn on your soul, turn on the other side of the equation, and give you a chance to take stock of what's on offer. And I can tell you, and I've said this many times, if we continue down this path, we will be fearful of everything. Everything, be it the air we breathe, be it the people who walk past us that we don't know, be it people from another country that have a different religion or a different country, a different approach to things. We'll be fearful of everyone and everything. And when we go overseas, maybe we might catch a disease, maybe we might get shot by a terrorist, maybe we might get caught up in a war. We don't know. I mean, 3 weeks from now, we could be at war with Russia or China. It's possible, isn't it? Mm-hmm. All of those things are our staple diet today. But my suggestion is this. Commit yourself to what the people have been saying over the last 11 days. You probably haven't watched all of it. You can watch it later. I would suggest it would be impossible unless you're Omar and Rob to watch all of it. Seriously. And they'll be battle warned, honestly, after this for days.
They've done such an amazing job.
Yes. Yeah. I love that picture where his hair was sticking out everywhere, a bit like mine. I thought, yes, that might sum up where he's at the moment. But it was done, and all credit to these guys for a very good reason, to give you the potential of something in the future.
An alternative.
An alternative that may be there, may not be there. I don't know. I can't say for sure. I mean, I've got a rational mind all the time that keeps saying, this is ridiculous. Then I get more evidence and proof, and I say, well, no, I don't think it is. And then the proof goes away, and then I go back again. We're all doing it, and we'll continue doing it right to the final days if they are coming. But my point is this. What if they are? What if this is right? Then recommendations what to do. Number one, can you go back a couple? We hadn't done the ad yet. Everyone was subtly moving up to it. Keep it to the etheric. We won't do the ad until we have to.
Trying to get the slides done.
I know. What to do, and I'm going to finish up quickly. I know we've got to, is number one, over the next, up until the next solstice, go out and recommend to people they come and watch some of this, what's been on. It's all free. If you don't want to pay any money, Omar's looked after you. You don't have to pay any money. There's enough here Pick and choose what you want to watch. Pick the ones you think you'd like to look at. By all means, go for it. That's the first thing you can do. It's very important. You have to see, dream others, because right now, our understanding is we're running out of time. Every human no longer has a certificate for living. It's not enough. You don't get an award for being here. You now have to connect to here, and you've now got to commit yourself to the planet. If you want to follow the mob and follow where they're taking you, that's your decision. I'm not going to get in the way. It's not my business. But if you are concerned about others, then wake them up to this. Try and nudge them. Try and talk about positive things when you hear them talking about things they're scared of. Say, don't be scared. There's a gift ahead. And Mesref, our alien guide, has told us what's taking place now was going to be ugly and brutal, didn't he?
Yeah, they were his words.
A long time ago. And I think he undersold himself a bit. I would have gone for something like horrific, brutal and awful, and a few others to throw it in just to build it up a bit more. He left us slightly unprepared. It was more than brutal and ugly, and will continue to be so until the change. So one thing you can do is just wake people up. Secondly, refer people to this. And thirdly, if you wish, now the subtle additive, you can join us, because all of the online conferences we've done are based around the prophecy of a change. The first 8 led towards Uluru, and all that have followed and will continue to follow until December of this year will be based around how to prepare ourselves for this change that's coming. And the next one up, which is on at the end of this week, I think, at the start of next, we're going to be doing some archaeology as before, and we're going to be talking about a new and we do a lot of archaeology and science, but we're going off into something new. We're talking about children, our future. And I'm going to talk to an incredible original man, Peter. I won't say his other original name. He'll give that to you. Who was inspirational in Queensland in motivating children and talking to them in a different way that brought them, and working in prisons and bringing people back from all sorts of areas. And the way he teaches is how we should teach the future. I'm going to talk a bit about teaching also, and we're going to talk about the curricula we would give our children. And the first part of our curriculum is about Egyptians in Australia. And I'm going to be giving you a lot of information you guys have never seen before. It's been sitting in the backlogs now for 15 years, hasn't it?
Yeah.
We're going to put all that together to show you how you got there, and we'll show you what our children should be learning about. But most importantly, if you want, come and join us. And there's a discount that's up at the moment for that if you do come and join us, which is great. Now, ads are gone. Let me finish with this. What all of us, that includes not just us, but everyone that is involved in this, and nearly all of the audience, are looking for is something better. Every scripture, every indigenous prophecy talks about this time coming. It feels a bit arrogant to say it's here now, and all of us that are part of this are part of that, and you feel like, well, what about the people who missed out before? It may well feel that way, and to an extent it still does, but it doesn't matter. The proof is there. The skies are showing miracles. The birds are flying in unusual directions, as Auntie Minnie spoke about. And she told us that was the final sign. And that happened basically the same time, didn't it? It did. About 9 months ago. It happened recently. It happened when the solstice took place. It happened around that time of the second solstice. We're now down to 9 months, and the birds are behaving just as Auntie Minnie said. She also told us the first sign was the attack on toilet paper. She got all of this right so long ago. The indigenous people, the Hopi and others, know what's coming. And as the Hopi says, the 12th hour has come, hasn't it?
Yep.
It's here. And it's up to each person now to work out where they want to walk and where they want to go. Walk with us. If we're wrong, well, it doesn't matter anyway. We're doomed. And if we're right, those who've chosen correctly can be part of something so much better than what has ever happened here before. And a lot of the people you're hearing about are talking about that. That's what this was about. And our online conferences talk about the same thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is a change that is coming. I am 92.68% sure of it. I have to keep my rational mind. It will not shut up. But I reckon 92.68%, they're pretty good odds, aren't they?
They're pretty good odds. Yeah.
I reckon it's worth a bet if your chances of winning are that high. The evidence we've got, you can see it. It's on our online conferences. It's in our free presentations of our articles. You'll see it there. Something's going on. The earth is shaking, literally, and we've even shown them that, haven't we?
Yeah.
First time ever, the scientists all said the same thing. The whole planet is vibrating. It's never happened before. What is going on? It's preparing itself, and it's preparing us. The Schumann resonance is peaking. It's preparing us. It's trying to give us an opportunity to get our body and soul connected so we can be part of the future of this planet. And if you aren't connected, well, enjoy yourself on the new planet, because it won't be this one. That is my 92.68% belief of the truth of what's happening. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. And we'll throw back now to Omar and Rob if they're still awake. Oh, yes, Omar's still there. And Rob, so is Rob.
Yeah, here I am. And that was beautiful, Stephen. Thank you very much. And just really wise words. And, you know, like I always say, you know, you got nothing to lose. You know, you can't lose any skin off your ass. So, you know, just get in gear and make it happen. And that's kind of where we're headed now. And I got Paul Wallace in the house. He is one of the sponsors of Humanity Unplugged. So I thought I'd bring him up and get some words of wisdom from Paul Anthony Wallace, the Eden series. Welcome, Paul. How are you, good sir?
G'day. I'm amazing. And no words of wisdom, really, just words of amazement. And thanks for this incredible 11 days. It's been absolutely overwhelming in a wonderful way. And I've really enjoyed sharing your company as we've listened to this great array of people bringing such an amazing diversity of information and energy and inspiration to the table. So thank you so much for pulling this together. I think it's been an incredible achievement. I'm just amazed, Omar and Rob, that you're still standing and reasonably compos mentis at this stage in the game. It's incredible. Stephen and Evan, I always love watching you guys in action and being in the same room with you guys. And Kathy Mason, wow, I am in awe of her learning and her ability to hi Kathy, to marshal the great range of information brought by those that Kathy presented and interviewed. And same for you, Stone, as well. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been an absolute privilege for me to sponsor this event, because I really am sitting at the feet of so many of the presenters, and I will be going back into the past 11 days and listening and re-listening, listening to the things I missed. And something I just note is that, you know, sometimes you'll listen to a speaker and you'll think, oh, this is good information. And you will just be taking notes and getting all those pieces of information down. And then other speakers, you just go, oh. And what you're responding to is the energy of the person. And you know that they have something that they've derived from their information that has not only changed their life, but might just change your life as well. And I found that listening to speakers this time around, that there were some that I was responding to the information, and others that I was thinking, oh my goodness, who's this person? And just enjoying being in their presence and soaking in everything. I am finding this, I agree with everything that you were just saying, Stephen. I think it's a very decisive time that we're in, but I'm excited by the level of curiosity that I'm finding among people right across the generations. People who are saying to me, I no longer believe what I believed a couple of years ago, and I really want to know what's going on. And I'm on a journey of discovery, and you can hear the real excitement and urgency in their voice as they share this. And I think this curiosity is tremendously exciting, because not only does it represent an incredible waking up and an opportunity to make new decisions and choices in how we live and how we live together. But I think curiosity is absolutely fundamental to what makes human beings so special, what makes us special among the animals, what makes us special in the cosmos. I think our curiosity is right at the heart of that. And so when I sense that that's being stirred up and revived, I get very excited. And I think that's a big part of the significance and the meaning of Humanity Unplugged, that you guys have your finger on the pulse. You know that's what's going on. You know that's where we're at. And the information and the speakers you brought have been absolutely incredible. I've loved the gender balance this time around in this summit. I found that really exciting and just blown away by so many of the female speakers who've come and shared with us from their wisdom. I think there is a unique importance to exposing ourselves very intentionally to wise women and to the wisdom of women at this time, because that is a big part, I think, of the rebalancing, a reintegration of humankind as we should be. And so I've really appreciated that's been a part of Humanity Unplugged over the last days. But I really think it's a great season right now for us to listen to people we've not listened to before, to go back to sources we've previously ignored or dismissed. And this summit has been a tremendous opportunity for every one of us to do that in some way, shape or form. There'll be someone who's spoken that's just stretched us a little bit. And that's a good presentation to go back to and re-listen to. So those are my reflections on the last 11 days. And I'm so grateful to all of you guys who've anchored this. I am in awe of the energy that you've been able to maintain across these days. And it's been absolutely infectious and a great gift to us. So thank you.
It's not done without coffee. I'll tell you that. That's for sure. Coffee all day long. But I just want to say one thing to Stephen and Evan and Paul. And you guys are amazing by giving.
Oh, no.
Oh, poor Rob. I think he's frozen again. And at the worst moment when he was praising us, but never mind.
He has been plagued for this entire conference. Poor guy has been kicked in and out 20, 30 times a day. Thank you, Paul. Those are really wise words. And you're absolutely correct. We need to go back to the information that we may have dismissed and new information. That was one of the goals for this conference, was to bring some familiar faces forward, but to bring new speakers, a lot more new speakers forward, to introduce them to the community and get to know them and learn from them. So yeah, that was a huge part of the conference. And kudos to Kathy and to Dr. Joan for including that. That divine feminine touch into like this conference. So that was amazing. Let's get some words from Rob before he gets blocked again.
Yeah, it just keeps happening with the internet here. I just wanted to say, first and foremost to Stephen and Evan and Paul, that you guys support us at every avenue when we do these things. And you guys are absolutely incredible. And we sit at your feet because you have taught us so much that has changed our ways of thinking when it comes into research and how to research and what brings up a good presentation. So you guys are just amazing. It shows how amazing you guys truly are, and you'll always have our back whenever we go to do this. So we appreciate you and love you guys to death.
Oh, well, we love the work you do, and if we can cheer you on, then absolutely we're going to do that. And I should say to folk listening right now, Rob makes an appearance in my new book, Echoes of Eden, and Omar gets a worthy mention as well. And Stephen and Evan get quite a few lines in Echoes of Eden. So you should read that, you guys, so you can defend yourselves. No, not really. But they're there because you guys are very much part of my journey as well. So it is an absolutely likewise relationship, and I love being involved with the work that you do. I'm equally in awe of yourselves.
Thank you, Paul. Really appreciate it. That's quite the honor. Let's
Absolutely.
hear from Kathy Mason, our divine feminine, our divine mother, divine leader, divine guide, divine angel. I can't say enough about Kathy. I've truly have enjoyed working with her, working alongside her, organizing with her and communicating with her and sharing our thoughts and our cats. It's just been an amazing journey and a beginning to just a really beautiful friendship for future. And Kathy, I love you so much, and thank you for contributing so much and pulling like 14-hour days and doing interview after interview after interview and being on the back end with phones. And so I really appreciate it. This conference really wouldn't have been as epic without your contribution, because you made it epic with like all your friends and all that divine feminine that you inserted and that divine masculine energy from just every aspect. So I, a lot of gratitudes and a lot of appreciation to you.
Me too. I loved it. And I've been doing this for 21 years, uplifting and bringing out these change agents and these energy healers. So that you gave us the platform to let the world see them. So I appreciate that so much. These beings are our future. They're our teachers. They're the guides. Because humanity's waking up. And there's going to need to be all different, because there's so many species of humans here. There are going to need to be that many different types of teachers and guides. So I'm very grateful. And what are we going to do tomorrow?
That's what I was saying. It's going to be a rough day.
I actually have to work tomorrow. I've been my nice customers have been letting me do this instead of their work. So I actually have appointments all day tomorrow. But anyway, thank you so much. I've loved it. And I know this is a long friendship. And Rob, I'm sorry you've been going in and out so much, but this is awesome. And you guys are great, the way that you work with your people and encourage them. You don't realize how much that encouragement means to these people that are stepping out and gaining courage to tell their truth. It's really, really awesome. Thank you.
Thank
We
you,
love
Kathy.
you, Kathy. We love you.
Yeah, we
Absolutely.
love you. This much.
And I have laughed so much in the background, not that the audience should know what's going on, but I mean, oh my God. Oh my God. That's all I can say.
It's been fun. It's been fun. And just to reference Paul with the Echoes of Eden, it's an honor and a privilege to be mentioned in the book, period. Bar none. It is an absolute honor. And thank you so much.
No worries.
So I'm scared to let Paul know me, because then I might be in the next.
Oh, well. I'm a dangerous friend that way.
Let's hear some thoughts from Stone Hobbit, our divine sister from New Zealand, who has been a huge part
the
of
ace in the hole.
Humanity Unplugged. Yes, when there was a cancellation due to illnesses that we know about, Stone was able to jump in there with a presentation or an oral lecture, just right there, boom, and just depended on and really helped out greatly, not only by her wisdom and her research, by just her friendship and her heart and her love and her support. And that's the biggest thing in my mind and in my heart. So thank you, Stone, for your contribution to Humanity Unplugged. It was just amazing working alongside with you, and I would do it any day.
Thank you, Omar. I just want to say this has been absolutely mind blowing for me. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, it was everything that was crazy. And out of nowhere, we started talking, and before I knew it, it was just like, I half the things. So I learned so much from being on this group and talking to so many like minds. I've been seeking this for such a long time, and it's such a relief. It's such a weight off my shoulders to know that we're not alone. There's so many levels and aspects to the experiences that I heard a little bit of gold from every single experiencer. Everybody, including the people in the chat rooms. I want to do a really big shout out to everybody that came along and supported us and listened, because it's a shared energy. It's a shared awareness. You're going to get something from that ripple effect, and it's just going to keep going. We're going to come back with the next lot, and it's going to be even more uplifting. And another really big shout out to all of those behind the scenes that made sure that I had plenty of liquid to keep me going, and that I didn't lose my plot, and I could go to bed when I needed to, and I could get out of doing all my jobs, which now are piled up and I've got to get back to. So it's been absolutely one of the most amazing trips of my life, and I look forward to seeing more and learning more and sharing more. You really pulled me out and kicked me in the butt, Omar. You really did. And thank you, Rob, for being there and supporting me all the way through. It was fantastic, and it was lovely to meet you. I mean, I met so many new people, and they're going to be like connections for a long time. And thank you, Kathy, for all of those people you brought in. Oh, so amazing, mate, honestly, and your stories as well. And Leanne, thank you for the amazing stretching and the laughs.
Oh, yes.
You're absolutely, a wonderful laugh. Thank you so much. And it was a pleasure to meet both you, Stephen and Evan. And I look forward to working with every single one of you again in the future. And I'm just going to keep on radiating that energy, turning that negative into positive, and pumping it out there for all of you. So thank you, and keep going. Be nice to yourself. Acknowledge yourself in your journey, and don't forget to give yourself that hug. So thank you for coming with me.
Thank you, Stone. Those are beautiful words, and I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And
can I just say something about Leanne?
Yeah, Paul, please go ahead.
Because I think something that's been really wonderful about this summit is that all of us who have participated and sat and listened and absorbed have felt loved by what's happened, because this has been an incredible gift for us. And I think that what you've done, Leanne, has been really central to that, because I felt so looked after every time you came on and told me to get up out of my chair and to move and to stretch. And somebody just mentioned being given a hug. It felt like that the summit was looking after me as a person, and that I was feeling loved holistically by this great experience. And I think it was such a stroke of inspiration to include what you have brought in the summit. And I think it's made a huge difference to the feeling of the summit. Not only pacing us to get through it, but actually blessing us with something very powerful and special that affects our state of being. So I have to acknowledge that and say thank you. It blessed me personally. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Paul. That was amazing, and absolutely, Leanne is like glue to our conference here. Her humor and her energy. You should see what's happening. To see what's happening here, Paul, behind the scenes. And
oh man,
absolutely amazing. And we couldn't have gone through 12 hours a day for 11 straight days if it were not for Leanne 2 times a day, pulling
Correct.
us out of our chairs, making us stretch. Like that first day, I think people heard me just huffing and puffing as I was trying to do my stretches, and I was being really stretched out. After that, it got just easier and easier. And you're right, I felt like I was being taken care of, like by a big sister that was telling me, that, hey, you can't sit there all day long. You're sitting there, your
Yeah.
back's going to hurt, your ass is going to hurt, and you have to get up and you have to do this. And then her approach and delivery too. So thank you, Leanne. You're amazing, my sister. I love you so much. And your contribution is by far and none the most important in this conference, because if you have a healthy body, then you can, you know, learn and have a healthy mind. And we can't really congest ourselves all day long and just sit there and just take it all in. So those breaks and those stretching and moving the blood and the water in our bodies that really helped us to absorb the knowledge of the next phase that came in the day. So thank you, my sister. I love you so much.
Wow.
Completely agree with that. It couldn't have been better. You were behind the scenes and you were keeping us uplifted even at times when things were kind of going sideways and we were like, oh, what we're going to do. And Stone, incredible. Incredible.
Private
Nobody
messages.
I don't know if everybody understands that Stone has been getting up at like 4 a.m.
No,
to
2
be
o'clock.
here.
No,
2
no.
a.m.
Get it correct. 2 o'clock in the morning.
Sorry, 2 a.m. to
Whoa.
be here with us,
Yeah.
just to make sure that we were always covered. And I mean, you can't ask for better than that. I mean, you both are absolutely amazing. You've held this thing together at its seams, and it wouldn't have been what it would have been without anybody on this stage right now. And I just, you know, I might go in and out, and my internet's been on the fritz. I don't know why for the entire conference because they don't want me to speak. But you know, I have such a divine love for all of you, and all of you have meant so much to me on so many different levels. And you know, especially the ladies, we tried to bring in that divine feminine. We tried to bring in those new speakers because we thought, you know, let's hear some new perspectives because that's how we learn. We don't want to keep going to the same spots and hitting the same things. We need to bring a lot of different things out of different people, and we just went eclectic with it. If you have different information, come on through. Let's do it. And let's see what resonates with the people. And, you know, it was just a complete success in my mind. And I'm so thankful and have so much gratitude and love. And I keep telling everybody I'm building this database of knowledge, and this is going to be a staple of it, this entire conference. So it's going to be absolutely amazing.
Leanne, let's hear from you.
Does my mic work?
It sure does.
Oh, wow. I thank you for all of the love with which I was just showered. Got to keep my mom going. Speak English, don't end a sentence with a preposition. It's bad. Everything that everybody's, there's no way I can do anything other than repeat and echo again everything that all of you have already said. Paul, really? Turned me into a regular Holly Hunter. She's laughing, she's crying, all in a matter of 5 seconds. Which really, you know, only goes to demonstrate to you good beings out there in Wi-Fi land, wherever you are, that we are such magical, incredibly magical beings who can go from laughing to crying to flipping their shit to going, what do you mean? I'm fine. Like 2 seconds later, after the whole room's just like quaking, like, what was that? And you're just like, whatever. Like, we are so magical. We project, and what we project is projected back. We're creators. We're vibration. We're sound. We're energy. We have chakras. We have star family. We have stories that we don't even know, like, because they've been shit on, you know, and we've been pummeled by, sadly, what Stephen had the misfortune to walk by several times. Stop it. Don't do it. It's awful. Like, I can't do anything but stay in love and in my frequency and keep raising it and keep having these conversations and keep going from 0 to 60 back to 0 to just living and feeling as viscerally and as in my field fully as I can. And I wish that array of magic consciously being felt through everybody's molecular structure on a moment-to-moment basis. All of you out there, I wish you well. I wish you self-discovery, self-realization, more conversations like this, more expansion, and just so much love. So much love. I don't know what else to say except good night, Gracie. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you, Leanne. That's beautiful. I love you, sister. And least but not last, I want to give a huge thanks to the moderators in the Watchers Talk chat and all the other chats where we have moderators. You've done a beautiful job, a wonderful job. It was unexpected. You guys were amazing, sharing links, looking after porn posters, and just really, looking after the sacred space that we all created together. So, deep respect to you guys, and I love you guys very much. And I don't regret making you guys moderators. Sometimes you do that, right? You're like, shouldn't have made that guy a moderator, but not in this case. I appreciate you guys so much, and thank you very much. And that's it, guys. This is the launch of Humanity Unplugged, right?
This is the team.
I think Kathy
This is the
wants to
team.
say something.
Yeah, we unplugged it, and now Humanity is launched, and they're going to go out there and become, seed dreamers and do their conscious work. And so, what's next, right? Like, really, what's coming up next? Next
To
is
fly away like Neo. That's what's next. We're about to do. Is he doing a flyby again? Sure is. Phew.
But before you do the flyby straight to chapter 18 on our
Yes.
alien ancestry, because that's the big next event that's happening in a few days. And I'm going to be there, and Rob's going to be there, and Kathy's going to be there. Yeah, Kathy, please go ahead. Yeah.
I just wanted to suggest to everyone that's listening, or anyone that's listening to this recording, that they share this, that there are 11 days of content that need to be seen. And I have a list of 5,000 people. I've been emailing them almost every day, telling them, a lot of them are at work, so they probably have to watch replays or after work. But keep it going, because it's golden what we've collected here. It's not going to be out of date, I don't think, for at least 6 months. Well, at least, who knows with the way the world's going. But all of us share it. There's so much gold in all of this.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you. Yes, please share this and keep this going, because there's a lot coming. This is not the finality of Humanity Unplugged. This is just beginning. And as I was saying, in the coming days, I'm going to begin organizing one-on-one talks with every single speaker that was here on this conference, and to really dig deep into what they were talking about, go down that rabbit hole and have that deep discussion with them, and to raise the awareness. So that's coming up next. And there's going to be articles written about this next, and there's a lot of stuff coming up. And like I said, the next is chapter 18. Don't forget that. Evan, why don't you tell us about chapter 18 once again, and where people can go? And we have a ticket giveaway, don't we? We've got a draw happening here, and we are planning on doing that, aren't we? So give us a quick download on chapter 18, brother.
Yeah, so 18's coming up this weekend. So Sunday down south, Saturday for you guys up north in the world. We've got Peter there, an original artist, amazing. He's going to have amazing information for us all. So, sign up for that, and there's a little code word there, and you get 10% off. But Sunday, that's when it's going to happen. And looking forward to seeing you all there again. Should be good.
Cool. So I'm gonna remove everyone off the camera, or if you can remove yourselves from the screen. So I will bring our raffle up. And Paul, you want to stick around for that? No? Okay.
Yeah, I can do. Yeah. I was just following your instructions.
Let's do that. So we got our draw happening, and let's put everybody down here. So we have 33 entries in the draw, and let's do it. You guys ready? 3, 2, 1, now. I love this. Oh, it's full spectrum universe.
Gotta do it again. You gotta do it again. You can't do that. Can't do that. I can't win.
Yeah, fun.
I've never seen this feature before, but I think it's absolutely awesome.
It makes it fun, yeah. Winner, right on. Maja Jacob. I don't know if Maja Jacob is around. So let me write just in case.
Yeah, gotta write down the info and get it to her any way we know how.
Yeah, let me write that down. Maja Jacob, if you're watching and if you're in the chat room, please toss your name into the comments to let us know that you're in the room. And if you're not in the room, and then perhaps we'll do another draw with pick someone that is in the audience, because I know a lot of the people here are in the audience. So we'll give it, a couple of seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, skip a few, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's do it again. I don't think that person is in the room right now, but if they are, we'll work something out. Come on, let there be somebody in the room. Right on. Lucy Nee, I know her. She won. Right on. I will contact Lucy Nee. She is the winner. So let me write that down. Lucy Nee. Right on, guys. That's our winner.
Awesome.
Right on it.
She was actually, I think, in Full Spectrum Universe for a while. There she is.
Yeah,
she's in the chat right now.
Yeah. Right on, Lucy Nee. She won. Yippee.
Congrats, Lucy.
Lucy, contact Rob or contact myself, and we will get your information, and then we'll forward that information off to Evan. And we will see you on, when's that? Sunday, right, Evan?
Saturday for you.
And Saturday for me and Sunday for you. So yeah, it's gonna be an amazing time. And Rob, come on back on, brother. Let's close this out now.
Let's do it.
Days, Kathy, you want to come back on to say bye? Stone, you want to come on, say bye, or did Stone take off?
No, Stone's here. Omar, get your rear end back on camera too.
The stream and
there you go.
Right on, guys. Thank you very much. This was an amazing ride. This was like the next level ascension awareness, conference, event, whatever you want to call it. All I know is that my head, right now, I feel like this fella right here. I've showed it a few times in the day. But this is how I feel. I feel extremely enlightened. I don't even feel like I'm walking. I don't know if that's from lack of sleep, or I'm just
a little bit of everything,
or am I just floating from all this ascension level stuff that I just got. But thank you to everyone. Please subscribe to our channels. Check your notifications to make sure you have notifications on. Sign up to our newsletters. And join us in our Telegram chat rooms for live conversations with myself, with Rob, Stephen, and Evan. I don't know if Paul has a Telegram. Kathy, I believe, has one. Stone, you guys can find us on Telegram. And we will catch you guys next time. Rest well, and share this out. And that's really it for me. So bye, guys.
Go purchase Echoes
Thank
of
you.
Eden. It's in the chat. Go get it.
Yes, yes.
Go
Paul,
purchase
That's
it.
it.
Paul, give
Thank
us
you
a
so
plug
much.
Thanks all.
before we go. Give us a plug, boss, on Eden series.
Well, Echoes of Eden is the third in the trilogy, and it asks the questions: what secrets of human potential were buried with our ancestors' memories of ET contact? So that's what it's about. The 3 Eden books are kind of about everything, but that's the focus of the third one. And as I say, Stephen and Evan get a lot of lines in it, so you know that it's going to be good value.
It's epic so far. So I've been getting at it in the off time, and it's incredible.
And Omar, you've read it, haven't you?
Pardon me?
Omar, yeah. Did you fall asleep on us?
You have actually you've read the book, haven't you?
I have. I finished reading it. Actually, I've read all 3 of them now. So I'm quite versed on all 3. And I love them. I absolutely love them. And I'm going to actually be reaching out to you in the next couple of days after I get a little bit of rest here to see if you and I can do a talk on Scars of Eden and Escaping from Eden, and then leave Echoes of Eden maybe, around May 1st, the beginning of May. I know you'll be very busy on that time. I'd love to do a talk. Love to do a talk.
That's a good plan. I look forward to that. That'll be great.
Awesomeness. Guys, I just shared Paul Anthony Wallace's website address in the comments. They're in all of the chat rooms. And if you're watching on Stone Hobbit and New Realities, you're not seeing the comments. It's paulanthonywallace.com. Go and visit that. Place your order. Kindle is out right now. And the paperback is being released May the 1st in just a couple of months. So put your pre-order in at paulanthonywallace.com. This is being self-published, so we are compelled to help an author. Paul has gone far and beyond with the Eden series, and especially with this book here, The Echoes of Eden. And self-publishing is not a very easy task. So let's see your support, and head on over to the website right after we finish this stream and put your order in. So with that being said, love you guys. Bye-bye. Have a wonderful, wonderful night and a wonderful day. And we hope to see you in our next streams. My name is Omar, coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada. I'm a host here at Watchers Talk. I love you all. Don't forget to say I love you to yourself when you go into the bathroom in the morning. That will change your life forever, because that will begin to change the molecular structure of your water. We're 70% water. We're many little oceans here on this planet. So let's take care of our temples. Good night.